Hello everybody and welcome to Bahrain for round 3 of the Virtual Endurance Championship here in Season 16. It's just 4 hours here this afternoon, but a punishing 4 hours in the desert it is going to be, in only the second time we have visited this venue in this championship. Welcome one and all, my name is Ian O'Leary, I'm alongside Cam Roger for the opening hour at least of this 4-hour race. And Cam, it's good to be back in Bahrain for the second time here in the VEC. We've only been here once before. It was last season, of course. It was a 4-hour race back then as well. But we're a lot earlier in the season this time around.
Yep, certainly, and of course the real world WEC happening this weekend as well at the very track. So it's going to be an awesome one, a great track, a great addition to the calendar last season. And here is how the schedule goes. We've got 9 races over the course of the season. We've already had a couple of tricky ones to start, but it doesn't get any easier, including 2 24-hour races. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. And you and Twannis, this was probably one of my favourite races last season, actually. It's quite an interesting one. Just a shame it's only 4 hours. Changes it for the driving for us just a little bit.
It does. It feels more, it almost doesn't feel like an endurance race, 4 hours around any circuit really, but here as well. 6 hours of Spa will be coming up next, by the way, 2nd of December, so look out for that when we get there. Only a couple of rounds down so far this season, Cam, and I think it's fair to say that Road Atlanta was very much, in terms of those at the front anyway, was very much defined by who had penalties, because Race Clutch won the first race, of course, and they managed to recover to third in the end. Winchik Racing Team managed to take the victory in the end. Let's just take a quick look at the grid, by the way. Race Clutch are on the front here with Simfreem in second position. Then it's Sim Racing for Holland and Go Team Racing. Then we've got Go Team Racing and Virtual Drives by TX3. Winchik Racing Team down in 7th after their win in Spa. They're on the 4th row. Sim Racing for Holland and Racing Zone Team are on row 5. That is the Hypercar grid at the front of the field. Darius Andre for Gold Racing Esports is at the front of LMP2 ahead of Team Iris. Then it's Scuderia Ferrari Esports and Team RTR on row 2 of LMP2. Hyperion Esports and Netrex GP on the next row. Daniele Brambilla will be starting the Visceral Esports car ahead of Go Team Racing. Netrex and On-Off Racing rounding out the top 20 overall. Then the rest of the LMP2 field, it's Visceral Esports and Armed Cybra who are on the next row. Undercover Ren 23rd overall, with Sean Clark Racing still in Division 1, of course, they're 24th. Then it's Valor Corsa and RFO or RFRO Simsport in 26th. The other Armed Cyber car 27th ahead of Ramada Motorsport. Pedro Ramada starting that car as he so often does. Lannis Lindville will be starting the Seawolf Netrace LMP2 ahead of Geeks Energy. And then it's Satellite Racing and Visceral Esports on the front row of GT3. The rest of the GT3 grid will start with Yunus Raivio, who got off to a great start Road Atlanta, of course, for BS Zoom competition. Then it's Wanako, Caspian Motorsport and Thomas Enger Sim Racing to round out the top 6 there. Satellite Racing's second car is in 7th ahead of Black Hawk Racing. MXF Pro Esports in 39th, and then it's Juicy's Motorsport Club. A lot of tricky acronyms today. Arnold's competition in Black Hawk Racing on the next row ahead of RKT competition. Then it's Deuce's Motorsport Club with Pim Van Ark starting towards the back of the field. It continues on as well with Understeer United and Bluggill Esports. Tomeli ERT in the Mercedes start 47th ahead of the other Visceral Esports car. And then that is the final row. Scuderia Leon and Satellite Racing to round out the 50 cars. Very big grid, Cam, and some tongue-tying acronyms as well to go with it, but very, very busy on what is realistically not actually a very long track.
Yeah, it's not too long, about 5.5 kilometers. So if you divide that up, it's really actually not too much per car, just over 100 meters. So definitely once the race spreads out a bit, we get to sort of lap maybe 20, lap 30 into the race. It's going to be, yeah, just cars absolutely everywhere, especially for the top classes, the Hypercars and the LMP2s. They're going to be lapping those GT3s a lot. There's 20 GT3s, 20 LMP2s, and 10 Hypercars. So it looks like that's actually a full grid, which is good to be seeing all the teams continuing with that. Of course, we have the sort of relegation system as well. So we have Division 2, and then after every couple of races, we have some teams going up and down, trying to keep the divisions nice and competitive.
Yeah, and you will notice those couple of new names as well as we went through the grid. In terms of penalties as well, as I was saying, Road Atlanta, in terms of the result, was very much defined by penalties, because I think it's fair to say that Race Clutch were maybe the fastest team across the board at Road Atlanta, but I can't remember if they had 2 or 3 penalties at the start of that race, but there was certainly a lot, and it set them back quite a lot as well. Still managed to recover to the podium, but in the end, Winchick Racing Team were the ones who took the win on that occasion, and they're now tied at the top of the championship with Race Clutch at the front of the field. So it's going to be about dealing with those penalties, and obviously that was a 1,000 miles race. This race is going to be roughly half that distance, so there's half the time to make up any time lost through penalties.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy one in the 4-hour races, and of course we've seen just how close, just how close the racing is. And talking of penalties, there's a whole list. Normally I'd try and read them out, but I mean there's way too many. But just some notes: the number 46 car has 3 stop and hold 60s, and in the Hypercars as well, the number 3 has 2 stop and hold 60s. The number 4 burst, they have a couple of drive-throughs as well. The 17 Simframe have also got a drive-through. The number 2 car also has a drive-through. So a lot of penalties will be coming your way over the course of this first stint.
Because I don't have the list in front of me, Cav, is there any for the reigning champions? Do they have one in the number 1?
No, not the number 1. So that is going to be very big for them, because especially being on pole position, if they get away by a few seconds in that first stint and then a few drivers back with penalties, this is going to be a very nice opening hour for them.
Yes, I'm sorry for expressing so much surprise, by the way, that Race Clutch didn't have any penalties, but I just noted that a lot of those around them will have penalties. For example, 4 of the next 5 behind them have penalties. That's why I'm so surprised, not because of any other reasons. So I apologise for that. Anyway, we're making our way now down towards the final corner for the first time on this formation lap, and we're almost ready to go racing. 4 hours in the desert here this afternoon in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Bit of a stack up further behind as the LMP2 sort themselves out. Someone driving along the tarmac on the left-hand side of the road there, kicking up all the dust and the sand into the faces of everybody else behind, and for whatever reason, just shuffling the order. But we should all be ready to go racing now. It's round 3 of the Virtual Endurance Championship here for season 16, and my goodness me, what a terrible start for everybody. There's a wheel going crazy in the background as well. Goodness me, what a messy start that was as they tried to drop the power down on the exit of the final turn. It's a complete catastrophe in the background, and almost everybody's involved.
That is absolutely crazy. That is the shortest amount of time before we've got a Code 80 I think we've ever seen in VC history. We had a big crash similar to in Monza a couple of years ago at the start, and that time it was a car not getting away because they kept in 6th gear. They didn't go down to 1st or 2nd gear for the race start. I wonder if that was a similar situation, but I definitely saw one of the Go Team cars spinning around. I wonder if it was the opposite. Maybe they were too low in the gears and they spun up the rear tires. That is massive though, because if this continues on as it is, the amount of contenders that have been taken out are going to be damaged with that in multiple classes. That is going to be a big change to this part of the race.
I mean, can we even begin to unpick the amount of people who have been caught up in that? I mean, I don't even know where to start. I saw someone's tyre flying through the air. I think I saw the LMP2 pole sitter or one of those up front. The Gold Racing car, I think I saw flying through the air and flying into pit lane, which I've never seen before. At least there's a quick entry to where they need to be, I suppose. But goodness me, I've never seen anything quite like that. I really haven't. And I don't even know where to really begin to unpick who has been caught up there and what has happened, because I can't imagine there are many people behind the race leader who has not been caught up in that. That was unbelievable.
So I said there was 20 LMP2s. There's only 10 of them ahead of the GT3s now. So the 42 Arms was involved, the 27 Netrex, the 35 Geeks Energy, the 30 On-Off Racing, 34 Sean Clark Racing, and the 245 of Visceral. They're all in between the GT3s. Then in the pit lane, we have Mitchie Hoyer for the number 4 Burst Esport. We have the number 17 Go Team Racing with Miko LaRue. Then we also have the other Netrex car, LMP2, got Iris LMP2, the RF Pro LMP2, the other Visceral LMP2, and then Blackhawk and Zoom, the BS Plus Zoom GT3s So definitely loads of cars already into pit lane. Let's try and work this one out.
Yes, so we're following. So it happens at the front of the outside row, and Martin Mergley actually does a very good job of slipping through there. So who was on the outside of Tom Lartu there? It was Simfreem, wasn't it? In the number number two, sorry. Patrick Schindler. I think he eventually gets away with it, but he does get hit by quite a few drivers in the end. There are still 8 hypercars in front of the rest of the field. As you say, the number 17 of Mikel Leroux is down the field. So's Mitchy Hoyer for Burst. You mentioned that it was going to be a difficult start for your team, Burst Esport, anyway, Cam. Well, it's been made even more difficult now because not only do they have those penalties, they've got damage and they're down on pit lane as well. So effectively, the rest of the field in LMP2 effectively had nowhere to go there, realistically, because all the hypercars were sort of roadblocked in front of them, I guess, out the final corner.
Oh yeah, I mean, once after that initial crash happened, it's going to be difficult to unpick people getting penalties in behind, purely because they're going to be so blindsided. I guess what potentially might happen is some drivers just going absolutely flat out into a crash, though, which they will have no excuse for that. But I'm sure some of those teams are doing their best to avoid, but it's very difficult. As we're going to see some drivers coming into the pit lane already, as you would expect. There's probably some damage in there, and also just strategy-wise, just getting that top up of fuel. You're not really going to lose so much track position with it being a Code 80, so definitely some strategies coming in. We still have a lot of drivers in pit lane. We've got an official DNF for the 46 LMP2 Visceral, Tobias Blumstein, and also for the 89, the BS Plus Zoom. They're also officially DNF'd. The other people in the pit lane, I think, are just getting damage.
Yeah, I think Mitchy Hoyer's already managed to find his way back out of the pit lane again, but goodness me, there's a lot of people in pit lane now. Dan Lilly, Brad Briller is going to join them, but just look at that on pit lane there. There's almost everyone is into pit lane at the moment. So that is unfortunate for almost everybody. As you say, we do have a couple of unfortunate DNFs already to start off this race. There's Brad Briller pulling into pit lane, but what a crazy start we have had here this afternoon to the 4 hours of Bahrain. A start that not many could have predicted. We are going to go back to green once again now, and hopefully we can have a bit of a cleaner restart.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And we go back to green flag racing. Lartalu will take it underway for race clutch, as he did from that pole position. But look at the gap that has worked out after just, well, we had about 50 meters of racing. Did with the hypercars come through in towards Hairpin. Go Team Racing already making a move in the background. Cold brakes there for Simfreem, and on the exit is going to be TX3 trying to make a move.
Yeah, so everyone, presumably with cold tyres and a lot going on here to start off the race. Adam Taylor, I think, has got a penalty early on here for Wanako. I'm not sure whether that's the actual penalties being applied here or whether that is a new one that he's managed to get, but it looks like it. So Patrick Sokowski still leads in the Hyperion Esports LMP2 car. Then we've got all sorts of battling further back. Saw a bit of side-by-side between Gold Racing Esports and Darius Andre and Timothej Andonovski of Scuderia Ferrari. I think that is just a little bit further behind in the 39 car. So they're fighting in LMP2. It's decent fights here, and the prototype categories actually stay very close together. What this has done is allowed us to get underway for a proper start now, if you like, and this one thankfully has been a lot cleaner, although I think a few people were sliding around and stuff on this restart as well.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult. Cold brakes and cold tyres, of course, you know, they don't take too long to warm up in these cars, but certainly just a couple of corners would be nice. And it's really the brakes, especially there. It's very difficult braking, especially in the hypercar, just as it is. It's not the best. It's all in the background there. We're getting a bit of a move a bit further down in the LMP2 category, in towards the apex of turn number 1. I think that's undercover Eurasian car trying to have a battle. They got Zoltan Boda just up ahead of them. Up the inside is going to be in towards turn 4. Often a good overtaking opportunity. Is really wide there on the inside, and they've made the move up in 6th place. But no, they've gone wide, and they're going to come back on the exit.
Yeah, it's side by side on the exit of the corner. Oh dear, and in towards the S's. There was contact there into 5 and 6, and then through downhill at 7 as well. And thankfully they get away with that, but that could have been oh so different. One of the places on this circuit where you can actually make contact with the wall if things go wrong, and that is a bit of a rarity sometimes around here. So just around 10 minutes gone, just under. Tom Lartelou still leads the race for Race Clutch. Then it's Simframe Esports in second, the Winchick Racing Team in third. There are 7 hypercars still at the front of this field, then followed by 9 LMP2s. Then in GT3 we've got about 16 who have gotten away cleanly, so they've had a bit of a better time of things, but both prototype fields have been completely decimated by the opening of this race.
Yeah, they certainly have, and unfortunately that's what happens when you get a crash right at the beginning of the race. It just puts everyone in a really tricky situation, to be honest, and hopefully some teams can recover from that over the course of the race. 4 hours is still long enough to come back for stuff. It just depends on the consistency of everyone else. If everyone has a consistent race, it's very difficult to do so. As there we've seen VEC for Go Team Racing making up a position, going past Team Racing for Holland's Burton Ops, and gets himself up into P5 in the number 7 car. Is that the Valet LMP2 getting overtaken there? Must be a lap down already.
Yeah, they're not 4th overall, I'll add. They are just returning from the pit lane again. Who is still in pit lane at the moment, if you're wondering at home? Valet Esports have obviously just made their way out again, although I actually can't find them down towards the back of the grid at the moment. Oh yeah, I can. They're 37th overall, but only 12th in LMP2. They're not actually doing that badly. Further back, we've still got Netrex GP's number 27 in pit lane. Short Clock Racing still in pit lane, as well as Team Iris, who were up there in the first race, of course, and up there in the championship as well. They are, in fact, championship leaders. Martin Hemmingson, championship leader, the number 37 car in the pit lane. RFRO Simsport not having a good debut in Division 1 this season. They're on pit lane as well. Hearing it's a DNF again for BS Plus Zoom competition. What a disastrous season they're having from time to time. They're either absolutely on it, as they were at Road Atlanta, or they're absolutely not, as they were at Monza and now Bahrain. Yeah,
they've had such a difficult start to the season, and Eunice Rivio in that car is going to be not too happy with that one. I'm going to assume he's put a lot of effort in to try and get up to speed, and we definitely saw that in Road Atlanta, as you were saying, but just coming unstuck in a few situations in the GT3 class. That has that's not a word. Jimmy Nisula up towards the front. He's got 2-second gap in behind as well. So that is working out very nicely for them as it stands. It's Visceral Esports and Diogo Silva in that car. They're starting to already get the lapped cars coming past them.
Yeah, it's going to be a busy race from now until the end, because the field is so spread apart. Closest leading gap is in LMP2 at the moment, but that field is very spread out, as we've mentioned from the early moments of this race. GT3, as well, as I said, is quite destroyed in terms of the field. We mentioned BS Plus Zoom competition. Black Hawk Racing, the number 91 car, is down on pit lane at the moment. They're second in the championship right now. Then they are actually the only ones left on pit lane actually in GT3, but the others have managed to make their way back out again, trying to find the championship leaders up and down the field at the moment. Thomas Enger Sim Racing are third, which is not bad at all. They've finished second and first so far in the races, but Black Hawk Racing, after a great start to the season, have seen that fall apart. They're the only team left down on pit lane. They're dead last in GT3, barring that BS Plus car.
Oh, that is difficult. We're going to get another replay. Here's Rivio. Oh, look at the absolute carnage. She tries to go to the... Okay.
Oh dear, Eunice, what are you doing?
Yeah, that was possibly not the smartest thing to do. A little bit unlucky with the dust as well, but going off the track probably wasn't the best idea either.
Well, he should have just applied the brakes. That would have helped. Well, he didn't. So they're out the race, unfortunately. And that is a shame for them. Tom Lartelou still leads the way, by the way. In second, it's Martin Mergley, who's got through in Simframe, now into the pit lane. Gabriel Hevesi comes in after a good start, actually, for Hevesi. He's come into pit lane now. This is the first of the penalties, and this is what's going to, barring everything that's happened so far, that is really what's going to be the downfall of Simframe, I feel, today, the amount of penalties they've got.
And not just them, so many penalties coming from the previous race. You'll see them in that top left-hand side of the screen pop up when they get automatically applied by the game, and that is obviously all set up from the previous race. So it's a bit of a difficult, interesting situation for some teams with how the penalties get given out in VEC. The fact they are given for the next race, doesn't matter how good your qualifying is, you are going to be dropping down, and of course, because it's at the beginning of the race, you're going to lose the most positions on the track as everyone is so close together. So it's very important to not get those penalties. Unfortunately, after that start, I think there's going to be a few more for the next round, which is not going to be ideal. 6 hours of Spa in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, that's 4 weeks away at the moment, 6 hours of Spa. Eunice Radio, by the way, is coming to the YouTube chat to use the Charles Leclerc meme of I am stupid. I don't know. I apologise if we're harsh, but yeah, it wasn't good, and I can't imagine that Eunice was the only one who did that at the start of the race. As you said at the time, Cam, there will have been some people who were, unavoidably involved in that, and there was just nothing they could have done. But there will be people at the back who ploughed into it, as we saw there. And I think your theory has been proven there by that replay.
Yeah, it's not the nicest of situations. Again, some more cars into the pit lane. Here comes TX3, sim racing for Holland as well. That leaves, of course, the cars behind them to now go through and have a nice empty battle. Between of empty battles, out towards the front, Lartalu, 5-second lead now. He's got to Martin Mergley, and already having a big lead with no penalties. This is going to be a difficult one for the likes of Winchik in behind, because we all know how fast race cars are. Reigning champions. Lartalu, from my understanding, really focused on this championship as well in terms of the preparation, so they should be ready to have good speed over the 4 hours.
Yeah, it's looking very good for Race Clutch at the moment, although we've said that before, and it's not always worked out. Patrick Sokowski, by the way, is now 6th in the race. This is unbelievable for LMP2. He's got Darius Andre right behind him, which is probably more of a concern to him at this moment. But there's the Simpreme car. They've just overtaken him for 5th place. And Patrick Sokowski is, going to be back in front of them again soon, isn't he? Because Simpreme will have to come down pit lane again, I think, for another penalty. So LMP2 leaders all of a sudden are going to be in the top 5. They're not going to finish there, of course, but they probably will finish inside the top 10 by the end of the day, I would imagine, just down to the way that these races happen. But what a bizarre race. I can't remember a VEC race quite like it. We've had some big crashes off the start, but I don't remember anything quite like that.
Yeah, and we're 3 to 4 seconds lap slower in the LMP2s compared to the Hypercars as well. So it's going to take a good couple of stints for the Hypercars behind them to overtake them for those overall positions. Of course, we don't actually have points for overall, but it's still good to see the LMP2s getting up there nicely. And also, it's not just one random lucky car. Darius Andre for the Gold esports team. He runs a bit wide there, coming out onto the back straight, but he's certainly giving it the beans and trying to close down.
He is. Virtual Drivers TX3 are back into pit lane again, by the way. They're still 8th, but they're slipping down the order a long way away now. The number 3 car, so that's adding to the overall business that we were just talking about. Over the line at the end of 15 minutes then for Patrick Sokowski as he leads for Hyperion Esports. Gold Racing Esports are just behind them here at the 4 hours of Bahrain. Gold Racing Esports second in the championship, of course, going into today looking for first in the race. It's a big dive at turn 1. Side by side they go through 2 and 3 as well. Darius Andre would have had the inside for turn 4, but he can't quite do it. Now on the defensive, Patrick Sokowski pulls to the inside again. Darius Andre just goes round the outside anyway. He's going to run out of space there, and Sokowski will hang on to the place. This is only going to allow everybody else behind to catch up, because you can see them in the background, and they're enjoying this battle for the lead in LMP2.
And this is a really great track for battling, as you're going to see here, in towards the infield section. Almost a dive up the inside there for Darius Andre. But if you remember back, just over a year ago when LMVS came here for the first round of the season, that time around, there was a huge battle between Redline and Van Wall Burst at the time. And it was a very similar battle to what we saw there. It's so difficult to complete the move, perfectly. You have to really work for it into turn 1, turn 3, get the run up towards turn 4, and we saw a huge battle on that day. And obviously, with the same cars, same track, we're going to see a similar situation here. So Andre just needs to find the way through, but it is so difficult when you're in the same class around this track. And to be honest, I really like it. It was a great addition to the platform about a year or so ago.
Yeah, it's not in many sims either, I've got to say, and so that is another positive, I suppose, of this. It's great to have it in RF2 these days. just behind Darius Andre, by the way, is Bert Knops in the Sim Racing for Holland car. They're not in their traditional black and white, of course. They've dumped the white and they're just going for the black here this season in that livery. You see sort of stealthy looking Van Wall in the background. They're going to pull to the right hand side and give a very wide berth to Darius Andre, who kind of didn't want him to do that, wanted the slipstream himself, and he'll get that. Sim Racing, Simframe is that coming out the pit. No, it's Burst Esport, isn't it? Coming out of the pit lane. Mitchy Hoyer, a long way back at the moment. Still only 8th place, I suppose, for Burst, but they're already nearly 100 seconds off the car in front of them.
Oh, that is a lot. I mean, that's basically a lap, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that must be a car just coming out sort of turn 3-4 now. So that's a very difficult situation for them to come back for, especially with those couple of penalties as well. An incident for Simoncic, and then if you remember towards the latter part of the race, Mocek and Latu had an incident into turn 3 back at Road Atlanta as well. So definitely a couple of penalties that they need to try and remove from their from their driving over the course of this race, because they got penalties in the first race and in the second race, and that has really hindered their start to the season and letting their championship rivals of Race Clutch get away like they did in the previous seasons. All GTs battling on the exit of the hairpin.
Wow, that was close. Not sure that wasn't one of the leading GT3s. They pulled wide and Darius Andre just decides to go through the middle of them. Not sure that was the way to do it, but they have done, and so they sort that out. Shiva Ballo has made up quite a few places off the start here for Visceral, by the way. Visceral now have their cars in 2nd and 12th, which is not bad at all, especially when one of them started, if not on the back row, then very close to it, the number 66. So that's probably one of the advantages of starting at the back on this occasion, is the fact that they could just slow down and pick their way through it. And I think that's Scuderia Leone just in front of them as well, isn't it? And so I think they started on the back row together, and maybe that says a lot about the way that they approach lap 1.
Yeah, being on the back row does give you the most time, I guess, to avoid some incidents, but also just being cautious as well. That is a big factor that we didn't see from a few drivers in those replays. And I think, one thing I always try and remind, and I had my fair share of penalties in my racing days as well, but sometimes just having that little bit of self-preservation is always the best way, because you might think at the start of the race, I can make up 5-10 places here, this big crash, but also you might get involved in it and then your whole race is done.
Exactly. It's always a better idea to just pull back and wait for it to unfold in front of you, although it is said in hindsight, as you say, when you're in there, it's very different. Leading in GT3 at the moment is still Yimi Nisela. He's 17th overall, so that's 13 places gained so far in the overall standings. He's 1.8 seconds ahead of Visceral, who we were just talking about, Diogo Silva. That's Wojciech Polesny in the number 70. Thomas Enger Sim Racing, of course. Then it's Arnage. Adam Pinches is just ahead of Liam Rance, or he was, and he's going side by side with him now. It's the Arnage Mercedes on the inside, and one of the LMP2s going through on both of them on the very inside, going towards turn 13. Through will go Pinches, back into 4th place. Liam Rance shoved out wide as Satellite Racing try and get 2 cars inside the top 4.
That's a tricky battle through those parts. We get the 3 classes overtaking each other down in towards the final hairpin, or corner, I should say. Blumschein gets a penalty. I'm sure that's just another one of the automatic penalties. So they were at a DNF, so they must have come back out and rejoined the race. Liam Rance now down. Their start-finish straight, tries to get the slipstream all on us, start to move over just a little bit, tries to squeeze them in towards the braking zone, have a tighter apex, but Rance is going to hold it there on that inside line. They break almost identically in towards the hairpin. Rance gets his car through into turn 1, and Pinches now needs to try and get that run back up the hill.
I don't think he's going to be able to do it, although it is a very good run, I suppose, from Adam Pinches here. Liam Rance knew immediately where to go, and that was to the inside, going towards turn 4. Rance is probably not far enough alongside here, but he will brake late and give it a good go. Liam Rance will hold the inside line and hold the place as well into the middle sector of the lap. So Liam Rance up to 4th place now, and that battle is pretty much over, although Adam Pinches is going to stay close for the moment. Down the hill in towards this hairpin, turn 8, tricky braking zone down here, but of course ABS on these cars, the only class in the field to have that driving aid. Patrick Sikorsky still leads in LMP2, but that gap is, I was going to say, getting closer. Well, it certainly is doing that. They're actually side by side on their way towards the tricky turn 9 and 10. He will stay in front again, but it does feel like he's living on borrowed time right now.
Yeah, I think Andre's the faster driver, but he's got to try and find his way through. Look in the background, there's the Ferrari LMP2 trying to get up the inside as well. Oh, side by side in towards the GT3 as well, but on the inside he's going to make it. Darius Andre gets through, uses potentially a bit of distraction from that Ferrari traffic, and he finds the way past the Hyperion car. Gold Racing go up towards the front of the LMP2s. We've been waiting for that for quite a while, but now can Andre pull away, or is this battle going to continue?
I think it's going to be Darius Andre's time to pull away, if I'm honest with you. He's already got a few tenths of a second, and now we'll try and stretch out that margin further, although he is going to be slowed up by that battle for fourth in GT3 in front of him. Patrick Sikorsky with a much better line. Darius Andre there making a bit of an error, and he's going to be under pressure here into turn one, surely. Over the line they go here at Bahrain. He'll chase himself all the way to the pit wall. Sikorsky struggles to get alongside that Hyperion car, maybe not as quick in a straight line as he needed it. He was late on the brakes though. He doesn't squeeze Darius Andre enough through turn one, and so the Gold Racing Esports driver will hang on to the lead now, with Hyperion Esports second, Scuderia Ferrari catching up there in third. You can see the red and yellow in the background.
Yeah, they certainly are great battles in this opening 20-odd minutes of the 4 hours of Bahrain. And you are seeing the daylight, of course, at this moment in time. It should get just about towards at least beginning of sunset by the end of the race. So that's something to factor in, at least in a few hours' time. But for now, it is Andre leading. And as you say, look who is coming in behind. Timotei Andonovski, he's almost at the same distance to Hyperion as they are to Gold. So very much closing up to this top battle.
Yeah, it's not been an ideal season in some ways for Scuderia Ferrari so far. It's a fourth and a fifth so far in the two races, but they could have had a bit more than that in a couple of them. They're only 27 points off the championship lead, though. It's still very early days for me to be talking about that, but I am doing. There's the full rundown of the LMP2s, by the way. Look at some of those gaps at the bottom end of the field. I think I saw a lap gap between someone already at the back of the field further down there, and there's the tyre difference as well. That's going to be important because that was the first thing actually I noticed, Cam, when I loaded up the timing here this morning. It is very hot on the circuit, very hot.
Yeah, I guess you would expect that out in the desert, although it was raining yesterday in the WEC practice. But yeah, the difference in the tyres is quite an interesting one because the hard tyres, of course, they go longer. They have a lot less wear. Well, I say a lot less, you know, a decent step less, at least. So potentially we're looking at some difference in the stints. A 4-hour race, there's not a lot you can do. It's only 6 stints for the LMP2s. You do 3 every 2 hours, approximately 40 minutes a stint. So it's going to be 6 stints over the race. So that's either going to be 2 triple stints or 3 double stints. So I wonder if those on the hards are trying to basically save a change of tyres. A change of tyres about 37 seconds. So if you can save that and do 1 stop for tyres over the course of the race, that might be the way to go.
This is why you don't have fuel and tyres change at the same time as some certain sim racing platforms do. Anyway, it makes it a lot more interesting. It makes it very tactical, and that's why we love the VEC and RF2 as well, I suppose. Some news in, by the way, from the 46 Visceral Esports camp. Apparently, there was a technical problem with the wheel for Tobias Bunchard, I think it was, who started the race on the formation lap. So they pulled into the pit lane before before the start of the race, and so that's why they were DNF. That's why you noted they were DNF, Cam, earlier on, but they have re-emerged. It does seem like they've got about 3 million penalties though. That's at least the second time I've seen Blunchard's name up there on the penalties, so that's setting them back even further. There they are, 17th. I think they've found their teammates, actually, ironically, haven't they, just at the moment, but a long way back, 4 laps off the leader already. The gaps are so large for this stage in the race.
Yeah, this is quite something, to be honest. As you say, it's not been the nicest start. So if we get back to those LMP2s, it's a few seconds here and there, but as we get lower down, there are some big gaps, as you say. Almost a minute between some of those cars, 14th, 15th place, a lap there behind, and then Visceral. They're just trying to use the slipstream and the draft of their sister car, though, to try and follow their way through the traffic and work their way back up. But wow, it is going to be a difficult and a long 3.5 hours for some of these teams.
Visceral have a lot of cars on the grid this season, don't they? They've got 2 GT3s, 2 LMP2s. It's almost 10% of the grid. Visceral Esports cars. I think Satellite Racing have got 3 this season as well. Juice's Motorsport Club always have plenty, and Pim van Ark is trying to put his car inside the top 5 right now, and that should be a fairly easy one on the inside of Adam Pinchas, who I don't think has had the best start to this race. He keeps getting overtaken, and that was very nearly the latest of them. Just hang on quite well through turn 2 and 3 though. In the Mercedes, it's going to be a drag race between himself and the Porsche on the run up the hill towards turn 4. And on the inside, Adam Pinchas will hang on to the place, although he goes wide. Pim van Ark gets the run off the corner using that Porsche traction that it always has. Now down the inside into the S's. Don't often see racing too much through here, and Pim van Ark shoves Adam Pinchas out wide, and the Juice's Motorsport Club car is through, although not without a slight bit of contact.
Yeah, that was a little bit, we didn't quite perfectly see it from that angle, but yeah, he basically squeezed Pinchas out, so he's really tight on that second apex of the chicane, and Pinchas just going backwards a little bit, losing a couple of places in the last couple of laps, already a little way behind the satellite car of Liam Rance, who's completely gone up the way, up the road, so definitely maybe a bit of damage on that car. Just trying to see the paintwork. You can see if it's wrinkled a bit. I do think there's a little bit on that front end. Maybe just not having the speed in the car at this moment.
Does look a little bit bizarre. Someone wondering why we're so surprised at the big gaps. I know it's because of the crash, but the crash is not normal. I've never seen it. Well, I say I've never seen anything quite like it. I've not seen anything quite like it for a long time. That's why we're so surprised at the gaps, because it was a bizarre start to this race, and it's created a situation unlike we've seen in VEC possibly ever. As I say, I know we've seen big opening crashes sometimes in the past, but not for a little while, and not quite like this. So that's why we're so surprised. I think it's fair to say at this stage. GT3 has been largely kept together, thankfully, and there's still plenty of battles going on up and down the field in that class as we approach the end of the opening half an hour of this race. Pulling into the slipstream at the moment there. I think that's the race leader, isn't it? Actually, the race clutch car. Although there's a lot of red and black liveries in the Hypercar class this season, and it is indeed Tom Lartonu. Not exactly destroying the field at the moment as I thought he might. Winchick Racing Team, no penalties either, and just keeping them honest at 5.5 seconds. And
on the last lap, they were actually faster, were Winchick, so it's not like they've got absolutely no speed at all. It's just, you know, 10th by 10th, you start losing some time as we've got Arnage continuing their battle, though Visceral just separate that one and spread it out just a little bit. Now they get up the inside, losing a few car lengths for Adam Pinchas, who's trying to keep in that battle, currently 6th place in your GT3. So you need to look out for Understeer United, actually, coming in just ever so slightly in the background. You see there the train of GT3s, the 3 of them starting to catch down this battle.
They are, and that will be useful for them. I was hoping really that Adam Pinchas would get a bit closer while we were on board with Pim van Ark there, just so we could see how crinkled the bodywork is, and I think we can see from here that it is a little bit. I think there must have been contact in the opening laps, and unfortunately for the GT3s, it's a long way from safety for them as well. There's still half an hour until their pit stops. Realistically, they're going to want to make it to the hour for a 4-stint race. Just 3 stops around here, of course, in this 4-hour race, and that means you can't really just pit it. If this was a 24-hour race, for example, I reckon they might have been in by now, or in during the Code 80, just to repair that bit of damage, and then, you know, we'll figure out the pit stops a bit later. We'll figure out getting back on strategy later. But around a race of this distance, you can't get off strategy, really, because there's no time to get back on it again.
Yeah, it's certainly difficult to do so, but what might not be difficult is Akko here down the inside of turn 1, although maybe the Porsche doesn't quite have the straight line speed. He hasn't been in the slipstream because he's a bit too close out the final corner, but he dives it down the inside there on the 77 machine. He should have the inside line for turn 2, bumps over the curb a little bit, but hopefully we'll get the momentum up the hill, as this is a rather nice battle between the pair of them. Of course, Caspian Motorsport, Understeer United just in behind there with Jan Vellinger, but has he been able to get back the position? No, he can't, and so definitely a nice move there for Caspian, slowly working their way up, and now into P7.
Yeah, a nice move, and that puts another Porsche inside the top 7. Good start though for Understeer United, I think it's fair to say, in the Ferrari. Picked their way through the opening carnage, and they're up there now in the standings at the moment. They're down in 15th, which shows you the season they've been having so far. but this is a good run for them so far in this 4 Hours of Bahrain. On board with Jan Venninger now. Just see one of the LMP2s just up in front of him, and just behind, he's got one of the Aston Martins at the moment. And is that a battle for position? It is. Alex Broughtingham in the 81 Black Hawk Racing car, not the championship contending car, the one in second. It's the other Black Hawk Racing car. They're looking to find their way back into the top 8 again. And I think based on the evidence we've seen so far, it's going to be not easy for Broughtingham to get through, but I think he is going to manage it at some point in the near future.
Yeah, certainly. And this team, I actually wanted to speak about them because it's not necessarily this car, but their sister car, the 91 machine, was caught up in those first corner incidents. They are currently joint leaders of the championship. Thomas Eng, Sim Racing, Black Hawk, the 17 and 91 cars, they are leading with joint 145 points. So Black Hawk, they had a great race last time out. The second car, the 81, getting up there, I believe on the podium actually it was. So definitely a good result for them. But for their sister car this time, not so much of a good race. In towards turn 1, can the Aston Martin do anything with the slipstream down this time around? No, not quite close enough.
Not this time for Broughtingham. He'll stay behind through turns 1, 2 and 3. It's awkward opening chicane. There is Mark Vape in the other Black Hawk car. I was saying earlier what a great season start they've had, and I keep saying it, they're one of the most prolific VEC teams to have never won a title in this championship. Plenty of the others who they've been racing alongside over the course of however many seasons it's been now for them, but still no title. Is this the year? Well, this is a setback certainly, but over the course of a 9-round season, and we said this a few seasons ago, I think it was 13, wasn't it, maybe, when we last had 9 rounds of the season. You can recover from these kind of issues if you are indeed one of those teams. This is the view of Mark Vape. He's going to hit the pit wall. That's quite unlucky there. He could have gotten away with that. At least he's found the pit lane quickly, but he found the pit wall, and that gave him a fair amount of damage. Admittedly for him, he was so close to the car in front that actually he won't have seen a lot with what was going on there, but eventually he didn't slow up in time really and hit the pit wall.
Yeah, he did get on the brakes, but he was also trying to then spot a gap after that and stuff. So definitely a difficult one for a few of the teams, including this one, Martin Hemmingsen, the 37 LMP2. This team leading the LMP2 championship, and by a decent way, 17 points already after the first 2 races, because they won the first 2 races. Gold Racing are in second place at Darius Andre car that's now leading the race. So if the positions finish like this, that is going to be a big swing in terms of the points, away from Iris. So after a strong start, getting caught up in that incident is potentially going to swap around the championship quite a lot.
As I said before, though, it's a 9-race season, and we said this in the previous 9-race season, I think it was a few years ago. You can recover from these kind of problems. It's not like season 12, I think it was, where we only had 6 races in the season. Or was it 14? Can't remember. But it's not like one of those seasons where there's really actually no room for error. It's one of those seasons where realistically most, if not all, teams are going to have a bad round. So they've got to just pick up what they can from this one and put it behind them.
Yes, it's a difficult one though. It really is, because if you lose, I think momentum is a big thing, and if you lose a bit of momentum with that, because it's not necessarily in terms of the other teams, but in terms of your team. Because if you come out, you win those couple of races, you have the motivation for the next race, you're going to practice a little bit more, you're going to work on the strategy a little bit more. Whereas if you start having those bad races, that's where it becomes difficult to keep that mindset going over the course of a season, and especially with the length of the season in terms of months, because obviously we only do 1 race every month. 9 races means it's a 9-month season, so there's a lot of time for you to have all those thoughts in between the races. Difficult one for those teams, but I should say they got enough time in terms of races to get back. Blumstein gets another penalty. Check that one off. I doubt anyone's going to be counting by the end of the race how many penalties they got.
Good grief. That's I've lost count now. So unfortunately, it's days going from bad to worse for Visceral Esports at this moment. That's the final one we're hearing, but they are nearly 40 minutes into the race. They'll be pitting soon for fuel, and they're only just finishing serving penalties. Goodness me, Visceral Esports have not had an ideal start to the day. That battle will continue on. Alex Broughtingham still hasn't found his way through yet, but I want to go up to Simfree because they're on the recovery. Patrick Schindler is trying to find his way past the 222 of Roland Toff in the Racing Zone team car. Now this is a new entry in the Hypercar class to Division 1, and they're having a very good start to the season. Admittedly they have no penalties, which obviously helps, but Simfree right behind them, looking for this 4th position. To be in the top 5 though for the 222 is a good start.
Yeah, it really is. And as you say, getting promoted, coming up in towards Division 1 and coming and putting on a good showing, which just shows you if you did start the season in Division 2 or that sort of thing, you do have the opportunities to get work your way up here. Of course, the goal now is to stay there. And the way it works really is using the amount of points that you got every second race. And the bottom 2 will get demoted, top 2 get promoted, is the general rule of thumb. But of course, it depends on if you've got loads of penalties and things like that. You might not work your way up. But yeah, of course, if you do get into Division 1, you want to stay there. And especially, you want to make sure you get to the final race of the season at the 24 Hours of VEC Le Mans. And you want to be competing with the top teams.
You do. Of course, more points available for those 24-hour races. I think it's still 1.5 times points, as we've had in previous seasons. So on board with Patrick Schindler we are now. It's the Simfree car, of course, he's driving the number 4. They were pretty close to the championship in Hypercar last year as they tried to win 3 seasons in a row in 3 different categories, which I don't think has been done before. We've had 3 in a row in the past, but not in 3 different categories. Let's have a look at the start for Simfree, and Michi Hoyer right behind gets into the back of the Simfree car. That's the train reaction, and then further back it's the rest of them who sort of get caught up. So this is the kind of point of contact that starts it all off.
Yeah, so Schindler hasn't even reacted. He's still at 80. So is that Schindler just... I mean, because that was a lot of different in terms of reaction time. So was Schindler just completely not ready? Or was that... But then all the cars behind were going as well. So difficult to see from that angle, but I wonder if that's just Michi going completely too early, or if it's Schindler just not... Yeah, he didn't move. Everyone else around him on the left lane was going as well, so I think he just wasn't prepared for that green flag. Whether that turns into being his fault or not, I don't know exactly how the rules work on that, but he definitely went after everyone else. Well,
in my personal opinion, I don't think that makes it his fault. You know, he's not the one who clattered into the back, and that was Michi Hoyer, unfortunately, who clattered into the back of him. I mean, obviously Hoyer will have been expecting Schindler to go, but even so, he went straight into the back of him, and that's where the chain reaction all caught off. That's when you know, everybody else got caught up behind, and unfortunately it's created this situation now that we've got where the field is very spread out. We've got the top 4 covered by half a minute after 40 minutes in this race. We had a similar gap towards the end of the race at Monza, didn't we, in the opening round? That was 6 hours. We've only had 40 minutes here, so LMP2s will be in soon, by the way. But yes, what a crazy start to the race we have had. Yunus Rabio, by the way, is waiting for us to have a chat, so we might well do in a couple of moments' time. Just want to make sure he's all ready in a moment. But a shame once again for BS Plus competition, or BS Plus Zoom competition, I should say, who are down the only DNFs, remarkably, from this race so far.
Yeah, it's been it was a tricky start, of course, for that BS competition car. They're sitting, you know, okay in the championship. They're still in touching distance of those top positions, but it was a very difficult, first round of the season, and now coming into the third. But I think Yunus is actually here and joined us, which is great to see some of the drivers coming in over the course of the season. But Yunus, of course, once again, having a difficult race. Do you want to explain that from your point of view?
Yeah, man, I don't even know what to say, really. Like, that must have been, like, the messiest race I've ever driven, like, and also from my part, like, I don't know what I was thinking, to be honest, and I expect, like, a heavy penalty for Spa, which is a bit unfortunate, because, like, the pit lane is so long, but, like, it's deserved, to be honest.
And when you went to that left-hand side and you saw that big cloud of smoke, were you expecting a car to be there, or were you kind of hoping at that point?
I was, yeah, I guess I was hoping, like, that there's just some guy avoiding, like, some other guy, and there's not, like, stationary car or anything like that, but yeah, you see what happens. So, but yeah, I don't know, it's a race to forget, but
Yeah, certainly. Well, how does this change your mindset going into the next few rounds? Of course, as you said, potentially a big penalty for the next round. But we're just mentioning it's still a 9-race season. There's still a lot of time to try and get up there in the championship.
Yeah, definitely. But I think we need to change something for like the upcoming races. Like for example, I'm not sure if I'm the right person to start the race because it's not been that pretty, to be honest. Like 2 of the 3 races I've crashed, so yeah, before first corner, so yeah, not really great.
Oh, well, hopefully you have a bit of a better race next time. Thanks for coming to speak to us.
Yeah, thanks.
And yeah, I guess maybe the brake pedal can be used in the future.
Yeah, I just want to I just want to wish my fellow BMW driver Diego a great race. Hope he has a better result than what we did.
Yeah, thanks for speaking to us. We'll see you next time, Eunice. So
unless I get the race done, yeah.
Absolutely. So Ewan, a very difficult start for that team. I think we're going to see it again. Oh, perfectly. Wow, look at the absolute carnage there. It gets worse every time we see this.
Yeah, it does feel like that, doesn't it? Sometimes. There it is. But yeah, thanks very much, Eunice, for chatting to us, and hopefully we'll see you at Spa in 4 weeks or so. But yeah, that's the start of the race, and yeah, it was a difficult one. I'd say it does get worse every time we see it. It feels like, but there we go. I mean, it's good to hear that he's sort of admitted his mistake in that respect. Not sort of defending himself in that situation, just saying I don't know what I was doing either, to be honest. So I mean, fair enough for him to hold his hands up like that.
Well, to be honest, that's what you want. At the end of the day, you want to have the drivers accepting penalties or accepting blame, because one thing I guess that you see, and again, I had my fair share of incidents when I was racing in VC as well, but yeah, sometimes when you got a penalty, you just have to look at it and you just have to accept it. I mean, even if you don't 100% agree with it, or you don't agree with the rule or something like that, yeah, you just got to just take it on the chin and go to the next race and just go absolutely flat out trying to get the best result at the next race. It's a difficult one. Sometimes you have the urge to argue and say, oh, the rule is wrong or the stewards are wrong, etc. But yeah, it's good to see that he's taken his fair share of the blame for that.
Yeah, I was giggling there because when you said you've had your fair share of incidents in VC, I was thinking of the time he smacked into the pit wall. Smacked into the a wall at one of the chicanes on the Mulsanne Straight, just at full speed. That was
2 o'clock in the morning in a 24-hour race. All right, I didn't see the wall.
I didn't see it. Just forgot the chicanes were there. Thought we'd gone back in time, just not using the chicanes anymore.
Fortunately, there's no video evidence of that because the stream never processed on YouTube.
Okay. Well, I'm disappointed about that, I've got to say, but anyway, that's the story. Thankfully, I've not got any VC moments of calamity to share, but not yet, no. But maybe one day. I've certainly got stories of woe in other series, but anyway, we'll leave that for another day. But by the way, if there are any drivers listening on, you want to have a chat, then put yourself in the waiting for interview room, and we can bring you in, have a bit of a chat about how the race is going, especially during some of the longer races. We like to have a bit of a chat with you, see how things are going on, but you're still welcome in during this one as well, even if it is the tied shortest race of the season. We're following Ivanisla, still leading in GT3, and he does have the biggest leading margin of any class leader at the moment. It's been pretty flawless so far from him, from qualifying now to the opening 45 minutes of the race.
And talking of that, Winchick Racing, they are closing down race clutch at the front, and it was 1.4 seconds a lap quicker last time around, as we're starting to see some pit stops, I think, as who is coming into the pit lane? Darius Andre, that is it. The Gold Racing Esports team has come into the pit lane from the lead of the LMP2, so Ferrari, who got past Hypercar, who were second place, they now move up to first, and Hypercar continue their way forward. Look at some damage on the front of that car as well, so definitely all changing the LMP2s as we are coming in, what's that, about 47 minutes into the race.
Yes, Wojtek Polesny, I think, has been off somewhere because he's all of a sudden, or maybe he's just been caught, but no, Liam Rance has got through on him as well. Maybe he's been off somewhere here, Wojtek Polesny, in the Thomas Enger sim racing car, because he's now been caught by the next hard tyre runner. He speculated about what teams are going to be doing here over the course of the race in these categories, and these two are on the hards here, fourth and fifth positions. Wojtek Polesny versus Pim van Ark, but I think Polesny's been off and he's now been caught by Deuces and Arnage, who have continued their battle from before.
Yeah, I think you're right. He had a 6 seconds slower lap last time, so it was very recent, the issues that Polesny was happening. He got into the 2-minute 5 when everyone else is sort of doing 1-minute 59, so definitely something has gone on there. I wonder if that's just a solo mistake or if it is a bit of traffic coming through and being a little bit argy-bargy. Sometimes we do see that as well, of course, but remember, joint championship leaders along with the 91 Blackhawk. 91 Blackhawk are way down, last and 4 laps down in the category, so Polesny needs to be making sure that they're not losing any more points, as it's sort of a free race at this point.
What a remarkable race we have seen so far. GT3 continuing to stay close. Simon Nisler now with an even bigger gap over the rest of the field. Visceral still in second. Diogo Silva driving that car at the moment. In LMP2, Ferrari still leading the way. They've actually gone quite a long way in LMP2 today. Not sure whether Code 80 has played a role in that, but nearly 50 minutes for LMP2 still not to have made a fuel stop is pretty impressive and a bit larger than maybe what we see normally.
Yeah, potentially. It's been definitely a tricky start. Over the course of the race, gaps have spread out more so than you would potentially see otherwise. As just noticing, a couple of LMP2 pit stops coming in. We've got RTR, and then that is Seawolf in the background, so Boda and Lundvall. Oh, that is tricky for Seawolf, just getting a bit of an awkward pit stop there. Not changing tyres, they stayed down on the floor, so it's just gas and go for these teams.
It certainly will be, and it's a bit awkward as well in pit lane, as you can see. Where is Darius Andre going to come out in relation to them is my next question. Where is he at the moment? He should be in front of them, you'd imagine, but let's see. Yes, yes, he is in front of them by quite some way, and that is always going to be the case. So Ferrari and Hyperion continue on again, and still yet to come into the pit lane as of right now. So I wonder whether this will be a concern to Gold Racing Esport, because this is all, of course, aiming for the final stop of the race, where the others may have a shorter fuel stint and a shorter amount of fuel, to put into their cars in relation to Gold Racing Esports, who are, well, first on pit lane out of absolutely everybody.
As they come into the pit lane now. So what we saw there, so that's a couple of laps. So when you stay out longer, what benefits you is that obviously you go longer into the race, but then you actually do an overcut, basically, especially as they're not changing tyres. So the tyres are the exact same, but Gold Racing, they had more fuel for those couple of laps. They had more fuel, so it might actually, in these situations, be quicker to stay out, because you're basically doing quali laps when everyone else is back onto full tank. And he's certainly taking some risk, because he potentially wants to sort of try and undercut there, but I don't know if it's going to work. We'll have to see exactly where these drivers come out the pit lane.
Yeah, you feel like he knows where, or knows that this is an important moment by making that move there. Now, Patrick Strakowski is rolling. Darius Andre is not that far around the final corner, so where is he going to be in relation to the Scuderia Ferrari and Hyperion cars? Timothée Zandanowski will make his way out of pit lane now, and he will be ahead. I think he's going to be ahead here. The Gold Racing car has not come through just yet. It's just in the background there. Into the first corner they go, and it is the overcut from the likes of Timothée Zandanowski and Patrick Strakowski as well to get through. Darius Andre can't quite do it, and he is up to speed though, and will be challenging for what will become the race lead when the Go Team Racing car comes in from the lead in LMP2.
Master strat there by Scuderia Ferrari Esports. They were third place in class just about 15 minutes ago. with a bit of overtaking and then some strategy as well. They've got themselves to the front of the field, and once again they continue on these same tyres as well. So let's see how this one works at the end of this stint. Is it going to be a triple stint, or is it going to be a second stint, and therefore the hards just also doing a double stint? We'll have to certainly find out. But what we are going to see this stint as well is have the mediums dropped off more than the hard tyres. So this might be a tricky one for Andre, but he's certainly got the speed and he's pushing.
He is pushing at the moment and will want to go straight back through again. What a battle we're going to see between these two teams. As we've seen so far this season, they've already had some good fights. Gold Racing Esports second in the standings. Scuderia Ferrari Esports are in fifth. Hyperion, by the way, are in fourth in the standings, and they're up there as well, as we see Go Team Racing into the pit lane. That will allow these two to be the leaders once again, you'd imagine. Don't think Christian Patterson is going to be able to get back in front of these guys again in the number 47, the reigning champions, of course, in the LMP2 category. Now down into the final corner they go. Andonovski in front of Andre. It's a bit of a slow up there as the BMW in front just hopes the exit from Timotis Andonovski. 3 wide in the background as well, with one of the lapped LMP2s getting involved. That's Sim Racing for Holland going down the inside of everybody, and that is going to just stall any progress for Darius Andre. It's actually going to really disadvantage him as the Hypercar just gets plonked in the middle of the leading battle.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation when you get the traffic ruining these battles in some ways. But somehow someone who has lost out quite a bit in that pit stop sequence is that Hyperion car. They've dropped back a good couple of seconds, and that's very crucial because they're not really in this battle. The top two are just doing their thing up towards the front. So definitely an interesting one to lose a couple of seconds there, but there is just a tiny variance. But then also on the actual pit time, then also it depends how well you come into the pit box and if you make a mistake on your in or out lap.
Yeah, it's all key moments in this race at the moment. A lot of LMP2s, a lot of prototypes around at the moment actually in this part of the order. Another Hypercar goes through. That is Burst Esport, of course. They're still 8th in the Hypercar class. They must be close to a lap behind NeebRacing.com now, we've barely seen today, but they're 7th. Turka Hakkinen started that car, and he is still driving it as well, of course. They've not been in for a stop. They did actually come in under the code 80, but they've not been in for a scheduled stop just yet. Everyone slows up a little bit then, and Patrick Sikorski has caught up slightly as well. So this is pretty close now for the lead in LMP2, not only for the front two, but actually the top 3 entirely now. Although Darius Andre is nowhere near close enough to make any moves on Andonovski as we approach the end of the opening hour of this first, or of this 4 hours of Bahrain.
Yes, it's been actually a pretty nice one over the course of this first hour or so. We, of course, still waiting for some pit stops in around to see exactly what this strategy is going to be over the course of the race. 4 hours, not a lot of time to do your strategy, and so far a couple of teams have been doing it right, at least in this LMP2 battles. We are seeing it a little bit further down. There are some very close battles coming in closer as well. We see Luca Martona for Arms. He's getting close to Pedro Ramada up ahead in that battle for what's currently P5 and 6. And just in behind, there's quite a few cars all stacking up, including that Seawolf car that we're seeing in the pit stop. So definitely the battles will continue very nice. And also in the GT3s, they're actually not too spread out themselves. Liam Rance, who we saw overtaking Pinchers, he hasn't really pulled away, but he's certainly now in some further battle because it's actually Pin Van Mark who's got past the pair of them.
He has, yes. Not sure how he's managed that actually, but he's having a real resurgence towards the end of this stint. Even on the hard tyres, I guess maybe that is one of the reasons for it. Liam Rance, oh wow, he was very close to getting tapped around there, was Pin Van Ark. It was one of the LMP2s down his inside. It's one of the odd cyber cars by the looks of that, and he very nearly got tapped into a spin. Liam Rance was trying not to get that, trying not to let that happen. It was going to, whether he liked it or not, as far as the LMP2 was concerned. And thankfully for Pin Van Ark, the contact wasn't that severe because the Porsche stayed rock solid and didn't move anywhere.
Yeah, that was quite fortunate just with where they actually where they made the contact, where the weight was on the cars, because if there was any sort of unbalance or a tap to the front or rear, then one of the cars would be spinning around, and that is not the nicest thing to do. But look at all these cars coming up through these very fast corners in towards turn 12, 13, the top end of the track. So the highest point of the track, but certainly as the race spreads out almost an hour into the race, it's just cars absolutely everywhere on track.
There's still 49 of them out there on the circuit, so it's hard to or easy to understand why. Out through the final corner, a whole line of them here. Lots of prototypes involved, including that battle for the lead which has just gone up the road, and this fight for third in GT3 as well. Jimmy Nisler still leading the way by some distance. Wojciech Polesny are now back to second, and they are getting quite close to the hour as well, as it looks here. Maybe they will be able to make 3 stops. We were speculating earlier whether they will or not. They're getting close to the hour. 57 minutes gone now.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a bit closer, a bit earlier, that we're going to see the pit stops here. So they're obviously stretching it out. And to be fair, the LMP2s actually, they went a bit further than I was expecting. So maybe this track is just quite good for the fuel consumption compared to some of the others potentially. So that is working out quite nicely for some of those teams, at least trying something a little bit more different, a bit different on strategy.
Darius Andre still second, Timothy Andonovski just up in front at the moment, then Patrick Szykovski in the third place of this race in LMP2. Into the final corner they go, approaching the end of the opening hour here in Bahrain, an hour defined by the crash at the start of the race. It was Patrick Schindler not going anywhere, Mitchie Hoyer getting into the back of him, and a chain reaction behind as almost everybody got involved, and it's created the situation we're seeing at the moment. Thankfully, the lead is still close together and having a good fight, but the field has been ruined behind. Thankfully, most of them, with the exception of Yunus Ravio's BS Plus Zoom competition car, have been able to get away cleanly and get back out there onto the circuit again, thankfully. So that is good news. Nearly the end of the opening hour then, Cam, and as I say, it's difficult to describe this race in any other way than saying it was the start of the race that is the defining moment so far.
Yes, 100%, because first of all it took out a lot of people, but then the Code 80 obviously pushed us back a bit in the strategy as well, and overall it just spread out the positions a little bit, so it sort of changed a lot of these battles that would have had 3, 4, 5 cars close together, and instead we're going back to sort of 1-2 car battles. So it's been a really big factor, and to be honest, that was probably the worst VEC start we've had in many years. I remember a crash back at Le Mans when we did it must be like season 9 or 10, back when we did the start on the back straight coming out Techeru. There was a huge crash there, but I think this one was worse. Yeah, 9 or 10 it was. I wouldn't like to guess which, but that was quite large at the start of a 24-hour race as well, rather than just 4 hours here. Not exactly much time to recover from those kind of problems here in this race, but some teams are going to have to just do what they can with this one at the moment. So nearly the end of the opening hour. Still no Hypercar or GT3 pit stops, Cam, just quickly. So I guess we're going with 3 stop races for them, and as you said earlier, 6 stints for the LMP2s as expected. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be that. The Vanwalls as well, they have a huge fuel tank. So yeah, they can definitely go very far into the race. So it looks like it's going to be like that, which is, to be honest, a fairly normal strategy, you would say. So not a lot for the teams to do in terms of that. They just need to make sure they are nailing all these driver stints and not getting into further issues in the race. Well, that is the end of the opening hour then. A big thanks to Cam Roger, who's been alongside me for that. He'll be returning a little bit later on in the race, about half an hour or so. But for now, it will remain myself, Ewan O'Leary. Darragh Thacker will join me for the next half hour of this one for a VEC debut. And what a day to make your debut here this afternoon. Welcome in, Darragh. Good to have you alongside me again. I'm guessing you've been watching the opening hour of this race. I can't promise you it's normally like this. It's an unusual start to this race, I think it's fair to say, but good to have you alongside me as the race is possibly just settling down now that we're an hour into it.
Yeah, afternoon you and afternoon everybody. Yeah, the start was it was an interesting one, wasn't it? Down the main screen. I'm glad we saw a couple of replays of that because it's difficult to unpack exactly what happened there. I mean, yeah, not always the start you see at Bahrain. I mean, we saw a couple of hours ago in the WEC Bahrain. There was an incident at turn 1, but we got that before we even got to the opening corner. But it's been a good opening hour. I mean, we've got a good battle on the screen here in the LMP2s for the lead of the race. So it's been a good opening hour. And looking forward to the next couple of hours, especially in the Hypercars and the GTs, because they are some tight fields at the moment. It'll be interesting to see how they develop.
Yeah, and the pit stops will certainly develop those a little bit further. Thomas Enger Sim Racing actually now to the lead in GT3, by the way, but we'll get to that order after the pit stops have really been made, because it will be confusing for a little while. LMP2 is kind of in a holding pattern at the moment here, and I'm kind of disappointed about that, because so far the racing around here is fantastic. I mean, I know not everybody really likes Bahrain, but I've got to say I think it's a good circuit, good to have it in RF2, and from what we've seen so far as well, the battling that you get around here is very good. It's been pretty dynamic stuff, especially in GT. We've seen quite a few battles there, but in all the classes really, this circuit is just a good one for racing really, and been enjoying it so far, and only its second appearance on the VEC calendar in 16 seasons.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of the classic tailcos, really, isn't it? I mean, you've got the long straights, heavy braking zones, as is his custom. Turn 1, turn 4, good overtaking opportunities, maybe down into turn 11 if you've got the overspeed, like we have here in VEC with the multi-class categories. But, you know, it's one of those tracks where you can go side by side quite a lot of the lap. I mean, even up the hill, turn 12, turn 13, just up to where Darius Andre is going to be now, you can really see some cracking side-by-side racing all the way through, and we are getting some pit stops in those GT classes.
We are a lot of the leaders, if not everyone, into the pit lane from the lead in GT3. Jimmy Nisler has already made his stop. He is down in 8th place now. There he is, and he'll be making his way up the order, although not past Scuderia Leone, who carry on again and will be going on for one more lap now. So they will lead at least one of the laps. Jimmy Nisler should get back to the lead by quite some distance. Further back, or further in front I should say, Adam Pinches is in pit lane. So is Giancarlo Rossi in the Gemelli ERT car. Then we've got Pim van Arkin. Wojciech Bolesny is already making his way out the pit lane, so I'm guessing he hasn't made a tyre change, whereas Jimmy Nisler has. So new leader, Thomas Enger Sim Racing, now to the front, and this is exactly why I love the strategy of VEC and RF2 generally, actually. The fact that you don't change tyres and take on fuel at the same time means that you can have these situations where you've got Wojciech Bolesny leading on older tyres and Jimmy Nisler trying to chase him down on those newer tyres that he's just changed onto.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe there's a bit of a strategy in there. Of course, that field was very tight before that pit stop window. Maybe a bit of clean air to try and push forward a little bit, just to kind of get back into the rhythm. Can be a little bit difficult when you are stuck in dirty F a lap after lap, not really able to make a move. So maybe just looking for some clean air, looking to get some laps in and see how that can help them over the next hour or so. We had a brief yellow there, but all looks fine now. We've also got some hypercars into the pit lane as well. So we are starting to see those pit stops after the end of the first hour, and it is really starting to show us where the strategy is going for particular cars. Yeah,
Tom Lartalou and Martin Mergley have both come in. There is Lartalou, and Martin Mergley just up in front of him in the Winchick Racing car. Assume he had an awkward entry into pit lane there. They've been keeping each other quite honest, actually, so far, those two. It's handed the lead over to Gabo Hevesi now in the number 7 Go Team Racing car. And they are currently 6th in the championship standings. No podiums yet this season, but looking for one today, very possibly, in Hypercar. In LMP2, the leaders have now slipped to 9th and 10th, by the way, overall. Timothej Andonovski still in front of Darius Andre in this battle that has been unmoved over the course of the last 15 minutes or so. Ever since Andonovski got through, Darius Andre has not been able to get back through again, but has the feel of one of these races that is just going to stay close for almost its entirety. There was a slight bit of contact there, though. Gold Racing Esports will slip further back from Scuderia Ferrari Esports just as they were getting close. They make that slight error, and now look at the gap in towards the end of the first sector. Not sure what the actual timing is going to be on that, but it's at least doubled that gap, and they're nowhere near each other anymore.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's jumped up to 1.1 seconds in the end. That's tripled the gap between the top two. But I mean, it was worked out well for the Ferrari esports team, but not so well for that Gold Racing esports team. I mean, Hyperion not too far behind either, so they will be looking to try and capitalise on that loss of time from the drivers in P2. But you know, in the lead of class, got to really just put your foot down, got to try and not worry about what's behind you, especially as the gaps are starting to open up, of course. In this LMP2 class, we've got a little bit of a gap back towards the Ramada Motorsport car as well in P5 in class. So there is that little bit of a cushion, but the gaps are still relatively tight, and you've still got the trains and the GTs as well, but at the front they've gapped out that little bit more. But we've now got the leaders in the Hypercars into the pit lane.
We do, and there's been a change for what will become the net race lead, because Tom Lartelo has been overtaken by Martin Mergley, and there he goes past the 222 of Roland Toft, by the way, who's still yet to pit. But Martin Mergley is a good 8 seconds in front of Tom Lartelo at this stage. That is a surprise. Winchick Racing Team now to the lead and really giving it to Race Clutch at the moment. They're really giving a good run for their money at this stage in the race. So into the final corner goes Martin Mergley at the moment. He will be in the lead here unless there's been a shorter stop from these guys currently in pit lane right now. I wouldn't imagine there is. And no, Mergley will get to the lead now ahead of Lartelo, and then the rest of them will be behind that. Bit of strategy involved here, Darren. We're not entirely sure how many tyres these guys have taken on, but Martin Mergley has certainly taken on less. That's the only thing we do know. We just don't know how many. Certainly taken on less than Tom Lartelo.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be important for these guys to try and work each other out, of course. The two of them, Winchick and Race Clutch, top of the standings, both on 141 points after similar results at Road Atlanta and Monza. But it's going to be, realistically, whoever at this point in time, whoever finishes in front is going to be looking like they're going to be leading the championship, which is an important step to make as we go to the next race at Spa in 4 weeks' time. So that'll be interesting to see. But Mergley trying to get past here. Got a couple of LMP2s to get through, it seems, or might be a couple of Hypercars a lap down. But yes, important for him to get through, as he does get through on these LMP2s inside at turn 11, as you can do when you're a class higher. Of course, very easy to just cruise alongside and then down the inside at turn 11, and then you pretty much owned the corner before you rise up the hill, just single file out a little bit towards the end of the second sector. But yeah, good for Mergley, and we'll have to see how his strategy develops if he takes a couple of tyres further later into the race, and if he can keep this pace up.
It does make sense, by the way, that he's taken on 2 tyres less, according to, well, I was about to say according to our maths, it's really Cam's maths. It makes sense, it adds up. Let's just have a look on what tyres they're on at the moment, because that would maybe help us to understand. Well, no, it hasn't helped us at all. They're all on the soft tyres, so that's not helpful. But at the moment, Martin Mergley is back in front again after taking those 2 tyres. But, you know, has he... The thing we're wondering about is, has Mergley just taken none and Lartelo has taken 2, or has Mergley taken 2 with Lartelo taking 4? I would go for the second one, probably. However, I don't know at this stage. What is clear at the moment is Mergley's being caught pretty quickly. The gap was 8 seconds when he came out. It's already down to 3.4. This is going to be an imminent battle, surely.
Yeah, really closing down there on Mergley, and he's going to have to start looking in his rear mirrors soon, because Lartelo is coming up behind him in that Race Clutch at a relative pace of knots. Roland Toth is not too far behind either in P3, so got to keep an eye out for him, and with Toth as well, cannot forget VEC in 4th, who was just less than half a second behind him at this stage as well. So he's going to have to start coming under pressure. You can see in the back there, Lartelo making his way through those LMP2 cars, and he has now got no drivers between himself and Martin Mergley in the lead of the race and the class, of course. But this is going to be interesting. The next lap and a half or so, where they've got a bit of clear track, whether Tom Lartelo can close that gap and how quickly he can do it, because there is a little bit of a gap for them up in front before they reach any other car for now. So it'll be important for Mergley to defend, but not necessarily easy.
Gabriel Hevesy has got past Roland Toth now and is into 3rd place. So that's a good pass for Go Team Racing. No other particular changes, actually. in the field. Have noted, though, that suddenly Satellite Racing have got 3 cars inside the top 5. They've got Yimi Nisela in second, Liam Rance, Andrew Hollam is in fourth in the 67, and then in the 65, Liam Rance is in the top 5 as well. What a day Satellite Racing are having so far. I guess some of it comes down to them making their way through the opening chaos of the race, but you've got to take your hat off for that. 3 cars inside the top 5 for a team with just 3 cars in the race. It's a great job so far.
Yeah, they've not necessarily had the best start to the season so far, so this is a cracking result if it were to go the way it is at the moment. Of course, a very, very long way to go, 2 hours 49 on the clock. We're only through the first hour, and some of those cars who were caught up in instance can start to recover if they have the pace. But yeah, 2nd, 4th and 5th really going well for them at the moment, and Liam Rance is doing a good job of defending that P5 at this stage of the race from the Arnage competition car just in behind him. But yeah, fantastic stuff for them as they come into the final corner, and you know, they're not too far off P3 at the moment. Of course, about 4 seconds, 3.5 seconds between them. Diogo Silva might start coming under pressure if a little bit of momentum can go with these Satellite Racing cars, but of course they've got a long way to go, and still Liam Rance has to defend it for P5.
Yeah, certainly does. Adam Pinches is the one just behind him there, and that battle will continue on. The gap between the 2 leaders still just 2 seconds now, and that is going to be below 2 seconds, I would guess, at the end of this lap. Let's see, yes, 1.9. Good guess from me on that occasion. By the way, Nick De Silva has just messaged me, as always a reliable source of information at Race Clutch, and thanks to him again. He says that they think Mergley only took rears, which I guess would make sense. It does feel like one of those circuits where traction is very important, and it's a sort of a good idea to, if you're going to do 2, then do the rears, because there are a lot of traction zones out of this corner. I mean, pretty much out of every single corner you're accelerating again. There's not many high-speed corners around here, so rears seem like the logical choice, although I haven't done any research myself.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about it, turn 4 and turn 13 and 15 could probably argue a medium speed, medium to low, but I mean, you look through here where Merkley's coming through 8 and then into 9 and 10. These are heavy braking zone. Ooh, he's just about going to sneak down the inside at turn 9 and into 10. But of course, heavy braking zone. Got to get on the power nice and early from there, and that gap really is starting to close. But they are into some traffic now, as Lartelo is now starting to make his way through. You can just see in the background gets through all 3 of the cars who aren't hypercars. A couple of LMP2s and a couple of GTs in there as well, I think. But Maguli is going to have to find his way through, pick his way through, because there's all 3 classes involved here, and everyone's trying to get past everyone, and it's difficult to pick a way through, especially when you know that you're being bared down on 5/10 more taken out of him in that sector alone. 8/10 so far on this lap, and he really is going to start coming under some pressure soon from Lartelo.
Well, there is the battle between the LMP2 leaders as well. They just go through. Bert Knox is also catching Turka Hakkinen for 6th place in the race. That is another battle developing out there on the circuit. There are so many happening at this stage, and Bert Knox is getting lights flashed at him by one of the armed cyber cars, I think that is again. Clearly not pleased with the way that they were overtaken down in towards turn 9 and 10, and I'm surprised that anyone has even attempted to make overtakes or even make lapping movements at that corner, to be honest, because it's such a tricky downhill turning while braking corner that I wouldn't want to be making a move down there. It's difficult enough when you're single file, but clearly Bert Knox did go for it there, and now he's closed in on Turka Hakkinen. I think this battle is going to happen simultaneously for 6th place as the battle for the lead, as Mergley now sees his gap less than a second. He does put the LMP2 leader, though, between himself and his rival.
Yeah, which can be very important indeed, but we'll have to see if Lartelo will come through into turn 9. I think he will. Outside line will go all the way around the outside. I guess he will, but then he's got a GT there as well. Oh, it's down the inside once again. Oh, comes the LMP2, and that's getting very close together for contact, and they're now going to have to both try and get through on the GT. Going either side. I mean, it's not really grass on the inside there, is it? Off the track, so it's just a bit of tarmac. Just go over that because you're still on the track technically, but you got through, and that's what he needed to do, and that's what he has done. And Lartelo again closing back in. I mean, he'll hope to see the end of these cars, but of course with so many on track, I think you said before, nearing on 50 cars. They just don't stop coming in front of you because there are so many cars on track. A little bit of a gap ahead of these GTs, though. We'll have to see if Ludlow can come through here.
Yeah, well, certainly will. It's not going to happen. It's the GT3s who are going to stall him in his progress, and so it will have to wait another lap by the looks of things. More flashing of the lights there as that battle in GT3 just perks up as well in the background. It's of course the two satellite racing cars, Andrew Holland and Liam Rance, ahead of Adam Pinchas as well in towards turn 1, and well, they're going to continue that battle, I would imagine. Apparently it says that there's a 100-second gap between third and second at the moment. I'm finding that difficult to believe, but it may be the case. Not sure, but oh no, well, it's come down to 70 seconds. I find that difficult to believe as well. There's the there we go, 16 seconds. That seems a lot more reasonable. That was the Visceral car, by the way, that Martin Mergley just got through. That would have very much confused me. But that's also a leading battle that's closing in because of different tyre strategies. Thomas Enger Sim Racing only 1.4 seconds in front of Satellite Racing now, which is a significant shortening of that gap as well. We could have 2-3 simultaneous battles for the lead here if we're not careful.
Absolutely. I mean, we talk about this battle in the Hypercar, but whilst Andonovsky was getting overtaken there by both of the leaders, of course, he is then being closed down by Andre in that Gold Racing Esports car in the LMP2 class, so it is still very close there as well, and we now have, in all three classes, the gap is less than 0.1 seconds. You're looking at 1.0, 1.09 and 0.5 for all of the battles for the lead of class. So it's very exciting now after an hour and 17 of this race. We've got some cracking battles for the lead.
We certainly do. Although this one has taken a little bit longer to develop than I thought it would, I've got to say. Still around a third of the way into this one, by the way. We're not far away from the 1/3 mark of the 4 hours of Bahrain, as Jimmy Nisler now is on the back of Wojciech Polesny. In front of him, of course, is the championship leader. It's Thomas Enger Sim Racing, having finished second and first in the opening 2 races of the season, winning at the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta 1 month ago. They are now under pressure for the lead by the pole sitters of the 4 hours of Bahrain. Nisler right behind. He's not going to do it on this occasion. There's the gap. It's basically nothing. He'll have to follow through, surely, in the middle sector, unless there's going to be a dive down the hill here at turn 8.
Yeah, absolutely, and these guys are very quickly being caught by the leads in the Hypercar, just in a couple of corners behind. So we're going to have to see what happens there. We might see an opportunist move, maybe from Nizila on Polesny, if he can find a way when they're being overtaken. But there you go, 5 cars there, the 2 lead Hypercars, the 2 lead GTs, all through, and there goes the leader in the Hypercars, down the inside and round the outside. Oh my word, into turn 10. Does come Laszlo. Merkley got through very nicely, but Laszlo's got a little bit of work to do on the exit, and he does it with ease on the traction. But meanwhile, Michel is still very close to the back of Polesny, but he's got to be careful because the LMP2 will be coming down the inside, and there he goes. Not cleanly done there, and he will be ahead. That will allow these 2 GTs to continue battling, but Nizila so close at the back. You just feel like he's pushing the Ferrari down, or through turn 12, up the hill, really. We'll have to see if he can make a move soon. Turn 1 might be a good opportunity, of course, with the slipstream down the main straight, but will he go for it sooner than that?
Very close behind on that occasion. You can see in the bottom of your screen the onboard of Yumi Nitsala, and in the main part, the top of your screen, it's the off-board shots of what is going to be a side-by-side battle very soon. Into the final corner they go. That was very close. Now out of the turn they are, and it's Yumi Nitsala who is so close. He's going to be getting a massive slipstream from that Ferrari. The sleek McLaren is decent in a straight line anyway, only getting more assistance now as we fly towards turn 1. Yumi Nitsala's going to be flying in the lead of this race very soon, surely, unless the virtual owned by TX3 Hypercar has anything to do with it. Maybe not. Nitsala goes very deep into the corner. Polesny will do the cutback. He'll be on the outside through turn 2, which gives him the inside at 3. The leading battle in LMP2 is going to come through on this as well. What a race we're seeing so far, as Wojciech Polesny now will have to go through the middle. It's Gold Racing Esports on the very inside, and Polesny will hang on, possibly due to some of that assistance he got from the LMP2 leaders. Absolutely, and it was so close together. I mean, all 4, the top 2 in the LMP2 and the top 2 in the GT, covered by about 0.5 of a second into turn 4 that time around. And through comes more. That's a Hypercar now coming around the outside of turn 8. That could very well
beat the P3 car in Hypercar of Gabba Havesi, the Go team number 7, coming through. But these two still going at it. Nizzula definitely not going to give this one up. He knows he can make that move because he pretty much did it this time around, but he just needs to do it once again to just make it stick this time. You can just see him squirming all over that throttle as they get out of turn 10 and go down towards 11 again. The LMP2 going to cut him off a little bit there as they come down towards 11, but Palesny needs to defend, he feels, as they come now through 11, but he should hang on now.
Yep, he should do, although that's a big dip to the inside on the way through the S's now, round the outside through turn 12 goes Yimi Nizzula, and he's very near into lead. He is on the brakes very, very late indeed, and he goes through, but Palesny sticks to the inside. Nizzula goes wide, and one of the hypercars will go through now as well. Wojciech Palesny may well be back in the lead all over again here on the older tyres, trying to hold back Yimi Nizzula for as long as he can, while Nizzula is supposed to be out front and making time. He's being held up by the Ferrari for Thomas Enga Sim Racing. It's finally the move complete though for Satellite Racing, and through they go into the lead. Will they be able to stay there? Palesny into the slipstream again. He's going to duck to the inside, at least get in the mirrors of Nizzula. That was more to put off the Finnish driver in front of him, I think, rather than make a serious move. A great battle finally comes to an end.
Yeah, what a fantastic move from Nizzula. I didn't think he'd have a chance at the inside of turn 11, well, through turn 12, I should say, and then into turn 13, but he managed to make that move stick, and he went all the way around the outside in doing it as well. Good defence at the final corner and turn 15 as well, but here we go for the lead for the hypercars. Lartelo, a great exit through turn 10. Mergely's got to defend very well in turn 11 to keep this one alive, because Lartelo will have the inside line. Will he stick it down there? Yes, he will, just about the front end of his car, and he will take that position very nicely on the brakes, and he now takes the lead unless Mergely can come back, but I don't think he will. They're just about side by side, but Lartelo chops across the front. And into turn 13 they go. Tom Lartelo into the lead after 1 hour 23 in this race. That's a battle that's been brewing for some laps now, about 20 minutes or so. And finally, Tom Lartelo does take the lead of this race. And he looks like he might be able to keep it because he's got built a nice gap so far back to Mergely.
Yeah, and that gap is only going to extend further for more than half an hour as well. It's going to be a long stint now for the hypercars to get into. Over the straight they go, down the front straight, and yes, through Lartelo goes. That's going to be him holding on to the place as well into turn 1. So both of those battles in both Hypercar and GT3 seem to finally be settled, but what great battles they were. Lartelo just pulls to the inside there just to break the slipstream ever further, but with those two newer tyres, new fronts as well as new rears, as Mergely we think has, it's a good place for Raceguts to be in. They're back into the lead again, and we'll see now whether they can extend the margin to more than 8 seconds, because if they do, then it hasn't worked out for Winchik Racing. If it's closer than 8 seconds, then effectively they have still got closer over the course of the stint, but if not, then they've effectively done something that's lost them time in this race, and I fear for them that maybe it is going to lose them time.
Yeah, absolutely, but we now see Palesny. He's dropped quite a ways back, hasn't he now? 1.7 seconds off the lead of the GT class, so there's not really, that battle is now gone. You could really see that there was a lot more pace underneath Nizzula's car and Satellite Racing over Palesny, because he's got through and he has really disappeared out the front. 1.7 seconds is the gap, but we're still close in the other two categories, particularly in the LMP2s, and we've seen overtakes in both the GTs and in the hypercars, but we have seen the move brewing in the LMP2s for quite some time now, but the Ferrari Esports car, I should say, still does lead out of the Gold Racing Esports as well. But coming through as well, I noticed Amici Hoyer in the number 4 Burst Esports car is starting to come through in the hypercar, recovering. He's got 4 LMP2 cars to come through as well. So he's got a little bit of work to do, but he is starting to come through, so he will overtake those drivers for position in the overall standings. But we'll have to see how he can get through here, as we see Pim Van Ark trying to defend, but we're back up to the lead here in the LMP2s.
Here we are again with the LMP2 leaders. What a great fight we've seen so far in this class between these two, although it has just stalled out over the last few moments. Usually we would have seen the LMP2s in again at this point if we're doing 40-minute stints, but as you can see, we've done 125 minutes of the race now, and only one stop. We will see Gold Racing Esports in first, though, and that will be the obvious moment when the LMP2 pit stop cycle has actually begun, and that will happen over the next 5 minutes, I would imagine. Maybe they'll be able to go even longer, not entirely sure, but a good battle between them, although not so much side by side, at least compared to the GT3 and Hypercar battles, which were fantastic. We haven't really seen much in LMP2 just yet. Maybe at this stage, it's so late in the stint, Darius Andre is just going to wait until after the pit stops and see where everyone is.
Yeah, absolutely. I think interesting calculation there, Ewan, that we've done 125 minutes of the race. We've done 1 hour 25. But,
yes, that's what I meant.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, that is 2 stints, you are right, but yeah, I couldn't let you get away with that one. We do see the LMP2s come through, but here comes one of the hypercars coming through. There's a nice move into turn 11. Difficult to get through up to turn 12 and turn 13. We'll have to see how that one goes through there. But Darius Andre might be trying to capitalise here. If there's a little bit of a wide line through this turn 13, no. I was thinking if the hypercar came through on the Ferrari esports car, then he might be able to have a chance down here at turn 14, but the hypercar stuck back and will presumably go for it here. Yes, he will. Down to the final corner, and then he'll be on his way. But Andre still closing. Usually look back at Turkka Häkkinen, who is very close at the moment to the back of P6 overall, which of course is Bert Knops in the Sim Racing for Holland car. So nice battle for P6 unfolding. They're a little ways behind P5 and a long way ahead of P8. So a little bit of an isolated battle, but a battle all the same.
Yeah, plenty going on in this race up and down the field. But we're watching one of the closer ones in Hypercar at the moment. Turkka Häkkinen has recently been overtaken, though, by Bert Knops, so I wouldn't expect this gap to actually close very much over the course of the next few moments. We have seen Arnage get back into the top 5 again, and I think that's possibly down to is it a pit stop for Satellite, or have they just lost some places? No, they just lost some places in the McLaren, so they're now down to 7th in the race. Yeah, a couple of seconds back from Pim van Ark, who is the next driver up there in the GT3 category. So Adam Pinchas is going to look for 4th place, I guess, on Liam Rance here. Out of the final corner they go at almost the end of another half an hour here. They'll make their way over the line, and Pinchas will look for his way through. It's not going to happen this time around, I wouldn't expect, into turn 1. But this is probably our closest battle on the circuit, as these guys are still a good half an hour away from their next pit stop, about half the way through the stint.
Yeah, I mean, good pace at the moment from Adam Pinchas through this part of the race. Of course, he was in P6, but he's moved past up into P5, I believe. It was one of those satellite racing cars. I think it was Andrew Holland who's dropped back a bit, but he's now onto the back of a second to get up into P4, and he's showing some good pace. They're not too far behind P3 either in class. I think they've gained a little bit to the back of Diogo Silva, but going through a second ago as well was Michael LaRue in the Go Team Racing Hypercar. So he's recovering after the start, presumably, and he is working his way through legitimately on track. We've got a lot of work to be doing. A yellow somewhere in Sector 2, but not affecting these two at the moment as they come through turn 10, a little bit wide from Pinchas, but he will carry on and try and get up to P4.
Trying to see who it is at the moment. I think whoever it is back going again, although I suspect it may have been the Blackhawk number 91 for Mark Veit. Has he gone off? No, he's okay. So it's not him, and it's not anything to worry about, I wouldn't imagine. So that yellow flag clears itself. Everybody's still running fine. Thankfully, after the opening of this race, it has been a little bit cleaner, and it's been a good watch so far. So don't go anywhere. We'll be staying with you, of course, for the remaining 2.5 hours. I won't, though. I apologise for that. I'll be handing back over to Cam Roger right now to take you to the end of the race with rFactor. Yeah, stay tuned. Enjoy the rest of the 4 hours of Bahrain, and welcome back, Cam. We've had a calming in this race, I think it's fair to say, although some good racing finally. Less crashing, more good racing.
Yeah, this is what we want to see. Of course, the hectic crash that we saw at the start of the race really spread things out a little bit. But yes, thanks, Ewan, for your work over the first almost half of the race here, the 4 hours of Bahrain. TX3 absolutely sending it down the inside there, making a bit of contact with Arnage. That is otherwise known as too late by the number 3 machine, as Arnage just lose a little bit of time there in that battle with the satellite car just up ahead. But yeah, Dara, certainly is turning into a nice race as it progresses, and I'm pretty excited with how close it's staying.
Yeah, I can even hear it in your voice how excited you are, Cam. But yeah, it's really good at the moment. I mean, we've got really good tight battles, haven't we? Particularly at the front of LMP2. Through the middle of the GT category, none of those gaps in the top 7 are above 10 seconds at all. So really close between those guys. You're only looking at about half a minute between those top 7 after what we're looking at we're going towards halfway in this race, probably around 2/5 done we are at the moment, but good stuff so far. And the Arnage competition car does look a little bit racy at the moment, but they've still got a little bit of work to do. Dropped off the back a touch the last lap or so, but they are going along nicely, and we've still got that battle at the front of the Hypercars as well. I've just noticed back down to 6/10. It was up to about a second and a half for a couple of laps, but he's close back in now as Maguli, and he will try and get towards the lead once again on Lartelo, just after an hour and a half of running this race.
Yeah, Winchick Racing really proving to be a strong force in this championship so far. As you mentioned, just to reiterate though, these two are joint leaders of the championship after the first 2 races. They've each had a first and a third position so far. Obviously, alternating those in the first 2 races. They are joint leaders with 141 points each. They are 8 points ahead of Burst Esport Next View on 133. Then another 2 points back to the number 2 Simfream Esports. So very close up towards the front of the LMH category. But with Simfream and Burst having slightly more difficult days compared to these two out the front, this is really a battle for who's going to lead the championship going into Spa.
Absolutely, and it's always nice to lead the championship, even if it doesn't really count for much, is the word I'm looking for, this early in the season. Of course, we've got 9 races. This is only going to be the 1/3 distance in the season at the end of this race. But of course, you want to have a championship lead. Who doesn't want to have a championship lead? Because it can really help push you forward for the next few races as well. We've got a couple of pit stops in the LMP2s, particularly from, I think, interestingly enough, from the driver who was second in class there before. So I think it was on the Gold Racing, the Gold Racing Esports cars coming to the pit lane, maybe looking for an undercut possibly on the Scuderia Ferrari Esports car, but that'll be something to watch out for. But they will drop down the order quite considerably.
As we've seen for the first time, the tyres go up. It was consistent tyres in that first stint, and they are changing all 4. So the left sides go up on the jacks now. So it looks like it is going to be double stinting. And with 6 stints over the course of the race, that is going to be 3 double stinting tyres for those drivers. As that leaves up towards the front, Timo Andonovski for Scuderia Ferrari leading the way. And now, of course, a few seconds back to the Hyperion car. And they now have, that is Michi Hoyer going in. So this is for the overall position. Michi Hoyer will finally get ahead of all of the LMP2s an hour and a half after he got involved in that first the first sort of corner incident. That is one of the Netrex cars going very, very slowly. They've obviously had some issues at turn 11.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not ideal. But Michi Hoyer, I mentioned it a couple of about 20 minutes ago or so now that he was starting to work his way through, but he's nearly got through all of the LMP2 cars. He'll be very pleased with himself when he does, because he can then focus on the hypercars in front of him, which is, of course, who is racing. But it's interesting here, with this Hyperion Esports car in P2 in class, of course, only 3 seconds off the lead, but he was 3rd, wasn't he? Before the pit stop from the Gold Racing Esports car. So the top 3 before the pit stop was very, very close together. We'll have to see how that shakes out when both the Ferrari and the Hyperion Esports car come into the pit lane. We'll have to see if they can make inroads. But Andonovski here at the moment, just behind some GT cars, got to get through quickly. He knows he's got to, can't afford to lose too much time whilst Gold Racing Esports have come into the pit lane, but he'll be thinking about his own strategy as through comes, I believe that was the man who just unlapped himself, overtaking the position, Michi Hoyer, who will hope to be lapping that Ferrari car the next time he comes around in the season.
Absolutely. So that's Michi Hoyer back into order in terms of the overall positions, but a little bit further down, a lap down from the leaders in LMP2, but this is a big battle for themselves. Ramada with Seawolf up behind them. They've been closing in very slowly, have Seawolf, but gradually, and now they are there, getting a decent exit out of turn 4, going to try and get the Caspian GT in towards turn 5. Not enough space there for Seawolf, and they're going to have to try and do the flip-flop. Oh, they're going to be just squeezed out there coming through turn 6 and in towards the hairpin. They lose a few car lengths in their battle as RTR. Zoltan Boda in the pit lane as the LMP2 pit stops continue.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't know if Lundvall was going to hit the back of the GT car there. Got very close through turn 7, but as it is carrying on, we've got Ramada Motorsport still up in P7. They have got quite a gap, though, to Goldie Sport, and of course they have pit as well as RTR into the pit lane. So there's a bit of a gap between the top echelon of drivers in this LMP2 class and the rest, well, team, I should say, through this stage of the race. But yeah, Seawolf Next Race really hoping to make the move if they can, but of course got 9 seconds in that sector due to being stuck behind a couple of GTs in places that you wouldn't really want to through turn 12, and of course, as we saw through turn 6, he will, I'm sure, try and claim that time back to get back towards P7, but yeah, I mean, interesting to see where the pit stops will shake out. As I thought we're going to go in there for a second, but no, he's just overtaken the GT car.
As I was going to take a quick look back at the GTs because leader Jimmy Nisler now has a that is the wrong table to be showing. As Jimmy Nisler has a pretty big lead now in the GT3 categories. Of course, he got past Wojtek Polesny for Thomas Enger Sim Racing, and it's now gone up to 8 seconds already. Just showing you the difference of those new and old tyres. And of course, it's not just new and old tyres, but it's a difference in compound as well. Polesny on those hard tyres, trying to make the double stints work. But so far, he's just going a little bit more backwards. And they still have 20-odd minutes of this stint. So if he goes and drops back another 10-odd seconds, then I think he probably should switch to the single stint strategies.
Yeah, absolutely. But Polesny, I think, yeah, he'll be trying to work out what to do at the moment. Of course, drops so much time to the back of that Satellite Racing car, and Best Release Sports aren't that far behind either, but Satellite Racing, the first car of the 3, really has shown a great deal of pace in this stint. Best Release Sports has fallen back to the leader, even if it has closed a little bit to this Thomas Eng Sim Racing car of Wojtek Polesny, so it has gapped out a bit, hasn't it, in the GTs? Arnage still close behind the second Satellite Racing car, but not quite close enough to make a move just yet. But yeah, after a period of quite intense battling, about half an hour or so, it seems to have simmered down a little bit before we wait for these second stops. And there we go, Scuderia Ferrari Esports and Hyperion Esports, the top 2, or 2 of the top 3 before the pit stops in that LMP2 class are now in.
Yes, as they certainly continue their sort of overcut strategy, let's say, compared to Gold Racing, I should say, getting ever further ahead, a few laps now, and we saw the overcut work last time around, and Ferrari do change tyres, so even though they're on the hard tyres, they continue to do a double stint the same way that Gold Racing are doing doubles on the mediums, which is interesting, to do the same amount of stints just on different tyres. So Ferrari hoping that the hard tyres just keep that second stint that little bit faster. And it certainly seems to be working out well for them, as once again, Go Team Racing, they retake the lead in class after going even longer than their rivals around them. But yeah, the number 26, who we got Thomas Imberg in that car at the moment, coming around the final couple of corners, and Timo Andonovski will be hoping that his pit stop gets done quick enough that he can pull away still in the lead. Yeah,
of course, pit stops in endurance race feel like years, don't they? Of course, take much longer than other single-seater racing competitions. But yeah, these guys just praying that this pit stop ends. They know how long it's going to be, but they just want it to be shorter than it already is. But Alex Siebel now in this Ferrari car will come out, looks like in P2, P3 now. Thomas Imborg in that Gold Racing Sports car, he's taken over, and he will take, I believe, and probably be the net class lead here from Scuderia Ferrari, and they've done a nice job. They've gained a nice gap as well. A couple of seconds. Hyperion as well are in there, so the top 3 not too far apart at the moment, but we'll have to see how this develops and see if Ferrari can reclaim some of that time that they've lost.
Yeah, Hyperion gained a couple, well, yeah, I'm not sure a couple of seconds, right, but maybe a second or so, and Ferrari have lost out a little bit. So I think this gap might be the fact that Ferrari just lost ever so slight, maybe another second or so in that battle. But either way, as you say, Gold Racing, they've got over 3 seconds on the pair of them. This battle for the podium in the LMP2s is hotting up rather nicely indeed as Go Team Racing doing their slightly longer strategy. They come into their pit box as well. And we are at 2 hours 20 in the race. We mentioned how 40-minute stints would be 2 hours. So another 20 minutes on top divided by that, let's call it 7 minutes of stint. So if you can get 47, you might actually be able to go and save a pit stop compared to what I was saying with the stints being a bit longer. If you can get that 47 mark from here to the end, 3 stints, that might be worth doing for some teams, and maybe that is something that we are going to see and be seeing some of the teams do. As there's, as you say, Alex Siebel coming out of the final corner, trying to get up to speed in that Ferrari.
Yeah, he needs to do it quickly because, of course, he's going to come under a bit of pressure from the Iberian Esports driver. You can see him just in behind, not far away, stalking him a little bit as they go down the front straight. But through goes one of the hypercars as Ferrari Esports of Alex Siebel does now try. He's got to adjust quickly, of course, just jumped in that car. But he's got to get up to speed very quickly indeed because he is in that battle for the lead. Hyperion gained a little bit more on that lap as well. And they can't afford to let Gold Racing Esports go too far up the road here because that could be really damaging for their race. But of course, they do have a car that's been in the pit lane a couple of laps afterwards, so that is a possibility for them to try and reclaim some time. But it will be difficult, and they've got to keep an eye on it. But I've also noticed battle for the front of the hypercars is back to 1 second again. It keeps fluctuating around, but it is back to 1 second, and Race Clutch really haven't been able to get too far away. I mean, both these drivers have gained on Go Team. They're still really close together. Yeah,
but that is just proving the fact that they are P1 and 2 in the championship and they're having a close fight. And I'm actually loving this, to be honest. I thought Race Clutch, to be fair, this season, I thought they were going to come into it and be a bit more of a dominant force. It's kind of like they were over the course on average last season as well. But the likes of Simfream and Burst not having the best start to the season that they would have wanted. But Winchick, they've been the ones to come out and really challenge. And Race Clutch, they're not letting Race Clutch have any sort of easy victory so far. Winchick really starting the season strong. Of course, they got a good sort of driver lineup in that car as well. We saw Rick Van Erle have a really strong showing alongside Martin Mergley in that car so far. So I think this is going to work out really well. On the outside, those are 3 classes. Bit of contact on the Iris LMP2 with the Blackhawk GT. Well, the on-off racing LMP2 just in behind. Flash of the headlights there. Is that got a little bit awkward?
Yeah, very close together, isn't it, between these guys? Someone going a little bit wide through turn 9 and take this behind here. But yeah, I mean, McGurley is through. That is the main thing. He is... He's got through that cacophony of cars back there as they are all working their way up towards turn 11 once again. I mean, we're nearing halfway in this race, and it's the point in the race where you really don't want to be making many mistakes because the later you go, of course, if you make a mistake, the more difficult it is to regain any of that time or any of those positions. So, especially as we go towards the second pit stop for the hypercars, they are going to be very keen on keeping it on the straight and narrow, not coming into any contact where they don't need to, especially with the LMP2s or the GTs. We see an LMP2 going through there on the GT car, but Martin Maguli, he can see the Race Clutch in front of him. It's got a long way further in front of him than it was about a couple of minutes ago, but it's still there. It's still within reach, and they've still got a nice gap to Go Team just to keep getting the laps in, because consistency at this point is going to be what is needed for Maguli on the back of Race Clutch.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The consistency is the biggest factor in endurance racing. I guess it kind of states the obvious, because that's the whole point of endurance racing, is that you're making the race so long that you're trying to add in the potential for mistakes to be made. But I don't care if you have a second driver who's 3/10 off the pace. But if he's 3/10 off the pace every single lap, that's much better than someone who's a 10th off the pace, but then half spins every lap and then loses half a second here, half a second there, second there, 5 seconds there with that spin. That's how you lose time in endurance racing. It's about staying out of the pit lane and keeping your car moving in a straight line. So it's certainly a bit more of a tricky one with what we're trying here as well. We've got the tyre strategies, and you can change single axles as well, and even individual tyres. So that's what we're seeing here. So Winchick only changed 2 tyres, Race Clutch changing 4. But I'd say Mergley's doing a really good job, considering we do believe he's got old front tyres on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think assistant driver, I can think of under that category. It'd be very good in these endurance cars, because many race where you've flown through the field, isn't there? So I'd love to see how you would do in one of these VEC races. But as it is, we're watching, and Maguli is trying to deal with those older tyres on the front of his car, and he looks like he's dealing with them pretty well. I mean, he's lost the time, but he's only really lost the time when he's been stuck in a bit of traffic with, I don't want to say back markers, because they're not back markers, but you get what I'm trying to say. Because he has been gaining time generally. I mean, you look there, 2.9 seconds, he's gained that little bit more in that final sector and on that lap as a whole. So, you know, he has dealt with the traffic generally very well indeed, because Race Clutch have lost the time when they've been going through the traffic. I mean, last lap, a couple laps ago, was a bit of an anomaly with Winchick losing the time, but he's been very good, Maguli, in getting through. And that's why they're only 3 seconds off, and I think it'll pay dividends for them later in the race if they can make the strategy work later on.
And the gaps have stayed pretty stable at the front of the LMP2 as well. So we're looking at near 3-second gaps at the front of the LMH and the LMP2. Siebel's got in that car and is doing some decent lap times actually. But Thomas Imborg, who got in the gold racing esports car, is also doing some good lap times. And one potential issue might come up for Siebel, that he's got that Iris car just ahead of him. That is not for position, and that car is going to be a lap down. So that hopefully will get out of the way in terms of blue flags, but you never know exactly with these with these things. But so I think it's a difficult situation, Dara, isn't it, as a driver, jumping in for the likes of Thomas Imborg and Alex Siebel as well for the pair of them. They're jumping in, and even Thomas Vac for Hyperion in behind. The top 3, they jump in to a podium battle, and they've just got to get up to speed straight away.
Yeah, so important to adjust immediately and just get the laps in from the get-go. Of course, much different prospect to joining about a third of the way through the race to starting the race, of course, especially with the shenanigans, I think we can say, that happened down the main straight, which caught so many drivers off guard and led to so many drivers having to struggle their way to the final 3 hours 50 or so of the race. But Alex Siebel, he's jumped in the car and he's in a battle. Of course, he's not, wall-to-wall cars, but of course, he's a couple of seconds behind. He's got to get that time as quickly as he can, just make sure he doesn't lose any time. Because, if anything, there's nothing worse than letting your teammates down in terms of pace. If there's a 3-man team, you don't want to be the one that the other two are like, well, if he had a bit more pace, he might have got a little bit higher. So you always want to perform to your max. Very wide there, just in front. Is that the gold racing squad? No, it's not. They're very much gold. You can very much tell who they are as they come in towards the final corner. And Siebel will see that bit of a mistake, and he will be thinking that he needs to get by as quickly as he can.
Yes, certainly. It's not ideal to be held up in these situations. Let's see what the lap times are as they come across the line. Yeah, Siebel a 1/10 of a second quicker on the previous lap, despite obviously there's cars in the way and stuff like that, overtaking one of the McLarens in towards turn 1. But these gaps are obviously going to ebb and flow, and we'll have to just try and keep up with that best we can. But there are battles continuing further down the field. This is one we've been following for quite a while. It's now for the podium in GTs. We've got Liam Runts for the Satellite team, and then Adam Pinchers for Arnage. And they've had a really good battle over the course of the first couple of hours of this race. But at one point I thought Pinchers was going to drop behind, but he's really kept up with Liam.
Yeah, he has. He's done a very good job at the moment. He again, like I said, he's worked his way through the field that little bit, and he is right on the back for the podium in GT. I actually thinking about it now, P1 in GT, of course, the first of those satellite racing. Jimmy Nisler really has pulled a gap, isn't he? 13.6 seconds now he's pulled, and whereas there was no 10+ second gap between the top 8 in the GTs, he's now pulled the biggest gap between any of the cars in the top 8 to lead the race. He's doing an incredible job. The Pinchers will very much want to get through on Liam Rance in the second satellite racing car, because being up in P3 gives you that little bit of a boost as well. And you can just look up a little bit further to P2 man Pelezhny, who, you know, hasn't had the pace necessarily in this stage of the race because he has fallen a long way back from the leader. But of course, when the pit stops arrive, you'd think in about 10 minutes time or so, 10-15 minutes, then we will see who comes out with the best race car.
Absolutely, and we've got another driver for interview, and this is the driver of Tobias Blumschein, who of course is driving in the 46 Visceral car. Unfortunately, had some issues already at the start of the race, and that has continued on. They are now 5 laps down on the overall leaders, 4 laps down, I believe, in class. So definitely a difficult start. And I guess Tobias, first of all, welcome to the commentary booth. And second of all, how did that sort of first lap or first couple of corners really go for you? Because we heard you had some issues of your own.
Okay, it's going to be a little bit explaining. It's going to sound a bit silly. On the formation lap, my button bindings are a bit. I have to look at that again, but basically I accidentally pressed 2 buttons, which put my wheel into the mode which switches it to Xbox, which I obviously didn't want to do, and it then had to steer to neutral. And then when I switched it back to the PC mode, I had no force feedback. So the safest thing to do was to basically just sit off the track at the start and just let everyone through, and then go to the pit lane, which luckily avoided any damage to us. But yeah, because of that, we lost a bit of time at the beginning, and then we obviously had all the penalties from the last race, where we had those that one big incident which cost us massively for this race.
Yeah, it's a shame for having some issues there.
Yeah.
How do you think that's affected your race? Obviously, your lap's down now, but what did you really think you could get out of this race? Were you pretty well prepared, would you think?
Well, I think compared to us preparing for Monza and Road Atlanta, we were much less prepared, because we just knew from the outset that not much was going to be achieved this race. I mean, the field is so close this season that that if you have a penalty, it's very tough to come back from that, unless you're one of the quick guys at the front, which we're close to, but not there yet. We're getting better though. So we always knew from the outset that this was going to be a race where we're basically going to try and stay as clean as possible for Spa, because it's a track that I think myself and my teammates quite like. So we think we can get a much better result here. So it's basically been a sacrificial race in a way.
Yeah, and for the second half of this race, I assume, are you going to try and get to the end? It's going to be a difficult one in terms of points and whatnot, but how are you feeling for the next 2 hours?
Well, we're pretty relaxed. I mean, Christian's going to go to the end now. He's just going to drive as best as he can. He's been quick. It's his first race in the season, so it's basically him getting warm and stay as clean as possible. I mean, there's not much we can achieve, to be honest. I mean, we've jokingly given ourselves the goal of getting going past all GT3 cars, because that seems like a semi-realistic thing to happen. So yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice goal. You've got still a couple laps to catch up to.
Yeah,
to this
staying as positive as we can. You know, we've had a rough race. I felt really bad for the issues we had, because I hope I didn't ruin the undercover Rygen's race. I'm going to go apologize to them after this, because I feel really bad, but it's nothing I could have done. I didn't know that would happen, so we it's annoying, but it's unfortunately to say for us, it's the best race that could have happened at, to be honest. So yeah.
Yeah, well, commiserations for this race,
Yeah.
and maybe we'll speak to you at Spa in sort of 4 or 5 weeks' time. And yeah, good luck and enjoy your preparations.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good one.
Cheers, Tobias. Tobias Blumschein from the 46 Visceral cars you see on your screen now. Unfortunately, about 5 laps down, so really, not having the day that they would have wanted in the LMP2 category. They are last in that category. They have this car next, the RO Sim Sport car, but unfortunately they are sort of over a lap ahead or so a little way up for those guys in the Visceral team. But yeah, Dara, that's certainly a difficult one, having some sort of hardware issues, some binding issues, maybe just some procedural and things to sort out to try and fail safe those for the next race.
Yeah, it's always the worst, isn't it? The worst incidents are the ones that you can't really avoid, and it's stuff that should work but doesn't. That's why everyone hates technology, isn't it? Because you turn it on, could work, and then realise it's not working. But a bit too late if you're going down the first straight to try and fix anything at all. But yeah, I mean, it's not looking good for them. I think I've just realised they've got 12 more GTs, make that 11 more GTs to get through before they are then ahead. But I mean, the next car in front of the LMP2s, the RFRO SimSport, is itself not quite ahead of Jimmy Nizila at the top of the GT3 class. So, neither of those cars going particularly well, but Mr. Esports, Christian Pasquale, he will try his best. I'm sure it's Pinterest down the inside. I don't think that's full position. Is it? No, I don't think it is, no. But he's still in P4, but he's got through one of the GT cars. One of the more back markers in that category, because that's going to be a lap down now. But good stuff from Pinterest. He's still on the back, but this is the closest battle, it seems, in the top 8 of any of the categories. As we have a yellow briefly in Sector 2, but that clears very quickly.
Yeah, I think, who is that? It's a P14. I think it was the 42 Arms Cyber. Just had a little bit of an off track coming in towards the sort of double hairpin of 9 and 10. But it seems to be that he got back going, didn't really lose too much time from that one, but just showing you how some incidents are ever present. And just literally in front of them up the road, we've been seeing a fairly close battle between the 294 machine. This is Bluegill Esports, and then just literally ahead of them, also in a Ferrari, is Scuderia. But I think Ruben has made that position and is now starting to pull away a little bit. So definitely some battles continue up and down the field as we get very close to the halfway marker in the 4 hours of Bahrain here for the third round of the season, and it's certainly been a nice one so far. Of course, some of the gaps have spread out a little bit, but what we are seeing is some of these battles remaining very close, considering the circumstances. Simfreen trying to make it through there, trying to get past the on-off racing car, of course, putting a lap on them, but just getting a bit chaotic there into the first sector.
Yeah, you get these pinch points, don't you? Particularly around a track like Bahrain, turn 1, turn 10, and really the final corner as well. You get big pinch points in towards those corners, and we just saw it there between the GTs and the LMP2s as well, as they all come through now down the hill through 6, through 7. It's a great sector of racetrack from turn 4 down to turn 8. Such a nice flowing bit. If you get it right, if you get it a little bit wrong, it can feel absolutely horrific. But the Scuderia Leone car going well in P10 at the moment. Just over a minute off the leader in the class, but 6 seconds off P9, so not too far back. And they will continue to try and push forward, but of course got to be careful of that Blaugel Esports. I really hope I haven't butchered that name, but the car in P11 just behind, because they are really quite close to the back.
Yes, not the the easiest name to say, but they are actually continuing to stay close. So I was saying how Alves there was maybe just starting to pull away, but actually I don't think it's going to be too easy, as that car is looking very nice indeed so far. And I want to actually go back and double check to see if this was one of the cars, because it's obviously a 200 number, which means they might be one of the cars that was promoted after the previous race. And yes, it was. Yep, this is one of the cars to be promoted. So congrats for them for obviously doing a good job in Division 2. And they've earned themselves the place in Division 1, now trying to get up inside the top 10, but they go massively to the inside, and they come in the pit lane to stop that battle.
Absolutely, and this is where we're going to start seeing these GT and Hypercar pit stops, isn't it, really? We saw them around just after an hour in this race, and we're just approaching the 2 hour mark, halfway mark in this race, as there's Jan Venninger, dearie me, for the Understeer United car. Very nice looking car, I have to say. That is my favourite ones I've seen so far. But that's a tangent, because we'll go back to Pelagini at the front. But he's dropped 17 seconds now to the front. That is a massive gap.
I need to try and scroll back in the stream or something to see exactly what that gap was before the pit stop, because I know Nisula had a pretty decent gap, but I want to know, was it worth it? Because obviously a tyre change, 4 tyres is 37 seconds, so he hasn't lost a complete pit stop time to Saslite, but obviously Saslite already had a lead. So I wonder if it's going to be worth it, or if they might as well swap to single stint tyres. We'll have to see when this next pit stop comes around fairly shortly for these drivers, if they're going to swap that and try and follow in. We've got a couple of more drivers in the background coming in. Is that Liam Rance? I think it is. Yes, it is. For Satellite coming into the pit lane. So Adam Pinches stays out in that battle for the podium and goes for the overcut.
Absolutely, and we'll have to see how that one works out. But just notice that bonnet. Doesn't look too nice, is it?
It's crunched.
Yeah, I've only just realised that. I don't know how, but yeah, that is not a nice looking bonnet on that Arnage competition car. You wouldn't let that leave your driveway. Yeah, that's how it looks right now. Liam Rance in the pit lane there with one of the Satellite Racings, of course, the one who picked from P3 in this race, and he is dropping down the order. We can see pit stops so far taking about 25 seconds up to now as he sits in the pit lane in his McLaren. But yeah, I think this pit stop phase will be really important, because about halfway through the race, if you can set yourself up with one more pit stop to go in a very good position, you can just be a little bit more calm, get that consistency that you need towards the end of the race. And I mean, the likes at the front of Lartelo, who's pulled now a 6-second gap to Mergeli, he will be feeling a little bit more comfortable, and I'll hope to keep that gap relatively stable through the end of the second pit window. Was Rigo in the on-off racing car in P13. He's trying to find his way through into turn 8, but it's so tight through here. This is another one of those pinch points on this Bahrain International Circuit, which is going to have to wait. We'll get past this GT towards turn 9.
There's Giancarlo Rossi in his 69 machine trying to obviously get past there into the hairpin, but then in turn they have the burst Hypercar come in between them. This on-off car, very good. I'm trying to remember if it was this race last year. I'm pretty sure they got a podium, and I think it might be in this race last year where they got that podium. There was a huge battle in the LMP2s last year. There's about 5-6 cars fighting for the lead in that one. Unfortunately, it did spread out because there was some penalties and stuff over the course of the race, and like speeding penalties and stuff. But I'm pretty sure it might be in this race. On-off racing, they are a top team. Just unfortunately, I think they got caught up in that opening lap carnage that we saw, and they're getting very close here for P13. But some pit stops starting to happen once more. Adam Pinches, Jimmy Nisila, I should say, is coming into the pit lane from the lead of the GT3 category. I'm also seeing Turkka Hakkinen come in from your Hypercar. So definitely pit stop time here as we're into the second half of this race. There's one of the ARMS cars getting out of the way, not giving any more slipstream to Visceral. We're going to have to try and hold on to this one. Rigo goes to the inside. Is he going to be able to get it under the brakes? I think he should just about do so. No, he's going to have to fight it round the outside now. He's going to be in towards turn 2, then the kink at turn 3. Always bit of contact there. Contact is made. Rigo goes through. Flash of the headlights from Visceral, but Rigo definitely sort of kept it on the track there. Just very awkward lines converging there on the apex of turn 3.
Yeah, turn 3, one of those corners where it can be quite difficult to run through. Of course, that exit curb you can use, of course, but go a little bit too far, and you are really going to find yourself going over the bumps. But we will look back at this Visceral Esports car. Daniele Brambilla to the inside of turn 8 now on the GT car, gets through very nicely indeed, and he will try and be on his way once again in P13. I mean, Visceral Esports in general not having a great day, are they? P13 for this car, and the other one was in P20 before. I presume it is still there. Yes, it is. But with the pit stops with the GTs, there's only now 4 GT cars in front overall, so working his way through. It's getting a little bit better, but they're still not out of the proverbial woods yet. But into the pit lane I see. Is that Mergeli? I think it is.
Certainly is. And stopping this time, he's changing some tyres once more. The right-hand side of the jacks are going up. And as ever, it's 2 tyres at a time. They do swap and go to the left-hand side. So does that mean this time it's going to be 4 tyres? I guess you would expect so. Because definitely those front tyres will need to be changed, as they did 2 stints. And if they change the rears every stint, then it makes sense they go to 4 this time around. So, assuming that race clutch stay the same, the pit stop times are going to be equal as we're getting a lot of other drivers coming. All of the top drivers in GTs. We've got Pinches, we've got Van Ark coming in, Brotigam, and also Vojta Pelezny as well. So definitely pit stop time there for the GTs. They've gone past half distance, so it should be about an hour a stint or so. So there shouldn't be any splash and dashes for these drivers.
No, yeah, I think we're looking at the top and then one more for these. Pretty much the entire top group in the GTs are all in the pit lane. But we'll have to see what happens here with Race Clutch. Tom Lartelo, of course, just seen a pit stop from their competitors of Mergely, and he will come in this time around. Makes sense, they've got the gap, might as well come in while you can, and Lartelo will see out the end of this stint in the pit lane and in the lead.
Certainly will. Shaba Kish has got in the cockpit, whichever way you want to put it, of the Winchick Racing team. And look how long the pit stop is. They're just leaving as Latu is there. So it's almost a lap you lose, which is pretty incredible. And that is why you don't want to do any sort of splash and dash or something. And that is why we've seen these drivers make sure they go past the hour. So it's going to be 4-hour stints, basically. As Sedlacek gets a speeding penalty. That is the 70 of Thomas Eng. So from a strong second place, either Sedlacek, as he's just got in that car, on the exit, or maybe Peleshny slowing down on pit entry. Either one of them, they've sped in the pit lane, and they're going to have to come back in, I would assume, for a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, that is the worst possible start to a stint you can have. I mean, Sedlacek will not be pleased, especially if it wasn't even his mistake, but he's going to have to pay the price. Henry Sink now in this, Cynic, I should say, in the satellite racing car. He's going to try and work his way through, but he's got a few LMP2s behind him, all clamouring to get through, as they surely a couple of them will down this track. I think there's a virtual drivers by TX3 in there as well, in the Hypercar, if I'm not heavily mistaken, which I very well could be, but inside line there into turn 11. But this is interesting. Where's the Race Clutch going to come out in all of this? Still in the pit lane, of course, Tom Lartelo, and will be handing the car over, I would have thought. But he's going to be trying to come out in a nice position. Luigi Rosso in P4 in class. He's got some work to do, not fighting the drivers around in 4th position. They are looking like a lap down or so, but he's in P4 and they won't want to get caught up in any other collision with the Valle Corsa of Stavros Mouzidis.
Yeah, this difficult place for Mouzidis. I think it was actually last race we saw this as well. The Valle car goes a lap down, and the issue is, if he overtakes the Go Team car, he's just going to get blue flags. Because obviously they're both pretty fast drivers, or actually is, I say that, he goes down the inside in towards turn 1. The issue is now he's got blue flags. So if he doesn't pull away within the next few corners, he's going to get blue flags. He's going to have to let the Go Team Racing car back past, or potentially get a penalty. So it's a very difficult situation to be when you're a lap down in class, because the blue flag rules are valid in your own class. So yeah, going a lap down is very, very difficult indeed. As the other Go Team, not the LMP2, but the Hypercar is in. Hevesi is still at the wheel of that one. And who else did I see? Oh yeah, Jake Dennehan has got into the Race Clutch car. And if any of you follow other sort of championships and whatnot on rFactor 2, you'll know that Jake Dennehan, normally the Netrex sort of group and an organisation, they've got a couple of LMP2s in this race, but in this championship he has had a bit of a loaning situation. He's been loaned out to Race Clutch to show his talents. He had a bit of a tricky one last time out, not the nicest start, his first showing of the season, but now his second race. Let's see if he can continue the fast speed that we've seen over the last year or so for him.
Yeah, and Jake Dennehan, a name I very much recognise in this race, and he's got a 5-second gap over their competitor in this race. Of course, that's the Winchick racing car, of course. And he said he looked at the timing page and said sim racing for Holland, but realised they haven't quite come into the pit lane yet. But no, they are currently P3 and P4, waiting for a couple of pit stops from the top two, and they will take the lead and second in the class, and of course overall in that Hypercars. Now it's Roland Schucks in that Go Team Racing car. He's going to have to take it home. 2 hours to go for him to bring that Go Team Racing into as high a position as they can, as Mouzidis might be handing over the car himself in the LMP2. And then Ruben Correa Alves as well in the pit lane, as we've got a lot of action on the pit lane at the moment, because of course this is a bit of a convergence of all of the pit stops for all 3 classes, isn't it?
Yeah, this is busy time. Yeah, you're right. Every 2 hours, we get all 3 classes basically pitting at about the same time, with just how the strategies work out. Of course, both GTs and Hypercars go roughly an hour, and then, as we're saying, the LMP2 sort of pit on the hour every second hour, which is what we are at. We're just over 2 hours into this race. More pit stoppers coming in. We've got Schindler for Simfrey. Then we've got Michi Hoyer just coming in side by side as we have the sort of 2 rows, because there's so many cars. We have 2 rows of pit boxes. Got to make sure you've got to find your own one. Difficult day for Burst, still down there in 8th place after their issues a little bit earlier on that first lap. As one of the other Satellite really getting involved in multiple things today, but Amaya, who's got in that car, has just lost that place to Demikran in the Caspian GT car.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I think Sudlacek is in the pit lane now. I think he's serving that penalty, and he's really dropping down the order now.
Stop go!
Yeah, stop go. So they were in P2, weren't they, in class? But I noticed he was in pit lane. He's just falling down the order. It's an absolute catastrophe for them. But meanwhile, the second place driver who's done 2 pit stops is Adam Pinches in the unarmed competition. So they've found their way further up. I remember them being in P7, but they have worked their way up nicely. When the drivers in second and third come into the pit lane, they will be second. Or unless I've got that completely wrong, unless the time page has confused me. Yeah, I might have got that wrong, I don't know.
I think that graphic was wrong.
No, okay, right, okay, the graphic was wrong than me. That's fine, I can deal with that. But yeah, those guys are going to have to work their way back through. It's a good result at the moment for them. But, I mean, the next driver down, you haven't pit. I mean, you've got to look a long way down. So it's looking good for some of those drivers, particularly. I mean, Diogo Silva in the Mr. Esports as well, going along nicely in P2 at the moment, but again, hasn't stopped for a second time. So we'll have to see how they come out in the end. But yeah, the unarmed competition car going very nicely indeed over the last hour and a half or so.
There's some nice battles now starting to form as well. That one in GTs, this one in the LMP2s. Charlie Rigo, of course, is battling with, I think it was the Visceral car a little bit earlier. Here's the Geeks Energy car in towards turn 1. Don't think there's any contact, just a bit of a handbrake effect there for the 35. It's Silver Joffa in that car as they come up the hill towards turn number 4. They've got one of the BMWs just ahead of them that's going to get right in the way as they get towards the braking zone down the inside. They're going to have to send it. Goes through, does he? Joffa on the exit is going to be, though, for Charlie Rigo. Again, that exit in towards turn 5. Side by side they go. Who is going to back out of this one? Looks like there'll be Rigo just about as they're getting one of the LMHs coming in behind. Rigo is definitely looking like the faster driver, but Joffa just about putting his car in the right place. Wow, what a battle in the LMP2s up towards turn 9 and 10. Rigo almost pushing Joffa in towards the heavy braking zone. Not an easy place. Rigo's going to get a nice exit though, and that is so much more grip. I wonder if there's a tyre difference between these two cars as we come on towards that back straight, and that is definitely wow, a big factor there for those drivers. Unfortunately, just cut away from that one. Have to see on the timing if Rigo got it, but I think Rigo did just about. Just about able to hold on to that one. As we're seeing Shabakishia in the Winchick Racing as it's worked out. They're looking fairly solid in this second place. They're about 6 seconds off the lead. They've been in this sort of gap for a little while now, so hopefully they are able to continue that pace they showed at Road Atlanta, because we always like to see some good pace and some good battles up towards the front. On the last lap, Jake Denhan was only about a 10th faster, but in behind it was actually Roland Jukes, who's just got in the number 7 Go Team Racing car. He set a fastest lap of 41.9. That is at least a fastest lap for that car, I should say, but that is a very fast lap time. That's about a second and a half quicker than what the top two are doing.
Yeah, and it's important for them to try and reclaim as much time as they can. Of course, half a minute behind the next car in front. They've got about 5 seconds to the car behind. We've got a couple of pairs, don't we, in this LM Hypercar category. Of course, we've got the top 2, and then the next 2, and then the next 2 as they work their way through. So it's all going nice and smoothly up there, but we've still got some great battling going on. But yeah, we've got first and second together, third and fourth, and fifth and sixth in little groups at the moment as they try and work their way through, as Shucks will try and get through here on a couple of a GT and marking Hypercar. As Adam Pinches now, he's going to be fighting. I think that is with one of the that car. I think it is with the Satellite Racing. Yes, he and Pfeiffer there trying to get through, and he is now through in the Satellite Racing car, and I think they have now both stopped twice. So I think that was full position legitimately without any pit stops, and that's an important move for them to make, back up past the Arnage car.
Yeah, you're right. A change of drivers. Rance getting out, Pfeiffer getting in. And your very fast driver is Pfeiffer. The issue is he's got another fast driver of Adam Pinches, who's already been at the wheel for a couple of hours, and he's comfortable with that car. So let's see how this one works out. They're going to have arms coming down the inside. That's going to slow down, unfortunately, in Pfeiffer. And he's going to lose that position. Up onto the podium goes Arnage for the first time this race. And after all the battles for the first couple of hours, it just took one LMP2 at the wrong time for Satellite, unfortunately, to lose back that place that Rance got many, many laps ago now. There's the number one machine of Race Clutch going past, and now putting in another lap of them, your race leader in the Hypercars. But in your GTs, as I say, it is Arnage now on the podium.
Yeah, and that's a fantastic result for them if it would stay this way. But Pfeiffer, I'm sure he's not going to give that one up. I do love that polystyrene board that is just in the middle of the track. But of course, not really doing anything there, just like leaning over in mid-air. It looks fantastic where it is. But Pfeiffer, them all just driving straight through it. Of course, probably not a worry for them on their screens at all. But Pfeiffer is just going to be focused on getting back up onto the podium at the moment. Because, of course, he's got to try and keep this alive. I mean, they're not too far behind Diego Silva in the 58th Rally Sports car. They're about 10 seconds off the back of them. But Kevin Yeager in the Black Hawk is 20 seconds behind in 5th in class. So they've got a nice gap at the moment. But there is absolute madness coming through this turn 8 as they run through. Pfeiffer getting over, they can buy an LMP2 there as well as they come through. Adam Pinches still in P3, and he's being helped by these faster cars to build a bit of a gap.
And what a day it's turning out to be for Satellite Racing, because of course the sister car, the normal colours that we're expecting of Satellite, the blue and red entry, with Henry Cynic at the wheel, the number 64, of course, they are leading the way. And it hasn't helped our sort of battle at the front, because Thomas saying in that 70 machine, where have they dropped down to in class? Oh no, they're almost a lap down. Look in the background, there is Henry Cynic coming through, and there is Sedlacek almost one lap down. That is all that speeding penalty cost them. That is very, very difficult to see, because we're expecting a good battle up towards the front, and for a car who's fighting, you know, joint leader in the championship in the number 70, this is a perfect opportunity to gain loads of points on the number 90 here, 91 I should say, who's 4 laps down, but they sort of gave it away with speeding in the pit lane. How fine are the margins in this championship?
Yeah, absolutely tiny. I mean, the only thing I can think of similar, if I think back a couple of years in terms of a speeding penalty costing quite a big result, I think Scott Dixon in the Indy 500 a few years ago got a pit speeding penalty quite late on in the race, and that put him out of contention completely. And in a somewhat similar fashion, we've got here a massive drop down in the end for Thomas Enge, and Sedlacek has got a lot of work to do. He's been dumped a whole load of work onto his back, and he's going to have to carry it very nicely indeed. But Aaron's here for the Scuderia Leone car is on the back, it seems, just in front of Henrik Adolfs in the going to mix up again, the Blaugel Esports. I'm going to go with Blaugel. If I've got it wrong, then I don't think my brain will ever correct me. But he's currently in P11, but Aaron's is hoping that he can get that position off of him.
And he has got a decent amount of slipstream here. He's closing in, maybe pulled out actually about a metre too early, but should have a run down the inside. A bit of lift and coast as well, I think that was. Still, whilst trying to make the overtake, he's going to leave loads of space on the inside of turn 2 there. They go side by side as they're going to hold it around the outside. And this is an awesome battle here, the Bleagle car, trying to continue and hold on to that 11th place. Is Adolphs on the outside? Can he hold it? It's going to be a long run on the outside. This turn 4 is such a long way. Get pushed out onto that exit curb. Side by side, they continue in towards turn 5. Can Aaron's just about get it on the apex? Yes, he can, and covers it off rather nicely. They're blocking very perfectly there on the apex of turn 6.
Yeah, very, very nicely done there for the Sierra. I'm so sorry, for the Scuderia Leone car. I was thinking of the country, not the team. But yeah, very nicely done there to get up into P11. I've nearly done that about 5 times already, and I'm amazed it hasn't happened until now. But there we go. It's happened once, so I can't promise it won't happen again. But just behind them, we'll look back to Philip Dries in his car in 6th place in Hypercar, and he's just behind Pribek in the racing zone, who was going to try and go down the inside. That was a tight gap. That was a gap that looked like it was closing very early on, and it might just give the incentive for Dries to come back at him. But they're now going to get through both these GT cars, and they've got a little bit of space in front of them to try and have a bit of a battle here. You can't see any cars further up track. I mean, there's a few seconds up the road, there's a couple of GTs, but at least a sector or so for Dries to try and close this gap in.
Yeah, that was not an ideal situation. Obviously, Privek wanted to get past into turn 11, but it was a little bit awkward. I think maybe the GT car could have been a little bit more decisive or not, but of course they were trying to also make sure that they were not involved in that crash. It was just a little bit awkward as they both sort of half backed out of it. And all that's allowed now is Philip Dries to get even closer to the back, trying to get themselves up into P5. And as it stands, this is their major battle, because up ahead is another 45 seconds to the next car. So this is the only thing that they need to focus on. So they dive down the inside there of a couple of GT cars, or at least Privek does. 77 there, just at the wrong place at the wrong time for Philip Dries.
Yeah, he's got through there now, down into turn 6. It's difficult there, isn't it? It's so tricky on the inside. It's very easy to have your front end chopped off, and there is that wonderful looking green and yellow car of Martin Ullmann now. The LC United in P10 in class, but they are really in a bit of a dogfight now, aren't they, for P9. With Juan Amaya in the satellite racing car. That, I think, is the satellite racing car that's dropped back a little bit. Was in the top 5, but oh my word, was that an inside line from that? Was that an LMP2 car going through? And yeah, some light flashing going on there, and that doesn't surprise me much as they go through. But yeah, an interesting one there into turn 10, and it just shows why it's so difficult to overtake, even with the glass difference down there.
Yeah, I think that was Mazidis in the Valet Corsa LMP2, and that was another example of being a little bit too late. We haven't seen so much of it at this track, actually. It's quite a nice track, I'd say, for multi-class. I've really enjoyed it. The race we had last season in VEC, as I mentioned earlier, the race we had in LVS last season around here as well. You know, high-level endurance racing, and we've seen two and now a third very good race in terms of the battling, in terms of where you meet the traffic. It's seemingly like it's working out to be a very nice addition to the simulation, enjoying it. And what we're seeing is that you don't necessarily have to send it like that into turn 9 and 10. Obviously some people try it, but you don't necessarily have to do that to get past. So just a little bit of a bump there for Mazidis on the back, but it seems like they all managed to get through rather nicely. Still a few close battles out there for position for now. Of course, some extending, some gaps extending, some getting closer, and this is really, at least for the Hypercars, is the closest battle in the Hypercars at this moment in time, because Jake Denhan at the front is slowly but surely pulling away. That's a bad line there from the 222, and that gives Dries a bit of a run.
Yeah, it does through turn 8, but through turn 9, he can't really make it stick. Down into 9 and 10, it's incredibly difficult. And just in general, I think this track, the Bahrain International Circuit, is a massively underrated circuit. I don't think I've ever seen a bad race in any category around this track. It's always provided good racing. I don't think it's talked about enough as to how good it can be. But yeah, we're seeing it this afternoon, this evening, this morning, wherever you are in the world. How we are seeing these fights going on. And I just wanted to mention, as the Gold Racing Esports car comes in, oh, that is a plan, sorry, that's my brain. Ferrari and the Ferrari car has dropped right back in the lead of class, because that gap was a little bit higher to the Hyperion Esports car of Thomas Wack. But, you know, they've dropped right back. And before the pit stop there from the Gold team, there was only about 5 seconds between the top 3 at all. So it is starting to close once again at the top of LMP2, just as we're getting to this next pit phase.
Yeah, it seems to be ebbing and flowing, I guess, as you somewhat expect in the races around here. Go Team Racing come past there. Definitely an awkward one because the Hypercars are actually a little bit slower in those sort of medium speed corners than the LMP2s, ironically, despite being the faster car on an overall lap speed. But yeah, definitely the gaps just coming down and opening up as the race goes on, and I wonder if that is going to be a bit of a talking point, as I think Dries has got past. Yes, he has. Privek has dropped down, and those guys have stopped around. So needracing.com up into 5th place. The only issue now is they've got about 50 seconds to catch up to the next car. So Racing Zone team there now needs to try and keep up with the pink machine.
Yeah, absolutely. That's Grice getting through now on the GT car. And sometimes I just look at some of these names and think, oh my word, I wish I had a name as cool as that. Schult Pribert, it's a fantastic name, but it's not a fantastic line. It was through turn 4, and it hasn't been a very consistent couple of laps for him, and that's why Grice has relatively easily got through, but he's gone down the inside, I think, of a couple of cars just in front of him. Has he got through there okay? Yes, he has. But I looked a little bit nip and tuck through there, and he will get through. I think that's the Gold Esports car. I think that may have been the car that's just come out of the pit lane. He's got through down into the final corner, and Grice will have to. I mean, he's got a mountain to climb, hasn't he? 50 seconds. That is going to be half a lap worth of time to the car in front, of course, which is P4 in class and overall. Christopher Kienek in the Sim 3 Esports. I don't think that's a car I've mentioned for the last hour and a half, so they've really gone under the radar, but they are quite close to the back of the Go Team Racing of Schutz for P3 at the moment. 2 seconds is the gap, so they're going about their business very quietly, but very nicely indeed.
Yeah, we haven't really mentioned them too much. They're sitting 4th place in the championship. They're only 10 points off the top as well, is the number 2 Sim 3 entry. And only 2 points behind Burst Esport, who, of course, they're beating by 4 positions at the moment, with Burst being down in 8th place. So it might be going up towards 3rd place in the championship for that Sim Frame car. But, of course, Go Team Racing also... They are 6th place in the championship, just 12 points behind. So it is potentially important for Go Team to keep this Sim Frame car behind if they want to continue that gap that they've got after the first couple of races of the season, getting down the inside there, the Beagle GT car, as Kinect will need to try and follow them through. Of course, Sim Frame, they were a very strong contender last year in the DPI, DPI Hypercar that we had at the time. And the previous year to that, they were LMP2 champions. So a very strong team indeed, and just getting used to being in this top class, and it's great to have them here.
Yeah, absolutely, and absolutely so. And they are really showing why they are in the top category, indeed. And it's really good to see so many cars in endurance races like this. Because there are some endurance races where you only see a big bulk of drivers in the GTs, and not many in the hypercars or the LMP2s, but a great amount of cars for each category. Really improves as Hyperion has now come in. We'll have to see where they come out in relation, of course, to the drivers that they're fighting. Of course, that is going to be Thomas Imborg, who's just jumped in that Gold Racing Esports car after that pit stop, I believe, but he's going to come out in P4, where you would expect him to be. Not that far behind. Oh, and there's a spin. Yeah, that's a GT. Oh, and that's across the track. That is not the ideal line through there. Will everybody get through? I think, yes, it was Pfeiffer who spun around. That is big for the GT category, because he's going to really drop further back in that one. He was fighting for the podium. He definitely won't be now.
Yeah, Kevin Jaeger not too far behind as well. Just about that sort of mini straight behind as they get to the Valley Corsa. Mazardis come through. Let's actually see a replay of that one. He's got, so the racing team's own car. So these are battling. There's Sim Racing for Holland. That's full position in the Hypercar class. And just around the outside, they tried to keep it. Pfeiffer on that inside line just got pinched. Big curb, I assume he would have just shrunk that a little bit. And unfortunately for him, just getting squeezed out a little bit as, that was Andres Kirili for the Sim Racing for Holland 220 machine. Just getting a bit tight there in turn 2.
Yeah, absolutely. But, not ideal for them. For Ian Pfeiffer there in the end. I mean, Pinterest won't mind at all, because that's given him another 10 seconds of a gap to the driver behind, and he is starting to close for P2 as well. I mean, he has driven fantastically over the last hour and a half or so. Was in P7, has worked his way up very nicely indeed to where he is now. But I've also noticed in the LMP2s that Ferrari is now in the pit lane, and where will he come out in terms of the front of the Hyperion and the Gold Racing car? Of course, Gold Racing were in second before the pit stops, but it looks like Thomas Imberg is going to take the lead once again, and he will. The undercut has worked out for them, but will it end up working out over the course of the next hour and a half? We'll have to wait and see. Or is it going to work out? Yes, it is, just about, as Alex Siebel just slots in behind one of the GT cars there. He's about 2 seconds off the back of the lead here, and Hyperion are definitely not that far off either.
So these three basically haven't moved over the course of that last stint. They're basically a couple of seconds ahead, a couple of seconds behind of Alex Siebel. So they're all very, very consistent on pace. So this looks good for a nice battle towards the end. Let's have a look at the tyres. Once again, Ferrari remain on those hard compound tyres. This is a second stint again, so we saw no change of tyres. So when we get to the next pit stop, there'll be a change of tyres again for another double stint to the end of the race. Is that correct? Yeah, to the end of the race. No, it won't. It'll only be one more, won't it, after this stop?
Yeah. One more stop,
yeah, but for the gold sim racing car that I was thinking about, so they pit with like an hour and 37 to go. So obviously Siebel has about 46 minutes to go per stint if you do 92 minutes divided by 2. But he for gold they had an hour and 37. So that's getting a little bit more different. That's close to about 48 minutes a stint. So they need to be a bit careful with that one. They're starting to have to stretch it out a little bit to make sure that they don't splash and dash at the end of the race.
Yeah, no, it would be disastrous really if they had to splash and dash in terms of fighting for this class win, because the top two are so close together that there's no hope that you're going to realistically recover that time. Even if you just had a drive through, it's very unlikely if to make up that time once again. But Thomas Imbel will surely have to start defending. But here we go, Tony Ukic in the undercover Raijin car. He looks like he's right on the back for P8 in class now, and he's recovering, going well, I should say, on the back of Salvatore Zitiello. Another fantastic name there for the Arms Cybra car, but that's P8 in class. Just random, just because on an impulse thought Christian Pasquale. Yes, Christian Pasquale. We spoke earlier, the team member. They have finally got through all of the GT cars and are now a minute and a half behind the next LMP2 car. So just I thought of that. They finally done what they needed to. Well, what the target was with an hour and a half to go. We'll have to see how far up they can get now.
Yeah, it's always bad when your goal is to get ahead of the slowest class, but sometimes races do be like that, unfortunately, and we are seeing some nice battles continue. Now it's for third in the Hypercars. Go Team Racing trying to hold on to that. Simframe are starting to come. Christopher Kinnock is getting closer and closer, and I think that third place is going to be a bit difficult. And these drivers as well, they might not be fighting for the race lead, but realistically they're only 40 seconds off, and considering we've had so much of the race now, 2.5 hours, I wouldn't say that's too bad. Also considering that it's Race Clutch and Winchick, some very fast teams. So Go Team and Simframe definitely showing some nice speed in this race over the course of the first part of it, but the battles continue further back as well. Andres Kirili getting the run down this front straight, might get a just distance slipstream from that BMW. That might be enough. They wheel back, they touch again in towards the braking zone, round the outside. It is for Kirili with the Racing Zone team on the inside there. There's going to be a BMW blocking the way of them. More contact is made as they come up the hill.
Yeah, I think that Kirili was just shut off a little bit there as they came through turn 2, but he wanted some space and demanded a bit of space, and there was a little bit of contact, but it's seen him through now and up into P6. Not too sure how happy Zolt Prebeck will be in that Racing Zone car after that bit of contact, but Kirili is now through in the Sim Racing for Holland car, that all-black car, now in P6. Of course, these two, 220 and 222 in terms of the numbers. They're both done well, I believe. Promoted to PC Diogo Silva now into the pit lane, the other Visceral Esports driver. He's come in, but this is a good time as well. Think about it, 45 minutes for a stint. Just under that would be for 2, as we see Pinterest now up into P2, and he's going incredibly nicely, but we'll have to see how it all shakes out when we get towards the final pit stops.
Yeah, what a race from Arnage competition. They've had to work for it. I think they're down to sort of 7th, 8th position when we were looking at Pinterest in that first stint. But doing well, and of course after Pfeiffer's stint he's now 12 seconds off, so that is a very, very nice situation for Adam to be in. Of course Henry Sinek still leading the way very, very comfortably, but yeah, a second place will not go too badly for Arnage. I'm sure they won't be too disappointed with that one. Where are they in this championship? They're 21st place in the championship, 45 points off. So this will be a huge jump up the order for them if they can get the points for this second place. That's certainly going to be a nice one. As the battle continue, in Hypercar as well. Not enough to make an overtake just yet. And also in the LMP2s, there's still battles going up and down the field.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's looking good at the moment. For some of these guys, it's been a really interesting race, isn't it? Great battles developing and battles evolving and changing, and cars just finding another one to battle with. So we've not been starved of action by any stretch of the imagination. And then we've got Christopher Kianek for P3 now. Of course, he is going to be fighting with Roland Schux for P3. I mean, we've seen battles for P5 and P6. Now we're seeing one for P3. So this Hypercar really is serving up an absolute treat of a race. But they've got to get through these GT cars who are themselves fighting their way through. And Kianek, not quite this time around, will get through momentary yellow in Sector 2, but will clear it up nicely. And he'll have to try again next time around. But a bit of a clearer track might help him. And look at that. A nice, clear piece of track. And that might help him try and get through now.
Yeah, and doing a really good job is Roland Jukes in that Go Team Racing number 7. And I believe it's their first time in the top category as well. They've had entries in the LMP2s and in the GTs. They've got podiums and even a race win in that category. But stepping up now in towards the top category and in general Go Team Racing. I've mentioned this a few times over the last few seasons, but they're one of those teams that they're not one of like the big name teams as such, that if you ask your average person, oh, who's going to win the race, not many people would say Go Team Racing, but they're always there. They're always inside the top 5. They're always getting those podiums. They're such a consistent team. And I think behind the scenes, Georgi Nelov, team manager over there, I think he sets up the team very nicely. They've signed some really good drivers as well, and they're now competing at the top end, just 30 odd seconds off the race lead, doing basically similar pace to Jake Dinahan. That gap hasn't been increasing too much over the last few minutes, and they've now got Kianek all over the back, but they're still able to hold on to the podium.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's important for them to keep hold of it at the moment. Of course, second half of the third stint now that we're into, there will be one more pit stop, we think, for all of, if not most of, the Hypercars, as Schux will get through on one of the GTs, and so will his rival in P4. But whilst all this is happening, of course, whilst we have these close fights in the Hypercar, if we have a quick look at the LMP2, those gaps between second and third, they are still around 2.3 seconds between first, second and third. Alex Siebel not really able to make any inroads on the leading Gold Team racing car, and Thomas VEC as well in the Hyperion not able to do it himself. So, a little bit cagey at the moment. They're still sorting each other out, and it would be a shame if it ended like this in an hour or 23 minutes time, but that is a long time to see if these guys can close up. I'd love a three-way battle in the LMP2 for the win in the last 20 minutes, so that'd be fantastic. But, we can always dare to dream as Kianek. Oh, that's going to be difficult, but he's done that nicely through turn 8, and he's through the GT, but he's still on the back for P3. And I think it will start getting a little bit, Roland Schux, I should say, will start getting a little bit nervous that Kianek is keeping very much with him there.
Yeah, big slide out of turn 10 as well for the blue machine, and that is not going to do his rear tyres any good. And I think that is why we saw when we saw the Winchit car changing tyres, they decided to only change the rears, because definitely, as we're mentioning, this style of track, you really have to lean on the rear tyres in all these traction zones, especially corners like this, where you really get on the gas so early that you're turning and accelerating. So it really puts a lot of pressure on that rear left tyre around around this track as they dive up the inside one, the LMP2s there. That is getting very close. I think it's the rFRO car in towards this front straightaway. Now the three classes go past each other. Go Team Racing trying to hold on. They're using their sister LMP2 for a little bit of distant tow down that front straight. They should be able to hold on to this. They've got a decent gap from Kianek there, but I think this battle is going to go on for quite a while now. And on our sort of little timing page, we've got some dots that turn red when these cars get close, and these two cars have been red for probably about half an hour now.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do continue to see these drivers come through, I think we're going to be waiting another 20 minutes or so for more pit stops to occur, unless there is a couple to go in the LMP2, but I'm pretty sure most of them are. Okay, I'll eat my words. Here comes You knew it was going to happen, didn't you? The second I said, oh, there's going to be pit stops for a while. LMP2 in the GT category comes into the pit lane, but this Arnage competition car's gone so well, and we'll have to see where this pit stop puts them out.
Yeah, this... Thomas, I kind of lost track of when the GT's last pit, but this was a bit earlier than I was expecting from what we saw that car not too long ago as well. But definitely going to have another pit stop to the end of the race from here. And they won't be able to do an hour and 20 odd minutes on the stints in these GT machines. As the battles, of course, continue, as I was mentioning, in LMP2 a bit while ago, but it's actually a bit lower down. So it's for P7 and 8. We've got Ziatello and Tony Ukic trying to fight it out at this moment in time. Undercover Radium and, of course, Arms Serber just up ahead of them. They've got one of the LMHs trying to come past. I think it's Sim Racing for Holland trying to make their way through, but hopefully that doesn't hinder this battle too much. Is all they've got a GT car. Blackhawk just slightly getting in the way of Arms. Have to brake a little bit early, and that allows Ukic just to get a run, trying to use, oh god, the left-hand side, either side of the GT they're going to go. Who's going to come out on top on this LMP2 battle? Up the inside, it's going to be Ukic. That is a very risky move, but he's managed to make it stick.
Yeah, and I'm glad my chair has a bit where I can push back on it, because I sat back harder than I've sat back in a long time looking at that. Going into turn 9, Tony Ukic is through, and he is still in P7 now as he comes through turn 11, but you know, he's not out of the woods yet by any stretch of the imagination. Behind him there are cars that are paying for his blood pretty much to get through, because they are so keen. Ooh, that's difficult there. Just in behind, I think it's a Hypercar actually, just behind him there. I think it's the Sim Racing for Holland car. And they will get through down towards the final corner. But yeah, Tony Ukic in P7, but a bit of a gap up ahead. I mean, we'll see these gaps opening towards the back end of the top 10 in the LMP2 category over the course of the last hour or so. But it's been interesting to see how they've been able to work the strategy. Of course, one more pit stop, we think, for most drivers, if not all. And we'll have to see how it develops there. There you go, you can see in the LMP2 category, Blissful Esports still at the back. They won't be pleased about that. Big gaps in the middle. But the closest gaps, as we love to see, are at the front. And that is actually down to 1.5 from 2.5.
Yes, it's been a tough one for the drivers, but it's great to see that we only have one DNF still after all this time, and that was the Eunice Rivio BS Plus Zoom car. So certainly, yeah, I would say that's a good job considering the absolute crash that we had at the start of this race, and the fact that we have all of those drivers still continuing on is very nicely. And in the LMHs we go. Kinect still sitting in behind, of course, slightly smaller category, just 10 cars, but they still give us these nice battles. And remember, this one is for that final step on the podium.
Absolutely, and Yannick will be very much keen to get through here as quickly as he can. Of course, one more stop to go. Maybe they're starting to think about whether they can get past on the strategy, try and maybe pull an undercut, try the overcut, see if that works as well. But, you know, definitely going to be an interesting watch over the next, 78 minutes or so. But Sim3 Esports really looking strong. I mean, their man Go team, they've kind of gone under the radar this entire race, but they are battling for the podium, and risky it is for the podium because Philip Dryce down in P5 is nearly half a lap off of the back of this battle. I remember he was 50 seconds, so he's closing a little bit, but absolutely not close enough at this point, so we'll have to see how this develops. But Kianek getting through on the GT car as he will continue to battle with Roland Sucks.
Yeah, it's a great defensive drive here from Roland in that Go Team car. He's held this car behind of Kianek and Simfreen for a long time now, and it's really worked out very nicely over the course of this stint. To be honest, they've done a very good job in holding on to that. There's one of the Mercedes GT3 cars that they're going to dive down the inside there. There's the 69 car, bit of contact there, the Tamelli ERT, and that's a little bit forceful there for Simfreen, but they seem to get away with that one.
Yeah, no damage done, it seems, on those cars as now they all come through. This is that Arnage car after that pit stop. It is a long way down the order actually after the pit stop. Maybe, I mean, they try and get to the end now here. I think that'd be incredibly difficult to do, but they have dropped quite a ways down the order. Looking at the time page to see where they are. I can't quite see them. Can you see them, Cam, on the timing screen? Because I can't see the Arnage car.
The Arnage car, let's...
Oh, there it is, P9, sorry. Stein Prinz.
Oh yes,
P9.
because they've stopped drivers. Yes, you are
Yeah.
correct. In that one, of course, an earlier stop, so they've dropped down the order. They should be jumping back up. But yeah, they've swapped drivers on that one. They're pretty big battle, I should say, just up ahead of them in towards turn 4. Understeer and Thomas Aarons in the Scuderia Leone car having this battle. Scuderia Leone, they seem to be in so many battles today. Obviously having a few issues earlier and getting caught up in some things and now having to try and come back through the field, and they've certainly done a lot of overtaking. We've seen them with multiple cars getting those places and working out rather nicely for them so far in that 7th place. Issue for them now is they've got 12.5 seconds to Caspian, the next car ahead.
Yeah, absolutely a lot of work to do at the moment, but they're still in that battle, aren't they, for P7 and P8, and I don't think the Arnage will be too far off either. But at the front, I mean, I've just seen it, the gap now at 8.3 at the front. It's really being pulled on Kiss at this stage of the race, but there is still that battle for P3 going on as well. Jake Denham doing a fantastic job in this race, but also actually looking at the LMP2, that's 2/10 between the top 2 cars.
Oh yeah, something has happened here, I think, for Imborg. Yeah, he lost quite a bit of time, 8/10 he lost on the previous lap to the Alex Siebel Ferrari, but look at all of the cars actually in the background of shot as we came out of turn 4 there. Although this is getting a bit of chaos in towards turn number 7 as well. That's one of the satellite cars. That's a 67 machine, I think it was, that they got past. As a mayor at the wheel of that one. And what this is doing, though, this traffic is bringing Siebel into it. I think Siebel's just been a little bit more efficient getting through that traffic. Maybe the Gold Racing Esports team just hitting it at the wrong place. And now we might be seeing these drivers have a big battle for the lead in LMP2.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope we see it. Maybe these two hold each other up as well. The Visceral Esports car might be able to gain a little bit of time. Sorry, not Visceral. Hyperion, I apologise, car should be coming back possibly. But by the way, actually, in there, Mark Schluter, the virtual drivers by TX3 Hypercar is going to be coming through, as there is cars absolutely everywhere, and they're going to be side by side into the final corner. Siebel around the outside. Can he make this move stick here? He's going to have to be given a little bit of room there on the exit, but the door is slammed shut in his face. But he'll have to use the slipstream down towards turn 1, as there are cars all over the road, and this will be exactly what Hyperion are looking for. These two fighting.
Yeah, Ian Pfeiffer there in the background going off as Gold Esports try to use the slipstream of the Go Team Hypercar to get past. And Siebel there, I think he made the right choice in that he got a really good run out onto the back straight out of turn 13, but big risk around the outside of the final corner. Big risk. And at this point in the race, still now on 13, he's obviously got the speed on the Gold Esports car. Doesn't need to risk an overtake like that. The curb on the outside is very unforgiving. If you go on that, you're spinning around and you're having a crash like we saw at the first part of the race. So definitely not what you want to be doing. And I think Siebel backed out of that at the right time, and he just needs to go for it again. And now Thomas VEC is really starting to drop back 6 seconds behind this battle for the lead.
Yeah, I think we'll be getting caught up in a bit of this traffic that we are seeing through here, and Siebel is really trying to use it to his advantage, but through 9 and 10 is going to be stuck behind that GT, and that'll lose him a bit of time that he won't want to be losing on the back of the Gold Esports driver. But it's been such a tight battle, hasn't it, all the way through this race. Ever since I've hopped on the 3-hour mark, these two have been right close together, and an hour and 48 minutes later, they're still locked together. I'll see if Imborg can continue to defend, because he's done a very good job up to now. The undercuts worked for them on the last pit stop, but with one more stop to go, you'd have thought, they're going to be able to pull it off once again. But Hyperion now starting to close the gap, or maybe not, because that's jumped back out to 6 seconds. But yeah, this battle really looks like it's brewing up nicely.
And what I'm thinking of, what is going to happen on tyres? So it looks like they might be able to stretch it to a 5-stint race. So earlier we were mentioning 4 hours, you do 3 stints. If it's 40-minute stints, you do 3 stints every hour. every 2 hours, and therefore it's basically 2 triple stints or 3 double stints in the race. Nice and easy. But it looks like the stints are actually longer. They're closer to that sort of 47-minute mark, which means you can do it on 5 stops. Therefore, do you do a double and a triple, or do you do 2 doubles and then you change tyres again for the final stint? That's going to be a tricky one. I would assume, of course, the track temperature is going to be coming down as we get... I don't think we're quite going to get to sunset, but we're going to get just about to sunset probably by the end of the race. So the track is going to be a lot cooler. So maybe that will help the tyre life. It's certainly going to be a tricky choice, because if it's 37 seconds for tyres, to then get that back in one stint compared to someone else, I don't know. That's going to be a very tricky decision for these teams, I would reckon, because if the tyres can go for a third stint, I mean, it might be worth trying it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll have to see how that works. The lights might have to start being turned on shortly, as the sun is starting to dip down over the desert. But Alex Siebel's still on the back. I mean, he's still close. He's still right in the fight, but he's just not quite close enough to make the move, as we saw a couple of laps go down the outside of the final corner. But what will he be able to do in the coming minutes? We'll have to see. 70 minutes to go then in this race. It is ticking down. The laps are ticking down, and with every lap that ticks down, you've got one less opportunity, of course, to make any move that you'd like to. But we will see how this all develops. Mark Schluter in this virtual drivers by TX3, he's in this hypercar, but he isn't quite in ahead of the LMP2s. I say that because he's got past one and he gets past the other, and now he is 9th overall, finally getting past all of the LMP2 cars, and he will try and continue on his way. Granted, he's a lap down on David Mrocek in the Burst Esport car ahead of him, more than a lap down. But yeah, that should be him pretty much done in terms of making any moves in this race, and that's a big issue for drivers in front.
Yes, it's being 3 laps down off the lead, certainly been a difficult one for the green team there for virtual drivers by TX3. And they're another team. They've got a solid driver lineup. They've got Arda Ercan, Fabian Ballet, Luca Di Melio, obviously Mark Schluter, and also Rasmus Andreasen as well in that car. So they've got 5 solid drivers. Just need to find a way of not being 3 laps down in the upcoming races. Of course, 9-race season we have here this year. And that's certainly going to be a nice battle. And talking of battles, there is Kinnick trying to get through, still on the Go Team Racing, but can't find his way onto the podium just yet. Yeah, not quite. He's probing, isn't he? He's trying his absolute darnest to get through, and that gap really, really close now. Just about a car and a half between them of space, but Kinnick, the best run through that corner, as we see down the inside. That'll be them getting past, I think that's the Gold Racing car. Yes, it is actually, because that is the top 3rd and 4th in Hypercar, just getting through 1 and 2 in LMP2. So big battles in the picture now as they come down the main straight once again. Pit stops will be starting to come into consideration. 68 minutes to go. How long can you go in the final stint? Maybe a couple of laps to go until we see some pit stops, but an undercut surely will be attempted by one of these drivers. Yeah, I would say so as well, potentially, but it's all one of those things. When we get to this point, the longer you go into the final hour, the shorter your pit stop is going to be. So at that point, you actually gain more for staying out. Because if you can take 5 seconds off your fuel time, then that's going to be a big
advantage. So especially for the Vanwall, the hypercars, where they have, I think it's 120 litre tank. It's a lot. So if you can save, 10, 20 litres from that, then that is going to be a big amount of time. Just because they sit there for so long with it being such a big tank, as this battle in the LMP2s is continuing for the lead. Thomas Imborg holding on really nicely in that position so far. And this Gold Sim Racing team, as mentioned earlier, they are 2nd place in the championship. They are 17 points behind Team Iris, number 37, who are having a dismal day. The 37, let's have a check up on them. They're down in 17th place in class.
4 laps down, yeah, that is not going to be the way that they hold on to their championship leaders. Oh, that's a big risk up the inside there of the Thomas Eng sim racing team, the other gold entry in the GT3. So Imborg, I think he's definitely feeling the pressure from Siebel. Yeah,
absolutely. And it won't be comfortable, will it? I don't think I'd want to be in Imborg's position. There we go, got it now. But Siebel will be very pleased with how he can get a bit of a run here. I mean, he won't be pleased that he hasn't been able to get through yet, but he will definitely be probing away, definitely be trying to get that move done, but not this time around. Deep into turn 1, Daniel's competitor. Will he get a nice run out of 2? Looks alright, but it doesn't look good enough to try and really challenge down into turn 4. As they rise up the little crest of the hill. Meanwhile, I mean, you'd have thought that the Hyperion car would start closing at this point, but they are just still about 5.5 seconds back, not really closing that gap too much. But they are still there. They are still lurking in the shadows. 5.8 seconds or so off the lead of the race isn't a big margin, and they will be trying desperately to get through a couple of these back markers just to gain that time, because they know that maybe even the win is on the cards here if they can get close enough to the front, because it only takes one mistake from the top 2 for you to for space and part the Red Sea and walk straight through.
And it's not Red Sea in terms of the red machine there of Scuderia Ferrari Esports and Siebel at the wheel of that machine. So it's been Timotei Andonovski at the front, leading out, and Alex Siebel bringing it to the finish. And then we've got Thomas Imborg in that car, but of course Darius Andre is always at the Go Team Hypercar. I think it is having some issues. Come up through turn 13 and turn 12, I should say, and unfortunately the Ferrari there, Siebel lost a lot of time. A bit of a difficult situation. Had the Visceral car on the racing line. He had Go Team to his left, so he couldn't really go around the outside, so to just sit in nicely, but unfortunately has lost about a second in that battle, and that's going to be some crucial time in this fight. From what you've seen, you have to get really close to get the slipstream in these cars. You literally have to be a couple of car lengths back, and now he's got to do a load more work to gain those car lengths back. As that is the Go Team car up the inside of 2 of the Qatari cars, GTs and LMP2s. Then there's David Mrocek for the Burst car, trying to go around the outside as well, as the cars continue to just wiggle their way through the night. And yes, the sun is definitely starting to set, actually. It's come in somewhat quickly, I would say, over the course of the last 10 minutes or so. The sun is starting to really glare on the track. With about an hour to go, we might just about get in towards the sort of the beginnings of the floodlight sequence.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if that affects any of these cars in any way. But up at the front, I mean, 8 seconds is the gap now that has been dropped back by by Go on Sim3, unless my eyes aren't deceiving me. But yes, exactly. So that was the instant that we saw before, and they've already dropped back. But Imborg, he was able to get that bit of a gap, but here comes the Ferrari once again closing back that gap, and Hyperion have closed a little more again. A second has been taken out of that lead the last time around. So they are starting to appear in this battle, but they're not quite there yet. Still some work to do. Ooh, as that is Siebel to the inside. That is a late move. Nearly hits the back of the Goal Racing car, but he's still in P2, but he's still really close behind. He'll surely go for a move soon.
Yeah, he should. The thing is, he needs to literally be a car length behind coming out of the corner. He is now on the apex, but obviously with the concertina effect, the car ahead gets on the power just a couple of car lengths earlier, and then he pulls the gap, and unfortunately that's not going to be close enough for Alex Siebel. And it's just how it is in these sort of prototypes. There is slipstream, you just have to be so close to get to it. So in some ways it actually makes the battles quite cool, because you're just flat out racing, trying to hold on to the back of them. You're not being limited by dirty air really or anything like that. It's really just the that sort of concertina effect of the cars ahead getting on the power that little bit earlier. You sort of have to overcome that, have a bit of speed advantage to try and make it work. But as that battle just remains as it is. I just wanted to go over the leaders because we haven't spoken to them about them too much in the last few laps or so. As we come up towards this final hour, just before we get to the final pit stops, we'll go over some of the drivers as it stands. So Jake Denhan is leading the way for Race Clutch and now has a 14-second gap over Winchick. Unfortunately, Shabakir not having quite the same speed so far than we've seen this battle with Kinnick, who's actually managed to get past Go Team Racing, with Go Team Racing having that issue, as you saw up towards turn 12. I didn't quite appreciate at the time, but that cost Roland Jukes that position, as Roland Jukes now has had to drop back in towards 4th place. And then we have Philip Dryce is in 5th. So obviously a couple of bigger gaps inside the top 5, unfortunately, with those battles just spreading out a little bit. And then in your LMP2s, of course, we have this battle. Imborg and Siebel still battling it out up towards the front, and getting so close, being held down a little bit. They're slowed down a little bit by that Tomeli ERT car. Is that going to give Siebel a run on to this front straight? We'll have to see if he can quite get close enough to get in that slipstream.
Yeah, and he'll want to get into the slipstream, and he just wants to get past them. He's been this close for a good 20 minutes now, and we are approaching. Oh, actually, the LMP2's got a bit longer before their final stops, but we are approaching those final stops, and they're really going to want to position themselves in the best place possible, which is, of course, the lead. As they run in towards turn 1, Hyperion continue to close that gap. It was 5.8, it's now 4.2 between themselves and the lead of the class. So they are arriving on the scene, maybe a little bit later than we were expecting, but they are coming all the same. And Imborg still having to defend. This has been a defensive masterclass so far from the Gold Racing Esports driver, because he has been absolutely solid up to now. With 1 hour on the clock, he just needs to survive another hour. I say that is still a long time. We're looking at what, over 35 laps or so roughly for him to defend. So, and that's if he stays ahead after the pit stops.
Yeah, the way that the racing works in this car, the way you defend is actually just by doing quali laps, because if you keep your car on the racing line, you go as fast as you can. As I said, that's what makes it difficult for the car behind to overtake. As we hit the final hour to go, we've had 3 hours of racing here at the 4 hours of Bahrain. 1 more to go for round 3 of VEC season 16. Yet the seasons are, the season number is increasing ever quickly as the years progress, but the racing still continues to be awesome at the front of these categories. Of course, the LMP2 is really giving us the main battle for the lead as we come in towards this final hour. We're going to expect pit stops coming your way fairly shortly, especially for the Hypercars and the GTs. And of course, a little bit later for the LMP2s, maybe nearer sort of 10 more minutes or so before we get to that battle. But Siebel still needs to get closer. Unfortunately, that 3/10 gap might not quite be enough, and he's really going to have to work hard for this.
Yeah, but this is going to be difficult to defend maybe here. We've got Racing Esports car on the brakes into turn 1. Siebel not really going for it this time around, but it was difficult that time around, of course, because they were also overtaking that GT car, as we have Tony Jukic in the pit lane, the first of the pitters, and it'll be incredibly interesting to see how it all shakes out over the next 20 minutes or so. And here comes Hyperion. They're still about 4 seconds back, but they are still in the hunt. They're not far behind. I mean, if they can get a little bit of an undercut here, if they pit 1 lap earlier, they could appear right in this battle very, very quickly.
Yeah, I'm just worried about the stops, the time to the end, basically, because if it's any more than about 47, 48 minutes, I don't know if they're going to be able to do that without saving a ridiculous amount of fuel. So yeah, we'll have to see how far they get in this race. As talking of GT3 pit stops, are into that final hour, and this should just about be okay to the end for these drivers pitting now. So Henry Sinek at the wheel of the Satellite Racing. He's done a stint in that car. Of course, Yimmy Nisula started that one, and I would assume that Henry Sinek is going to stay in the car, of course, changing those tyres towards the latter part of this race. So yeah, the battle's still out there, and the pit strategies still to come.
Yeah, he's done a stellar job, hasn't he, Sinek, in that car. Really held a massive gap at the front of that GT category. But as they continue through, Siebel, look how close he is this time around. He's just trying to get that slipstream on the back, but he's just trying to avoid hitting the GT car that they are lapping. But here comes Siebel. Can he make the move this time around? He's got a bit more of a run, got a bit more of a slipstream. It's going to force a defensive move from the Gold Racing Esports car, but through turn 1 they come. Siebel got a bit of a cutback. Can he get a good run through 2 and through 3? He's got a very, very nice run. Will he go for it here? Inside line, outside line. He's going to have to go to the outside because he's been absolutely forced there. No way down the inside, but can he pull it all the way around there? He's got a little bit of a nose ahead as they come into turn 4, and he's still on the power, but he can't quite get the move done. A little bit of tapping, I think there was, between the two of them, but just about. Siebel has to stick behind, and it's good defending once again from Imborg.
Putting his car in the perfect place. He made Siebel have to risk it all around the outside of turn 4. And Siebel, I didn't quite obviously hear the engine or anything, but I'm sure if you looked at the throttle trace, he probably just backed out of that one a little bit. But it looks like it's going to have to be an absolutely full send move for this Ferrari driver to try and get past. But wow, what a job Imborg is doing. Is up towards the front in the hypercars. More pit stops coming in, as that is very awkward there for Winchik at a 45-degree angle to Tamelli. Very, very tight pit lane around here. And I believe there is actually a rule that you can't go to the right-hand side. So he couldn't have gone behind Tamelli and then pointing left. He had to go in the way that he did. Unfortunately for Tamelli, they might just have to reverse a little bit for that, such as the amount of cars that we have in this Division 1 of VEC, which is great to see. But Siebel still trying to get closer and closer as we get a new best lap time for Police in the GT3 category of 56.9. That is certainly a very fast lap. Mostly are in the 159s. Here comes Siebel though down the front straight.
Yeah, here we go. Will he go through this time around? A couple of pitches, maybe one in the hypercar there, as they now come into turn 1 once again, but Siebel not close enough this time. Very, very late on the brakes, so looking for the cutback once again through turn 1. Then you flick up through turn 2, the little bit of a curve just bumps you over. You just turn your way through 3, of course, flat out up towards 4. And he's not going to be close enough this time around once again, and it's just not going to work out for him. I know actually that the hypercar in the pit lane is in fact that Winchik Racing team of Kiss. I mean, is it a last chance, last hope that they're trying to get back towards Race Clutch and Jake Dennehan? Maybe, but they're going to come out in P4 very comfortably. But will it work out for them? We'll have to wait and see. But lots of pits in the GTs now. This is where we're going to see it happen.
Yep, Janssen is in, Democran is in as well for Caspian, and then who is the other car? Kevin Yeager as well for Blackhawk in the pit lane. So definitely a very opportune time for these drivers to get in that pit lane and go for their final stop. But talking about that Winchik car, Dara, I just don't know. I don't think pitting early is going to make sense, purely because I would assume if you're pitting, it's because you need to pit, and therefore you need to take more fuel to get to the end. We did see the Race Clutch car, I believe, go a lap longer in the previous stint as well, so there's definitely that tiny bit of an advantage the way of the red machine, at least in that battle up towards the front. But is there going to be an advantage change here in the LMP2s? We just see Imborg, he just gets a awesome run out of that final corner. No real slide, no sort of change of his momentum, just goes very nicely, and Siebel is going to have to absolutely send it on the brakes. He is better on the brakes, it seems. He's braking a lot later, and he's always closing up just a little bit, but he needs to find a way to get that Ferrari past. Yeah,
all the while Hyperion, they are stalking their way in the long grass. They are closing ever slowly but ever so surely. 3.4 now is the gap, as that's an inside line at the front for Imborg on the GT car. He's got through there nicely. Oh, and that's an inside line as well. Just about squeezing through as the Ferrari. I didn't know if he was going to get through for a second there, but Siebel has got it through, and he will continue to stick right up close to the back of the Gold Racing Esports car. As through also comes, I think that was the... what car that was just in behind? I think it was a hypercar coming through, but all the while, that will be Race Clutch, who are pitting. Yes, it was Dry. So I think he's pitted as well because he's P8 now. But yeah, this is the Race Clutch of Jake Dennehan, who has finally come into the... Well, I say finally, he has come into the pit lane. And where will he come out in relation to his competitor, who, of course, is Kiss in that Winchik? Yeah, we still have to wait a little while, good half a lap, before we get around to that.
can't unfortunately see from this angle exactly if the tyres are up on that right-hand side, or if, because I'm pretty sure we saw the Winchit car change tyres. So that is going to be an interesting one for these guys as well. Go Team Racing coming in. They're going to go up on jacks. Yep, the right-hand side of the car goes up on the jacks there. Those change of tyres for the Swedish teams. That leaves Kinnick to stay out and have some leading laps, at least for the Sim Freem car. They might not be winning the race today, but they should be able to get onto the podium, which is going to be the important the factor for them that they're going to be looking at. Here's Shabakish coming out onto the back straight in towards the final corner, and already Jake Dennehan is moving. So I think this is still going to be a pretty healthy lead, and Race Clutch in firm control as we enter the final hour.
Make a very poor pun about how they are coming in clutch, but I think I've just made it without even thinking about it. But either way, they are up in P2, realistically P1, of course, net before the pit stop for who is currently the leader overall, which is Christopher Kianek in that Sim Freem, who is leading this race and will probably lead for a lap or two. But Jake Dennehan, of course, in the net race lead, just needs to bring it home now. He's done all of his pit stops, we think, and he just needs to bring the car home. 51 minutes is what remains in this race. We're well over 3/4 of the way through this 4 hours of Bahrain here. And as the sun is setting, the battles are heating up a little bit, as we still see the LMP2s. They are still going at it, they're still close. And even in the GTs, those gaps have really started to close up, haven't they? As I say that, lead a pit.
Yep, Aaron's owing us pit stop. He comes in, so that puts Henry Sinnick back out into the race lead, and Stun Prince is going to be in that second place now, but just 5 seconds back. Sinnick definitely had a bigger lead than this at one point, but I didn't quite follow the pit stops and potential tyre changes or not, so there might have been a slight tyre discrepancy that brought that one down, as Sedlacek is also into the pit lane for Tom Zenger Sim Racing, and unfortunately for them, that day has turned around very, very quickly. As soon as Sedlacek got in their car, they had a penalty to serve, and it's put them down in what's currently 7th place, but I guess they'll drop down a little bit more when some other drivers come past them. So yeah, it definitely shows you how things can change very, very rapidly around here. But of course, a couple of the other drivers to mention. 50 minutes to go in the race. We've got Cardozo there, 3rd place for Visceral. Then we have Ian Pfeiffer for Satellite Racing in 4th, and then Kevin Yeager for Blackhawk in that 5th place. So still some battles to be sorted out in this final stint.
Yeah, absolutely so. And Alex Siegel, he's still there. This has now been going on for half an hour, if not more, with these top two in the LMP2 category, just nose to tail as they work their way through traffic. I reckon that they've definitely come back to a couple of these cars twice now, having lapped them, say 20 minutes ago, and have come back up to the back of them, and they're still battling each other as they come through. Blue flags will be in order for that LMP2 car coming down the inside of P4. That's the I believe that is, if memory serves, that is Pfeiffer. Yes, it is Ian Pfeiffer in the Satellite Racing car who's being lapped here. He's recovered okay to P4, but he may have a pit stop to go in this one. Don't forget about the Arnage competition. If they've all done their pit stops, Arnage are only 6 seconds off the lead in Henry Sinnick, which makes me feel like Arnage might have another pit stop to do. But if they are legitimately 6 seconds behind, what a race they've had.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking this myself, and also getting some confirmation from Eunice from BS, still following the race despite crashing out earlier, which is nice to see. Thomas Inborg from the LMP2s comes in. But yeah, we believe that Arnage basically didn't take tyres, and then Satellite at least took a couple of tyres, or maybe one tyre towards the front, which has slowed down that gap just a little bit. Here's Thomas Inborg though for the Gold Racing Esports. They come in. That is interesting. Alex Siebel. Is he going to go out, as I believe that's soft tyres as well, going on to that car? So obviously single stint to the end for them. Alex Siebel now has the opportunity, of course. He's on the older hard tyres, have double stinted, but he's on less fuel. So is less fuel on old hards for an in-lap better than new softs with a full tank of fuel? That is what we're seeing here, is the undercut or overcut. Which one is going to come out on top? This could be a big lap for Alex Siebel if he can try and overcut and get the race lead.
Absolutely, and this will be very important in terms of the picture of the race as we complete the 4 hours of Bahrain. 47.5 minutes to go as Imborg still in that pit lane, maybe handing over the controls to somebody else, maybe just keeping it on his own. Still 50 seconds now stationary in the pit lane, and will drop down presumably to P4 in the end, as now Christopher Kianek has come in from the lead of both, of course, class and overall in the hypercar, as David Mrocek as well in the Burst E-Sport next to you has also come into the pit lane. So we are now starting to see these final stops take shape as Imborg still sits there. Will the Ferrari come in this lap as well as he finally releases himself?
So 73 seconds is the number that we're going to look out for once Alex Siebel comes into the pit lane. Is it only going to be 1 lap? No, it's going to be 2 laps as well. God, if Siebel's putting in some good laps, this might actually work out quite now. That was a 47.1, which is a pretty respectable time. It's only 6/10 off that the fastest lap of that car, and it's way faster than the likes of VEC and Russo, who are still out in behind. So this could be some decent laps here from Alex Siebel. What is his traffic ahead looking like? It's looking... he's got a couple of GTs he's going to catch. That's actually potentially a bit annoying. They'll probably catch him into like turn 10 or something, but let's see how this one works out. But I definitely think there's a good opportunity here for Alex Siebel.
And he is really starting to pull on that Hyperion car, isn't he? 4.8 is the gap now between first and second. But here is Darius Andre. Yes, there was a change of driver. Once again, Andre back in the car, was in the car very early on in this race. I think he may have started the race in this one, so he is back in the controls of the Gold Racing Esports car as they come towards turn 11. But the Ferrari, what will they do? Maybe this lap, maybe the next lap. Just depends on how well it's going for Siebel. He's difficult to get through some of these cars. Lights being flashed at him as well from that Mercedes car. But you know, he's going along nicely. Hyperion dropping back all the time at the moment, and we'll have to see if Siebel will be able to come out in the lead, or whether Gold Racing Esports have really taken the initiative here.
Yeah, unfortunately, just catching them at a bit of an awkward time, and turn 10 it was in the end for Siebel, and I think he probably lost a couple of tenths from that one, so not the ideal situation. Darius Andre on his outlap, 1.2 seconds quicker in the middle sector alone on that lap. So I think this might be quite good for Darius Andre, but Siebel will save probably a second, maybe just from having a shorter pit stop. So this is one to look out for as he comes into the pit lane now. So we'll just go over some other pitters. Rigo is in, so is Delorme. We have Sergio Mendes and also Christian Pascal in the pit lanes. Thomas Vac follows in your current race leader, Alex Siebel, but will he have the race lead on pit exit?
We'll have to see. I mean, remember, 72 seconds, of course, like we said, is the time of the pit stop for the Gold Racing Esports car. Let's see what the time is for this one. Darius Andre around the outside at turn 7. Of one of the GT cars, a BMW there, as the top 3 are all in that LMP2 category. So Darius Andre, where will he come out in all of this? Of course, Hyperion and Ferrari will very much hope that they have pulled a bit more of a blinder. Maybe they've saved a little bit more in terms of what they've done with the strategy, but Darius Andre will be hoping that they're on the right one and they can really pull a gap before we see the final 44 minutes of this race unfold, with everyone just going to the end of the race. But Darius Andre, he's sending some very good sector times at the moment. Will it be enough though? What can Ferrari do on the strategy? We'll have to see.
Certainly will. What's Alex Siebel up to? He's up to 60 seconds. So if he's changed all the tyres as well, I'm assuming it's going to be roughly the same as we're getting up to that 70 seconds now. So 71, 72, 73. Is it going to be, give or take? Yep, exactly the same. So pit stop time is identical. It's now just going to be on those couple of outlaps. Has Andre been able to use those brand new soft compound tyres to try and get through? It actually is Timo Andonovski who's got in that car for the Ferrari, Scuderia Ferrari Esports, and into turn 1, he's still going to be in that second place. And importantly, he's dropped back just a little bit of time. So that is going to be certainly an important one as well. And yeah, they're both on the soft compound tyres, so same compound of tyres, brand new tyres to the end, straight fight.
He's a little bit further back, but he's really not that far back considering the 2 extra laps. Will the slightly fresher tyres help him out? How much has the Gold Esports driver taken out of those tyres early on? This is going to be important to see, but Andonovski now is the one who's going to have to bring it home for Scuderia Ferrari Esports if they are to win this race. Hyperion dropped further back in the fight, so I think realistically they are out of it unless there is a big coming together between the top two. But Andonovski is not far away, despite going 2 extra laps, and you have to really say the undercut hasn't particularly worked here.
Yes, Sviakovsky and co. Thomas Vac in that previous stint just not able to hold on the exact pace that they would have wanted. As look who's coming past them. Race leader Jake Dennehan for Race Clutch is doing a very, very good job out towards the front there. Last lap of 42.8 as well, 2 seconds faster than anyone else in the hypercar category, so he's really got the pace to hold on. Also in the LMP2, he's got Pedro Ramada in his own team. Ramada Motorsports is trying to chase down Robert Johansson right in front of him for Team RTR, so loads of battles. The LMP2s really seem to be putting on the show for us today.
Yeah, absolutely. And Robert Johnson, I should say, is doing a very nice job. I mean, of course, he's got that battle behind him, but I don't think this Team RTR is something that we've mentioned at least for the past 2 hours, if not for the past 2.5 hours or so, because they have gone very much under the radar, but still doing a very nice job in P5. But got to be careful of the cars in behind. Of course, can't be forgetting in P6, Pedro Ramada, and even, Jorg Weiss as well, only about 8 seconds off the back, and Zitiello as well, not far off either. So there's closer gaps in that LMP2 category. You just got to feel bad for P4 car, which is of course Christian Paulsen in the Go Team Racing. He's in a bit of no man's land. He's not seen anybody for years. As that is Andonovski. I wasn't expecting him to make a move there, but a bit of contact on the exit. He's really trying to make a move stick. And even though the drivers have changed in these cars, the battling stays the same.
Wow, Andre really getting his elbows out there on the exit of the hairpin as well. Andonovski not quite having enough space to try and find the way through. Bit of a flash of the headlights there. That's the Caspian car who flashes in return to be like, yeah, I'll let you go down the inside. Don't you worry about that. And he lets both of them through. So Andonovski really trying to take advantage of these first couple of laps. And there is one thing to note, obviously, with the tyres, that there is a bit of a drop after the first couple of laps. So that's potentially why we've seen a bit of a change in pace for Andonovski. Or maybe Andonovski's just feeling that speed on Andre. We'll have to find out. And you were right, Dara, a bit earlier. These two drivers, they started the cars, and they've now got in for a battle to the finish. 40 minutes to go. And Andonovski, it looks like he's got the upper hand.
Yeah, he does. He really looks like he's got the pace here, and it's going to take an absolute mammoth effort from the Gold Racing Esports car to keep this win. I mean, 40 minutes to go. There's such a long way. You're looking at, I don't know, more than 20 laps to go before the end here. Got to be careful. There's a car coming out of the pit lane. But Andonovski looks like he's going to make the move. Oh, yeah, would have been very difficult for him to send it there with the car coming out of the pit lane. A lap down or two for one of those LMP2 cars, and they will get out of the way very nicely for this lead battle in class to come through. Inside line into turn 4 on a GT car. Andonovski might try and set up the inside as well. Will he be able to pull this one off? They're 2x2 through here. Andonovski with the inside line. He's got it done. Is that the move that will seal it for Scuderia Ferrari Esports?
It might do, but this battle is certainly not over as they have to go around the outside of the Juices. Car now might just slow down ever so slightly. Andre dives it back up the inside in towards the hairpin. Andonovski on the outside. They had a bit of a hip check here on the previous lap. Andonovski holds his ground this time though, and he manages to keep that track position, which he didn't quite have last time. Up the inside in towards turn 9 and 10. That's going to be for Andre. Huge contact between the two of them as they go side by side onto the back straight.
He just said that I'm coming through. You better give me some space down the inside of 9 and 10 there. They're still wheel banging. Oh, big bang towards turn 11 they go. Andonovski around the outside. He will have to go. Will it be for him or will it come back? I think already got it back on him. But turn 12 is upcoming. He's got the inside line if he's got a front nose in, which he does. He'll have a front nose in as well for turn 13. Will he? No, he won't. But he'll send it back up the inside of turn 13. And as they come out the end of sector 2, wide it is from Andre, but he keeps the position in front and for the lead of this category. And oh my word, Andonovski's got to think of something to get back past once again.
Oh, what a battle this is. It's certainly elbows out, and I didn't really like that door banging on the back straight. They kind of turned into each other. It's a little bit over the line, but they're still going in a straight line, and they're giving us a fight. But what that did show us, that last 5 kilometers or so, was the fact that neither of these drivers is going to give up They know they don't want second place, they want first. And as we're coming towards turn 1, a bit of a late move there by Andonovski. He just about gets his nose up the inside. Around the outside of turn 2 is going to have to be now, so he needs to switch back in, get the run up the hill towards turn 4. Last time he sent it up the inside here. This time it's going to be the outside line. The Macedonian driver for Ferrari trying to make it work. A bit more rubbing between the two of them. Round the outside it's going to be. He's got his nose ahead. Can he keep the momentum? Down towards turn 5 and 6. Gold on the inside. Ferrari on the outside. Further contact is made in turn 6. They continue to be side by side.
I don't know how they haven't made massive enough contact to go around, but Andonovski pushes him a little bit off the track. Andre, but an up and under through turn 8, and Andonovski, surely that's the move. He's absolutely done him up the inside. There was contact off the track from Andre, but Andonovski's broken early enough to get the cutback on his rival. And he's finally up into the lead, and it looks like he's got it relatively comfortably. They're not going to be fighting down into turn 11 this time around. And Andre is going to have to come up with something to make this move stick. But whilst all that was happening, Hyperion haven't managed to gain much time. They're still 7.6 seconds behind. But is that the move that will decide who wins this LMP2 category for the 4 hours of Bahrain?
What a battle over those last couple of laps. And Andre still hasn't given up with that one. And going off track a little bit, you've got to be careful with that one. There is a point limit that he needs to look out for with the cut tracks, but Andonovski's pulled away by a good few car lengths, and I think he might have the pace. Ever since that pit stop, he's been the faster of these two drivers, and now he is really trying to pull away. And I tell you what, right, Andonovski, he had a bit of a nightmare a month ago back at Road Atlanta. And he also made a couple of mistakes in Monza, first race of the season. So Ferrari are a bit behind in the championship where they would have wanted to be. But Andonovski came out, he started the race, he got them up towards, they were struggling a little bit in the first few laps. They got up to that battle for the lead. And then now in this final stint, he's coming out and he's wronging the rights of the first couple of races. And I'm really enjoying this Andonovski that we are seeing. And over, especially those last 2-3 laps, he's just showing the talent that he does have. Awesome stuff for Andonovski there. And the number 39 machine, I was saying they had a bit of a tricky start to the season. Let's just double check exactly where they are in the standings. They are 5th in the standings, as it is 123 points. So they're only 3 points off On-Off Racing, who are 3rd in the championship with 126. So they're, to be honest, they're really not doing too bad. They're only 10 points off Gold, who are 2nd in the championship. So this is looking to be a very, very important race for Ferrari. And to be honest, they probably could have won the previous 2 races, or at least been in that fight for the podium. So this is going to be some good points back. And Dara, I definitely think that this is, it's always good when you see a storyline like this, where you see a driver who's had a bad couple of races, but he doesn't let it get him down and just comes back and actually, show some good speed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's what you always need as a driver. It's just a bit of a bounce back to give you a bit more confidence through towards the end of the season. What has happened here, and I mean, it'll be a great result if it were to stay like this. I mean, of course, this LMP2 battle is the closest lead battle on the track. There was a time where all 3 lead battles were within a second, but as it is now, we're looking at 17 seconds, 1.1 and 10.6 through the field. So we've definitely been we've been served well with the action in the LMP2 category this afternoon. 3 hours 30 into the race or so, and we are still not entirely sure who's going to come away with the win in this one. It's been an absolutely fantastic effort from the Ferrari Esports team, but also the Gold Racing team and Hyperion as well. They've been there or thereabouts all afternoon long. So yeah, it's been a fantastic race, and with only half an hour to go, it'll be interesting to see if anyone can pull a blinder in the closing laps.
And I think we're certainly going to be expecting some fireworks over the course of the final couple laps. Or is that going to be it in terms of the race lead battle? It looks like Darius Andre hasn't been able to keep up. Andonovski is on a bit of a mission, and in fact he just set the fastest first sector of that car as well. So Andonovski on an absolute tear, which is good to have a little bit of a break from now on, so we can have a look at a couple of other things that are happening up and down the field. Unfortunately, there isn't any sort of direct battles as such, as we've seen Ramada come into the pit lane for their final pit stop of the race. But certainly we can have a look through at a couple of things. So Jake Denhan still leading the way. He's got a bit of a nice lead though, hasn't he? 17.5 seconds he's got back to Winchick Racing. So unfortunately Sharpakish has not had the pace of Denhan in this second half of the race. Then Christopher Kinnock is there in that third place for Sim Freeman. They've really spread out a bit now with Roland Jukes unfortunately not being able to hold on to that podium that he once had with Andrus Kirili, your 5th place driver in the Hypercars, and of course in the LMP2s we've got Andonovski leading the way by that 2.5 from the Gold Esports team, and then just in behind them, not too far back actually, 6 seconds is Hyperion, but I don't think they're going to be challenging towards the end of the race. And then we have Go Team, their LMP2, Christian Pallison at the wheel of that car in 4th place, 20 seconds ahead and 46 seconds behind to Georg Weiss in the Seawolf entry there, and then of course Ziertello rounding out your top 6 for your LMP2s, and then your GT3s we've got Henry Sinnick leading the way. It's 11 seconds now is the gap from Steinprinz for Arnage competition. Arnage, they're still holding on even though we're suspecting them on older tyres. They've only dropped another 5 seconds, so that is pretty good pace. Then we've got Ian Pfeiffer, despite his spin, is still onto the podium. Kevin Yeager is in P4, and then not too far back behind them is Miguel Cardoso for Visceral. So that's a bit of your rundown for the top drivers in all of these positions so far. And to be honest, Dara, it's actually been a pretty solid race so far. I've really enjoyed what we've seen from Bahrain. As we get into the final half an hour or so, I think there's still a couple of positions that are yet to be settled, and maybe a couple of unexpected events that might happen.
Yeah, definitely, as we see 2x2 again down this main straight as Hypercars trying to get through all the LMP2s and the GTs, and the LMP2s trying to get through the GTs themselves. They all crunch themselves into turn 1, but Jake Denhan avoiding any big carnage through there, and gets through nicely. I've noticed actually in the GT class as you were going through, just below where you got to, in P7 is Sedlček in that Thomas Enge car. They've recovered relatively well after being P14 in class, back up to 7th now, so and not too far off the back of 6th either, so they are doing a relatively good job at the moment in recovering after that penalty about 2 hours into the race, and what they've needed to do after Sedlček got told you're getting in the car, oh by the way, you're going to have a stop-go penalty right at the start of your stint. He's recovered very nicely, been consistent, and he's found his way back up into P7, and that's definitely not to say he won't find himself in P6 by the end. And the other thing I've noticed is that there's now only one driver in the field that isn't with the rest of their category, and that is Remy Delorme, who is still 22nd overall. He's in a hypercar, but overall he's in the middle of the LMP2s.
And I do love that, the fact that some drivers, despite having a couple of issues, might be continuing, or not might be, are continuing to the end of this race. And that car, just behind here, this is the Irish car, the 37, leading the LMP2 Championship coming into this, and unfortunately not having the race that they would have wanted. And they are still going, but they are still 4 laps down as they were many moons ago. As Georg Weiss comes into the pit lane for his final pit stop as the battles continue as well in LMP2. Tony Ukic is ahead of Ziertello. They're getting close down the front straight.
Yeah, they are, and Ziertello is going to be looking for the move here. I think no, he's just a little bit too far back. Sorry, to get through on the lapped car. But this is the P5 again. Cybria, sorry, are a team that we haven't spoken about much during this race, but again, have gone about their business very quietly and calmly, and I definitely P5 would be a maximum for them, as there is a minute above for P5, for P4 I should say, but they're going very nicely. This yellow doing a nice job here as we have a look at Martin Ullman, who might be taken shortly by a couple of these LMP2 cars.
Yes, and this is a decent race for this Understeer United team. They are down in 15th place in the championship. They are about 39 points off the top already after 2 races, which is more than sorry, about half a race win, I should say, away. So they're already starting to drop back, but this would be a great result if they could continue on compared to at least some of their other performances. Of course, jumping up potentially a few places. They've got people above them like BS plus Zoom Competition, who are not having a great race. One of the other Blackhawk cars as well. So they should be gaining some nice points and some nice positions. And that is obviously why you have to keep going in these style of race. And of course, with the schedule that we have for this season, we've got one more race in 2023. We have the 6 hours of Spa, which is always sort of an ever-present part of the calendar now. It has been for sort of 3-4 years since the track got released. Always a good race around there. Sometimes on an 8-hour race, but this time it's going to be 6 hours before we start the season. We start the year with race 5 of the season, the 24 hours of Daytona in January, before we go to the 6 hours of Road America in February, and then the 1,000 miles of Sebring to round out a trio of American races in a row on the 9th of March, before just the 2 final races, another 4-hour race in Imola, and then the 24 hours of Le Mans in June. So certainly loads of action, loads of VEC action coming your way over the next about 6 months or so before we get to the end of the season. But we won't think about that because we are definitely enjoying the race that we've had today. And I was actually just looking. I don't know if that's a bit of a... Obviously, unfortunately, we've had the tower just go down. We're just fixing that one. But I just noticed that the gap between the leaders of Shabba Kish and Jake Dennehan had come down quite a lot. So we need to get onto that in a moment. If maybe I was wrong. Yeah, I was wrong. It was the graphics just bugging out. So just getting them sorted for you and back on your screen in just a moment. So unfortunately, Shabba Kish, really is actually, I think it's the other way around. Shabba Kish has lost more time, hasn't he? He's now 25 seconds behind Dennehan.
Yeah, and it's not a great gap, is it really? For him to try and recuperate with only 26 minutes to go, a second a minute might be quite a difficult prospect from here on out. But it's looking ever more likely that Jake Dennehan's going to bring it home, and Tom Lartelo will be very pleased with him. I'm sure they will win together in the number 1 race collection. Of course, number 1 for a reason. They will hope to be number 1 today. The number 2, Simframe Esports, is currently in P3. They are only 13 seconds off Shabba Kish, and they are gaining. They are starting to gain here. The gap is 13, but as I just said, it's now come down to 12.8, back up to 13 again. But it is fluctuating. It is starting to come down just a little bit, albeit about the same lap time last time around. But 120 laps in, it is still pretty tight.
Yes, it's awesome how close these battles have been, and how the consistency is. I mean, even over the course of a 4-hour race, if you're like 5-10 seconds behind someone, that is really, really close. If you look at a certain high-level open wheel real-life competition that we see, there's certain teams there that can, win a 90-minute race by 30 seconds. And then you come here, it's 4 hours, there's loads of traffic, there's loads more variables involved, and we can see teams separated by handfuls of seconds, just showing you how close it is. And in some way, why sim racing can have such realistic racing compared to what we see in real life. As here's the Winchit car just coming up to the back of Timo Andonovski, who has absolutely dropped Darius Andre. And Antonovsky just showing the speed that he's got in this stint is up to now 4 seconds.
Absolutely. And I mean, on that one that you just mentioned before, I think with the calendar that you mentioned coming up, I think Imola is going to be an interesting one. Penultimate round of the season is going to be very important in terms of the championship. But Imola is one of those tracks, isn't it, where there isn't as much room as there is here at Bahrain. The track is a bit narrower. The pinch points are much more severe. You think about the Villeneuve chicane, you can very easily find yourself spinning around there if you misjudge trying to get past a slower car. Particularly down into places like the Variante Alta, you'll see people try and make the move, but it's tight through there. And you might see some closer gaps at a part of the season where there isn't much time left to go before champions are crowned. So that'll be an incredibly interesting one. Before then, obviously, going for the 24 hours of Le Mans. You couldn't get really much more different, could you? From a 4 hours of Imola to a 24 hours of Le Mans. So that'll be incredibly interesting towards the end of the season. Looking forward to that part of the season. But I think Darius Andre will be looking forward to getting out of Bahrain. I think at this point, I don't think he'll be particularly pleased with how he's been dropped by the Ferrari esports driver in the last 20 minutes or so. I mean, he's still there or thereabouts. 4 seconds is the gap in the top 3 in his class, but by 10 seconds, whilst they have done 117 laps themselves. So incredibly tight after such a long distance. But even still, I mean, you're looking at less than 1/10 of a second per lap on average between the drivers, which is incredible over such a long period. But as it is, it's just going to be who's leading at the flag, and at the moment that's going to be the Ferrari switch driver and not Darius Andre, who this could be quite a gutting experience for.
I think overall, though, Gold Racing should be happy. I mean, if you come out and against some other fast teams, you get second place, I don't think you should be too disappointed, for one. Secondly, by my maths, they're still going to be leading the championship because they'll overtake Iris, and they're second place in the championship. They'll overtake Iris, and then no one behind them is gaining points apart from Ferrari, and they'll gain 5, and they've got a difference of 10. So they should be leading the championship by 5 points, I think, to Ferrari, if my maths is correct. So it's still going to be a good day. They're still going from second in the championship to first. So it's not a terrible day, and I think they should certainly use that as a motivation. But also, it's not over yet. There's still 20-odd minutes to go. So definitely, just keep your hopes up, and maybe something will happen ahead. But yeah, if I was them, I shouldn't be too disappointed. I'd say Ferrari have just done a really, really, strong race, and it's difficult to compete against that all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ferrari have been there the entire time in this race. Oh, I love this camera angle. Sorry. We have the off-wheel on the onboard. It looks great. But anyway, Andre, you've got some traffic. Here we go. Through. Oh, on that GT car. There's a bit of a tap on the rear there. I mean, he's still pushing. You can clearly see, but he's got to be careful not to make any big mistakes, because that could be very costly with the Hyperion not that far behind as well. Inside at turn 9, though, easily done for him through there, and he will continue on. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It's still a good day for Gold Racing. I mean, even if you haven't won, just don't lose to the championship leader. That's what you really need to do. If you gain on the people in first place, then there's nothing really more you can do. You may not have gained the maximum points you could have gained, but if you gain on first, still a win, really. As we see, yes, this is Stein Prince, the Arnage, into the pit lane. We thought maybe having to come in for a splash and dash, and indeed they are. I think they're probably going to come out P4, and that might just be where they finish. Albeit, second and third in the GT class, 2.6 seconds between them. That could be an interesting fight to the end.
Yeah, definitely some close ones. And again, not for some reason, around that the previous pit stop about an hour ago, I slightly lost track of the pit stops and exactly with how they are. So I'm not 100% sure if other people are going to need to do a splash. But you're right, Kevin Yeager here in the 81 machine, and just up the road there's Ian Pfeiffer, despite being backwards and a very awkward position, is now second in the race. As we come into the final 20 minutes, the sun is really starting to set here in Bahrain. We're not getting into the actual sort of floodlight part, but we are getting very low in the sky, and it'll be quite difficult for the drivers to see some apexes with the glare of the sun.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, I can think of lots of tracks that we have evening racing. You can have a couple of parts of the track where it is just a horror show, where you cannot see the track in front of you because of the glare from the sun. But Pfeiffer doing a great job. I mean, he did have that spin, didn't he? But I mean, even if he lost 10 seconds, still wouldn't have got him very far. But if he ends up losing the position to Kevin Yeager here in the Blackhawk car, then he may be feeling a bit rueful in the end. But Yeager, bad sector, being overtaken by a few cars there, dropped a second off the back of Pfeiffer as well. So interesting storylines before the end of the race. I mean, even Arnage has got to P5, but it's 4 seconds off the back of the Visceral Esports car, and you wouldn't doubt that, trying to come back through to take P4. But then you look further back, there's another 4 seconds, only 1.6, 5.9. Gaps are tight in the back of that GT category, or in the mid pack of that category, I should say. As we look here, Sedlacek, he's still recovering, still P7, but even with that drive-through, he is only 10 seconds off P4 here.
And I think the Visceral chose the wrong side there. They should have gone to the right-hand side. As it turns out, a bit of a lock-up there as well, coming in towards turn 12. So just messy couple of corners there for the Visceral car. But yes, there's Sedlacek and the car just up the road of Chris Gonzalez for Juices for that battle in the top 6 so far. And just a bit further back up the road, we've got Gandossi and Aarons battling it out for the final couple of places inside the top 10 as well. So yeah, you're right, Darryl, the battles continue lower down in the GTs, and it definitely seems that the LMP2s and the GTs have had such awesome, battles today. We don't often see it this far into a race, but they've definitely been fighting.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been great to see this. We've just not been short of action in any of the categories all afternoon long, really, have we? As our end here in the Scuderia Leon is still in P10. He's not far back of P9 either. It's quite nice to see how the track's been used as well. Bollards absolutely all over the road at most corners. Turn 1, there was one there. Turn 2, there was one at turn 8. It's not there anymore. As Plever comes into the pit lane in the Visceral Esports car, one of the Visceral Esports, I should say, they're currently P11, but they will drop down with this pit stop.
Yes, they certainly will. And here's the sister car, the 58 machine. Oh, that is not quite the racing line, just missing the apex a little bit. And they need to look in their mirrors, because just behind, here's Stein Prinz, who is, after that splash and dash, is trying to get home and get it back further up inside that top 5. Currently P5, but P4 just a couple of seconds up the road. We're looking about 2 minutes a lap, so about 8 laps to go for the GT cars as they get to the finish of their 4 hours of Bahrain. But as ever, their exact finish lap is determined by whenever the leader, which is Jake Denhan, crosses the line, and everyone finishes their race in behind. So just got to hope that when you're in a battle like this, Denhan doesn't overtake you as you go across the start-finish line, because then you're effectively going to be a lap behind your opponent. But onto this front straight, looks like Prinz has got the speed.
Yeah, it does. Good exit as well. And yeah, this looks like it should be a move here for Prinz. He'll have the outside line down in towards turn 1, but he's got some great speed down the main straight. Got to be aware of that hypercar coming through, but he sails past as Cardoso will try to defend and will break very, very late compared to Stins. But I think Stins will try and get the inside, the up and under, through 2 and through 3. He's not able to get the move done just yet. He'll want to get it done as soon as he possibly can, but not quite got it done yet. Will he be able to do it towards turn 4? Slipstream, very much an effect. He'll have the inside line, maybe just looking for it. Yeah, dives back in towards the racing line, and Cardoso hangs on for another lap. But Prinz is absolutely not going to give this one up.
Oh, he's not, and he's got that speed, so it's definitely worked out rather nicely. And interestingly, if people around don't splash or whatever, then they lost out on 20 minutes of fuel saving. I mean, that's a lot. If that is the case, I said I slightly lost track of that class, but definitely some things happening in behind them as well. A few close battles. Gandossi in that battle is now right behind Ahmet Demirkan for the Caspian car, who's right up ahead, and also Sedlacek, not too far ahead, is also in a battle. So yeah, inside your top 10, got about 3 battles still to work out in the GT category.
Yeah, and it's definitely not over yet, with 14 minutes to go, which is fantastic to see. It's exactly what we want. Everyone wants an end to a race. We're like, yep, they're finishing 1, 2, 3, they're finishing 1, 2, 3, and everyone else is going to follow in turn. We always like to have a race, as long as this, that still has great action. You never know who's going to finish where exactly towards the end. We'll have a look at Andrea Gandossi in P9 now for the Somali ERT team. He's not far off the back of P8 himself. And in P8, of course, is Ahmet Demirkan in the Caspian Motorsport car. I mean, even just gaps back from P4 in class to P10, there are really not that much time between most of the cars. We're looking at 15 seconds between those 7 cars, so really is close, even this late on in the race. And none of the positions are necessarily over and done with, as Gandossi will really try his hardest to get onto the back of P8. I mean, the gaps at the front have opened up, but that doesn't mean that the mid-pack is still very much alive and kicking.
Oh, they certainly are. As since Sedlacek was just getting a bit closer. Is he close enough for a run into turn 4? Not quite enough, though, to make that Juice's car of Gonzalez just have sort of half a car width of a defensive line in the braking zone, not quite using the full length of the track, and that is good because it just slightly slows down your opponent. Sedlacek, I think he's much faster at this point in the race. He had a much better drive off the chicane of turn 5, 6, 7 and gets the run in towards the hairpin there at turn 8. Up the hill is going to be they've got an arms car going around the outside. Sedlacek, is he going to have a bit of a switch back here? Yeah, it's a bit of a moving around there in the braking zone from Gonzalez as he tries to choose the best line to defend this position.
Absolutely, and he's doing a good job at the moment. It is Chris Gonzalez for the Excuses Motorsport Club. I mean, again, not a car that we've mentioned very much during this race, but a car that has gone about its work very quietly and done it very well indeed. I think the Arnage car, actually, by the way, has just got through, unless we watched that and I've completely forgotten, which has happened before, but Prines is
right.
now ahead. Yeah, Prines is now ahead, up into P4 of the Mr. Esports car. And he'll look to just consolidate that. He's no way he's going to get up to P3 unless he gains 4 seconds a minute, which would be incredible, quite frankly. I think we'd have to
that's 8 seconds a lap at a 2-minute lap.
Yeah, I think we have to have a urine sample if that was closed down. But yeah, I think P4 is going to be the maximum. But Arnage, again, a very good drive. P4, consistent, is what they've needed to be. But again, P2, looking at the timing tower, P2's not over and done for. Sedlacek will come down in towards turn 1, but he will have to be aware of the LMP2 on his inside.
Oh, and that just slightly breaks up that battle, unfortunately, as they try and work their way past. And yeah, certainly it's been a very interesting race for some of these teams. Like the Arnage car, they've been up and down. They were up at second place at one point. Now they're probably going to finish in P4. Sedlacek, they were also up in, batting for first at one point, weren't they? Second position, really. But also them dropping down into 7th place. And I just wonder how these points are going to sort of calculate over the course of the season, because I know you can't really think like it, but sometimes when you get to Le Mans you can think, oh, maybe I lost 5 points there, 10 points there, etc. It's something obviously you want to try and avoid over the course of the season. LMP2 still got a couple of battles as well. Charlie Rigo trying to get past the RTR car of Robert Jonsson. Oh, though, that's a huge hit on the back there. Just a difference in speed, a difference of line, and Rigo will have some front damage.
Yeah, I don't think that the front of that car will look too nice. It reminds me of that Arnage earlier on that just looked absolutely horrific. But yeah, Charlie Rigo still in P10 in class. He wants to get through though. I think maybe these guys have just been overtaken, or they're fighting through there. But I remember there being the hypercar of Remy Delorme. Yeah, he's a little bit further back on this battle. But yeah, they're fighting it out as Rigo gets back through here. But there is a hypercar. There's about 10 seconds behind them. It is Remy Delorme in the Go Team Racing number 17. He may catch by the end. It just depends on how he goes. But we'll have to see if he causes a little bit of disturbance in this battle as Delorme goes through in P10.
10 minutes to go as the sun is just starting to set here at Bahrain. And we're in the desert. And it's certainly been a hot race and hot on track, as well as the temperatures in the air, as we are seeing, of course, the final few laps now of the race. Probably about 6 or 7 laps to go for the leaders in the hypercars. To go 3 wide as Delorme is trying to, I would assume, unlap himself there from the racing zone team with Pre-Beck at the wheel of that one. He's been in that car for quite a while now. Delorme has a bit of a wiggle coming up the hills. Always good to see some battles in class, even though they're not for position. But as ever, you'd expect that 17 car to be a bit higher up. But unfortunately, they're about 4 laps down, 6 laps down, I should say.
Yeah, 6 laps down, and I think 2 laps down on the leader in LMP2, which is absolutely not what they'd want to see. But Sedlacek here, still on the back, still plugging away. Time is running out though, less than 9 minutes to go now in this one. It just feels like the last hour or so has just flown by, because the battles have been quite intense and ever present. But I mean, even in the LMP2, we haven't looked at the LMP2 for absolutely ages, but even still, the gaps are still close. We haven't looked at them because they haven't been fighting, but it doesn't mean the gaps are opening up in any big way. So we've really had some good battles, and Sedlacek here is another example, as he will try and get through for P6. Might go for a late move if he does. But again, in the GT class, close racing. And for second and third, that gap is now under 2 seconds.
Yes, it's getting it's getting very close. A few drivers are converging as we get to the end. And let's have a look at that one. Kevin Yeager third, and second place just up the road is Ian Pfeiffer for Satellite Racing. It is getting very, very close at the end of this race, and that is exactly what we like to see. Over the course of 4 hours, the teams can still remain very, very close. Satellite 1-2 though. So after everything that's happened, we're getting a team with a 1-2, which is slight signs of, you know, domination as such, especially considering some of the gaps behind. But I wonder if we're going to see that over the course of the season, or do you reckon, Dara, this is just Satellite nailing it this race?
Oh, you never really know, do you? I mean, a 1-2 is a very strong showing, especially with the spin for Pfeiffer earlier on. I mean, you'd think that it's a sign of things to come, but you never know. I mean, I say it's unlikely to be that this is a one-off, considering that they are consistently high up there. Then again, there was a third satellite car, wasn't there, in the top 5, but since they have dropped back... Henry Cynic, I should say. I've said Sink a few times, haven't I? Henry Cynic has been completely consistent, absolutely fantastic at the front of the field. He's never really looked back since taking the lead in this particular class. And he's been incredibly consistent, which is exactly what he needs to be. And he's looking like he's going to take the win here for Satellite Racing, which is going to be an absolutely fantastic result for them. But yeah, I think I'm going to err on the side of this is a sign of things to come.
I know we had a crazy start to the race, and that did change the outcome. But one thing I like to say as well is people talk about BOP this, BOP that. But after Redlands, people are like, oh, the BMW's the best. Oh, it's so far ahead. Where are the BMWs? And then, was after maybe the first race, someone was like, oh, yeah, the Ferrari. Oh, yeah, it's so good. We got McLaren 1-2 this race. So it definitely shows you how it's probably a bit track dependent. That is a good point that some people will make. But certainly it looks good that we're going to be seeing Satellite, what looks like at least getting the victory, because between two cars they should be able to get it. As De Monte gets a penalty with not too long to go. Let's have a look at which car he is in the LMP2s. Surely that's got to be for track cuts, because I don't think he was just in the pit lane. So he must have gone over that limit that we were talking about with 5 minutes to go.
I mean, it's not going to lose him too much at the moment. He is a long way down. I mean, he's got a lap worth of a gap back to Christian Pasquale, who has himself, in fairness, put 4 laps on Henry Cynic. We were talking earlier how they wanted to get through the GT3s, and he has done it, and done it 4 times over to get through. But yeah, De Monte will have a long way just to deal with that penalty, and it's been a bit of a mare for himself in the RFO, well, for the RFRO Simsport car, as well as the 46 Visceral car. I also noticed Remy DeLorme is closing on Charlie Rigo as well. 5.6 seconds. Can he get it for the end? I don't think so. But he might be able to get one position overall in that hypercar. Dossi, oh, he's really close now to the back of that Caspi Motorsport car. Can he make the move? I think we're going to have 3 battles in the final 5 minutes in this GT class that are under 1 second between them, I should say.
Good stuff to see as we're getting the Porsche and the Mercedes battling as they get Valacourse around the outside of the first part, and now the second part of this fast S is all bit of contact between the two. Can he hold on to it? Yes, he can. As we're getting now Scuderia Leone diving it up the inside there. Further contact is made between these drivers as they try and fight their way through. That is Thomas Aarons getting involved. This is for position for P9, so a 3-way battle. But unfortunately, that's going to turn into a 2-way battle. Scuderia Leone up the inside in towards the final corner. It is going to be, can he make that move? Thomas Aarons on the inside. Ooh. Yes, he can. It needed a little bit more of a hit check, but it goes off. And now Tomelli get the run with Gondossi down the front straight.
Yeah, there was another GT car in the back that just weaving down the straight. I think a lap or 2 down, just not really wanting to get involved, but they're going to get involved now. And they're going to be 3 wide down towards toe 1. It's going to be 2 wide. Scuderia Leone are going to try and get past Tomelli once again. And they'll have the inside line. It pinches up on the apex of turn 1, as it always does, but they're not quite able to get through this time around. But I mean, meanwhile, while this is going on, the battle for second is now 8/10. It has closed up. And Satellite Racing Ian Pfeiffer might come under a bit of pressure. It's now 6/10.
It certainly is, as Nico Barkley managed to unlap himself from the pair of them at the same time, which is very, very opportunistic. But yes, you're right, we're getting close for the podium places. P2, P3 in your GT3 category, the new category for this year. And we got 2 laps to go in the 4 hours of Bahrain. Hard to the right-hand side. Is that a splash and dash? Do not tell me that is a splash and dash. It is. Ian Pfeiffer, he's a couple of laps too short, and he's going to have to withdraw from that second place, and that gives Black Hawk an opportunity in the 81 machine to get a very easy second place.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be much they can do to lose it, to be fair. Could this give Arnage the podium? It just depends how long in the pit lane Satellite are, but Arnage were about 44 seconds or so behind Ian Pfeiffer's Satellite Racing car. We'll have to see how far they are when he comes out, but he's come out now actually, so he looks like he's very comfortably in third, but it'd be gutting to lose that second so close to the end. I mean, you're looking at, what, 2 laps to go. That's not even 1/60th of the race to go, and you lose P2. It's a horrible way to end the race. But, I mean, still on the podium, still positives to bring away. Gandossi still fighting away here with that, and he's the Sierra Leone again. Scuderia Leone car in P9, but yeah, what a race this has been overall.
And Pfeiffer's already out, so it was literally, he just needed a few litres, but unfortunately he basically got a drive-through penalty. Unfortunately for Prins, they had about 20 odd minutes of fuel, so that's why they're 40 odd seconds behind as well. We're into the final couple of minutes. Let's have a look. Where is Jake Dennehan? He's coming across the line, so yeah, this is going to be the final lap. We're starting one final lap to go. There's about 1:43 they're doing, and it's 1:26 as he goes across the line. So just an easy 5.5 kilometers for Race Clutch to get a race victory here. Of course, your reigning champions. They won the first race of the season as well, and they're currently leading by 25 seconds. Sharper Kirsch did not have the pace in these final 3 stints compared to Jake Dennehan.
Not, and Jake Dennehan has really been impressive in the second half of the race. He's been in the car 2 hours, but he's not really had to do much apart from keep it on the straight and narrow, because he's not really had to overtake anybody, but also he's he's not had to overtake anybody for position, of course. He's probably overtaken hundreds of people, lapping them, but yeah, it's been an incredibly impressive performance from him, and Race Clutch, I'm sure, will be incredibly pleased with how he has performed here this evening. I mean, Sim Freem as well, I've only just noticed, and within 5 seconds of Wintrick, I thought they've really gained that gap, but of course, it's a little bit too late now for them to make any moves, but as it is, they are carrying on. But also I've just noticed Hyperion right on the back of Gold Racing, so all of a sudden, a couple of battles stringing out of absolutely nowhere in the dying seconds of the race.
Yeah, it's been an awesome race, to be honest. Of course, you can't have 100% action in an endurance race, but we've had a very high percentage of it. The 4 hours of Bahrain for the second year in a row in VC has been a lot of fun, and Race Clutch have come out swinging. They won the race this time last year with Colin Spork and Peter Burlack, and this time around it's a couple of different drivers in the car of Tom Lartalou and Jake Dennehan, and as they come around the final corner they will win the 4 hours of Bahrain as Danny Van Der Neat gets a penalty on that final lap, but it's Jake Dennehan taking victory and their second race victory of the season, and what a win it was for them. We got Timo Andonovski currently leading in your LMP2s. Where's your GT3 leader? Here he is, Henry Sinnick, in towards the final corner, and what a commanding victory it has been from this 64 team. Yimon Isler got an awesome lead out towards the front, and then no mistakes from Henry Sinnick, who pulls it back and takes victory here, the 4 hours of Bahrain in your GT3 category. And also both of those category winners winning by about 20 odd seconds. It's a little bit closer though in your LMP2 category. Timo Andonovski, he got in the car with 1 stint to go, fresh softs, in a 1v1 battle versus Darius Andre, and he came out on top. It took him 3 or 4 laps with some elbows out racing, but he manages to just about get past and then pull away by about 5 seconds to overcome the issues they had in the previous 2 races. Scuderia Ferrari Esports take victory at the 3rd round of the season, reigniting their charge for the championship this year. And unfortunately for Darius Andre coming across the line, not quite enough for the race victory today. But let's get you the overall results, and here is how it stands. Jake Denhan took victory from Winchick Racing in your second place, with Simframe rounding out your podium. Go Team Racing, Sim Racing for Holland inside your top 5, then NeedRacing.com, Burst Esports, unfortunately, it caught up in that crash at the beginning of the race. Racing Zone team just dropping down a lot over the course of that second part of the race, and Mark Schluter getting ahead of the LMP2s in 9th place, with Team Andonovsky 10th overall, taking victory in your LMP2s. Darius Andre for Gold Racing Esports in second place for LMP2, with Hyperion rounding out your podium. Go Team Arms, Undercover and Seawolf the next few cars, with Ramada Motorsports as well. Go Team Racing, a Hypercar in the mix there, unfortunately many laps down. On-off Racing and Team RTR round out your top 20 in the overall standings. Valle Corsa with Sophie Jones taking that car to the finish. They had a difficult day today, with Visceral Esports, Geeks Energy, Arms Cybra, the first Netrex car, and then your championship leaders coming into this of Team Iris. They've lost a lot of points. That's going to be an interesting one when we get to Spa in 5 weeks' time. Then we got the Sean Clark Racing car in 27th place. Netrex, RFRO, Sim Sport, and then Visceral round out your top 30 cars. Then we get to your GT3s. Henry Sinek and Satellite Racing taking victory from Blackhawk in the second Satellite car. Despite a final lap, or second to last lap, splash and dash, they managed to still get on the podium, with Arnage in 34th place overall. Visceral and Juices round out your top 6 in class, with Thomas Enger Sim Racing with that stop-go penalty. That's going to be costly for them, costing them a podium today. Caspian, Scuderia Leone, and Tamelli ERT rounding out your top 40. And then the final page of cars will come, where we'll see the final few drivers and then the only DNF of the race. But first, it's Understeer United, Visceral, Blogel, and the third satellite car, Wanako. They had a difficult day today. RKT, we didn't really mention them either, with the MXF Pro Esports car as well. Juice's Blackhawk coming into that 49th overall, but coming in, they were second, joint first in the championship. They've lost a lot of points today, and so have BS Plus Zoom Competition, DNF on that first lap. And they're your 50 cars that rounded out your 4 hours of Bahrain. But of course, we have 6 races to go this season. We've had Monza, Road Atlanta, Bahrain. Next, we go to Spa to round out 2023. We've absolutely enjoyed this race here at Bahrain. What is going to happen when we go back to the Ardennes Forest? We'll have to find out on the 2nd of December 2023. We thank you for watching. Myself, Cameron Roger, of course, Ewan O'Leary earlier, and also Darragh Thacker making his debut in VEC, and of course to Jimmy Allison for the race direction and production behind the scenes. Until December the 2nd, we thank you for watching, and we wish you a very warm goodbye.